Getting some Canadian GDP data coming through, month-over-month number annualized. First off, 3.1% versus 2.5%. So big time beat to the upside there for, again, Canadian GDP month-over-month, basically flat when they were looking for a negative 0.01 print to the downside. So in line with expectations month-over-month, but 3.1% to the upside for the Canadian economy there. So a nice look to kick things off on this side of the border. No real significant announcements coming through until we get to 8:50. First Fed speaker coming through for the day. There are quite a few, actually speakers, I should say. Collins and Bowman coming through at 8:50 in the pre-market, and then 9:45 will be the next kind of checkpoint. Chicago PMI on deck there, and then you can see in the afternoon it's going to be busy. We get the beige book at 2 p.m., but Feds Jefferson, Harker, and Collins all set to speak this afternoon. So busy day as far as comments, busy day as far as potential headlines coming through as well as we await this vote on the potential debt ceiling agreement that was reached over the weekend between Speaker McCarthy and President Biden. So we will await any further developments as far as that concerned. The market kind of in a wait-and-see approach heading towards that. So a ton to talk about anyways. HPE moving around here, downside coming off of earnings. Tesla on watch again with Elon's trip to China continuing over the next couple of days. Pretty positive headlines out of China as far as Elon is concerned yesterday. So we'll talk about that. And oh yeah, AI back on watch as well as we head into the final day of May. Pretty crazy to think about. It is May 31st, Wednesday, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, Google's not helping us today, but there you go. Now we can show it. Negative look here, top to bottom for all of these to start things off. About 0.5% right now for the NASDAQ and the S&P. You can see down here, we'll talk about oil stocks coming up, but 3.25% right now, or better part of 3.3% for oil on top of 5.5% yesterday to the downside. So 2 days, almost 8-9% here. Crude on a huge pullback, 2.5%, 2% there for Bitcoin and Ethereum also under pressure. Yeah, we were just talking about Sharif here as always. We were just talking about Elon's trip to China in that they were asking him to become the U.S. president yesterday. So that was a little unexpected. Elon for president, question mark. No, Jamie Dimon was there as well, and he was talking a lot about how decoupling talks need to kind of slow down, how the two economies are far too dependent on one another to make these type of assertions. So, you know, some good overtures from the American side. Let's see if the Chinese reciprocate. Yeah, overall the market kind of chopping around here. We're back to session lows, down 0.5% for both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Again, all eyes, all ears, guys, ahead of waiting anyways, any kind of developments as far as this vote is concerned. Again, this bill going to be voted on later in the day. They weren't giving a specific time that I could see anyways, but quote unquote, later in the day, we should expect a vote to come through.
Yeah, I actually thought it was this evening, but yeah, you know, who knows, man. Usually this is how things go. Like, if the drama gets played out until the end and everything ends up fine. And, you know, it would be nice. I'm already with Sharif with the overtures and reciprocate like a couple of minutes in. It's like, how do you even deal with that? Like, it's
very secular, his speak.
Very, very secular speaking. I feel as if, like, right now we got the bull and the bear. Yesterday we ended the day with the bull and the bear. And it felt like it was a bit of a mixed day. You ended up yesterday, but, you know, overall the trend was to the downside. It feels a teensy bit different today going into the expected deal, I suppose, and the futures are down. I see a lot of stocks that are at pretty interesting levels of support, that if they get broken, interesting. Nvidia is back under the trillion mark. Google's on a big level at 122. Palantir pulled back pretty heavily off that 15. That's one worth watching. C3AI. So much for taking a shot at 50 intraday. It kind of made that run overnight and has pulled back and is now down 6%. I think that's going to be another wild one. They report aftermarket today. Probably just as much of a volatile name as any of the names, like HPE with the report. That wasn't very good. Twilio moving a little bit. But this could be that one again. Well, yesterday was more to the long side. I think C3AI and a couple of the other AI names could be the front of our minds here today. Yeah, you got to keep your ear to the ground for any developments on the debt deal. My take is it's going to get done. That doesn't necessarily matter, though, because quite frankly, I think everyone has expected that some kind of deal is going to get done. It's just a matter of what the compromise is at the end. Oil and every sector that is not tech is telling you what you need to know about the economy right now. So the debt ceiling, I know it matters, but it's not the thing that, to me, is driving the markets right now.
No, I agree. I mean, I agree with all that stuff. I've been, the only positions I had yesterday was short, and then we had one Tesla long off 198. So I'm going to stay sticking with that. We have some good ideas here on the sticky note, including SoFi. We talked yesterday. First of all, Google, we like lower. That's on the sticky note as well. Make sure you go grab that. It was absolutely huge. Yesterday, we had Palantir short 15. We'll see if we can rinse and repeat that one. And then yesterday, we got a lot of talk about SoFi. Huge day for SoFi yesterday, bouncing up, trying to break through 6. And then today, we now get SoFi above $6. And I said it yesterday, so we're going to stick with it today. If SoFi is above $6, we go long and we wait for 6 as a support area. So now, hey, man, we get it. So there it is. We get the trade today. Now let's see if we can't find ourselves into SoFi a little bit. I actually wanted to use maybe 580 as an area of support, but if it comes back into 6, that's where we start to build it against 580. 200 period, we like it. It's a nice move again. I think it was 11% yesterday or so on SoFi, and then you get, let me see if that was true. We closed 538. Up to $6. Yeah, that's about right. About 11, 12% yesterday on SoFi. And again, continuing today with another 4. So we're going to go long on SoFi. Shout out to everybody watching today. What's up to Tony Price, Kirk Brooks, Tyrone, Beat Fanatic, Frank Jones. What's up? It's not Mike Jones, Neil. It's Jones. Frank Jones. So what's up to Frank and everybody out there in the chat? Let's get ready to rock and roll, man. We are excited. Again, it is hump day.
Oh, yeah, it is Wednesday.
It is Wednesday, Neil. Let's not forget that. Yesterday, Brendan was in Monday mode. Today, hopefully, Wednesday mode.
Should be.
And it's going to be another good one, and we are excited. Bring the energy, bring the trades, and thank you once again for joining us here on Trader TV Live.
Yeah, pretty impressive as far as SoFi is concerned. No real significant news today to mention as far as SoFi, but the march higher continues. Yeah, it's the last day of May. It's insane. Already, we're through May just like that. Here's the overall sentiment or headline going into the day to be aware of here. Again, as we said, the debt ceiling vote to come, quote unquote, later in the day. The market might be waiting to see. There it is, due later in the day. Therefore, that the market might be in a wait and see mode ahead of that. We'll also watch for, as we talked with Frank yesterday, if you're with us in the afternoon. The NFP, non-farm payroll, is coming up Friday at this time, at 8:30. We'll discuss that. And then, remember, we're just a week and change out from the next Fed meeting here. But a couple of interesting moves. HP and HPE on the move here after earnings. Nvidia, we'll talk about that coming up. But all-time highs topped $1 trillion yesterday before the pullback.
Yeah, not for long, though, pulling back. But the main headline that we've all been talking about is the debt ceiling issue. There is another more important, not more important, but as important of a headline, which is the Fed speakers that are going on TV and that are saying, they have to be convinced that rates are too high, and they're not convinced at the moment. You had Loretta Mester on, you had Barker on yesterday, both kind of echoing each other with that respect. So I want to keep my eye on yields. And if you come to the screen here real quick, Bradley, 63% chance that we bump up in June by 25 bips.
Yeah, we were talking, Frank was mentioning yesterday, 80% chance of at least one hike by July. So whether that comes in June or in the July meeting, 80% chance that we're going to go a quarter point higher here. Meanwhile, as you were mentioning, here's the 10-year. First off, this is a daily chart. So big, ugly red candle there on the reversal. 2-year, same story. Big, ugly red candle. We're back below 4.5 on the 2-year after this announcement over the weekend that this tentative agreement has been reached. The dollar, meanwhile, just kind of hanging out here. A bit of a doji candle formed at the end of the day on the daily chart for the DXY, guys.
Uh-oh, the dreaded doji candle. That's it. It's over. Well, I mean, the other thing to look at, too, is just even look at the Q, man, the Qs. And the last little move that we had, we broke this one out, and you were finally, you finally got through that August high, and you're churning away from it. Felt like in all systems go, maybe you were going to extend it out into the 60s and 70s. And then we've hit that hiccup. Like, there was a big extension through on the break, and we've had a bit of a turnaround here, back under 350. And you got to wonder, like, And again, like I'm not saying it's like a sell the news type of thing, but you've had a lot go on here. Like you've got a demand problem in terms of what's going on with oil and pessimism on the economy. Then the other side, you've got the Fed talking about you got to raise more, and then you've got only a small group of tech stocks that have led this charge anyways. And you've already got a bit of a turn. Now, it's one thing to say, yeah, we got to turn at some point. It's another to start to see it happen. Everything hits some big resistance levels, and then you kind of make that false break at the top, like Nvidia 1 trillion, break it, make it, and then fade under it. I could definitely see a little bit of a dip. And that's kind of what all roads are leading to. And everyone's been saying that sort of for a while. This is the first time that enough moves at the same time feel like they're happening. To make it just have a bit of a bias. And the week before I left and extended to yesterday, like those last 6 trading days for me has been do not have too strong of a bias, allow trades to develop around price levels, and take the trade that you see and don't get caught up in this has to happen or I'm just wrong on everything this morning. And that's worked actually perfectly. It's meant I'm not in position at 9:30, all that kind of good stuff, but there's a lot of things that are setting up right at 9:30. I mean, even like a Chinese name like Pinduoduo, I can't get out of my mind. So if we're talking about things hitting levels, trying to break out, and then fading and looking red, PDD reports, come to the daily for a second, they report, break out, come to my chart for a second, they break out, gets up to this 200 period moving average, if we can get, there we go, up to the 200 period moving average. That's like your clear extension sign, and then goes right back into the 50. It just sniffs it back to the 50 period and see where this holds up in the afternoon. That's exactly at the 50 period on the daily. So it goes, rejects the 200 period, hits, and then doesn't stop falling until it consolidates at the 50 period moving average. And then you got another 10% to the next support level. So there's a stock which is setting up at the open. It doesn't even care about the US market really. It is setting up for a fade off of like a 68. And if it breaks the flat bottom, it could just give it all back. I mean, why not? Especially with what's going on with the Chinese economy and growth issues there and youth unemployment issues there as well. So there's definitely a lot of feels for some shorts that are setting up at the open. But again, you want to be patient. If I say I like it at 68.25, then I got to let it get there for a stock like Pinduoduo. And it'll be the same thing. Like, Google either has to make a run at that 25 or break 22. Lots of stocks out there. Palantir, Sean mentioned that 15 level. I'm not sure we see that one today. That fell a little further than I expected, but that's in play as well.
Yeah, I don't think we see. I wrote that down here. Palantir's on your 15 short, but I said it might be a little shallower today because we're getting to the downside, and some of that AI craze has definitely gone by the wayside. I feel like, which is why I do want to continue to short names like Google. We'll have to watch AMD, which is on an absolute tear, and despite it being Nvidia specific, there are a couple names that are going with it as well, right? I mean, C3 AI reporting. We have Salesforce later on tonight. Tonight? No, it's tonight. Yeah, tonight. Yeah. Again, it's that Wednesday thing. I knew it was Thursday that we'd be trading it, but yeah, this is that rate tool here that we keep talking about, and just to go back to what Frank is saying, if we don't get it now, we're going to get it at some point. So 62% that we get a quarter. I almost want them to rip the Band-Aid off. Like it wouldn't be nice if we got 50, but that would probably signal the end of it. It's not even an option on here right now. It's either zeros or 25. So this is what we wait for. We wait for it on December 4th. I was reading up here. On June 14th. Should be obviously an exciting day. 2 weeks today. Actually, 2 weeks tomorrow, I guess. Today being the 31st. So we're going to wait to see what happens, and I'm excited for it. But I think it's going to be baked in by the time we finally get to there. Hopefully one of these numbers is closer to 100. But hey, if it remains like this, where it's going to be sort of a coin toss, then it could be a lot of fireworks. We haven't really seen too much differentiation from the Fed. Everything they've told us they're doing, they've been doing it. So we went from pause to now possibly a hike. This is like the first rate decision, I feel like, is up in the air. We're still 2 weeks away. Let's see if some of those numbers, unemployment and whatnot, help this come through. But yeah, I feel like we want to stay net short this market. Still looking at Sofi, and you're right, Momo. Yesterday we did have a banger on Ford as well. So we'll wait to see. Those were the two longs yesterday, Ford and Tesla. Everything else was pretty much a short. I still think that we want to play the short game here. Google under 125 is interesting. We're going to get to all these names, but this is something that I'm looking at here today. Not much volume early, but it's only 8:45, and I don't see much really hitting the wires right now anywhere. So interesting that the Canadian economy expands 3.1%, beating expectations of 2.5. That always makes me think about TD Bank, which was getting trash talked for a little bit there as being the most shorted bank. But as you can see on the daily, ooh, wow, I didn't realize this either. I don't own any TD Bank, but I know you do, Brad, and this is probably why. Down to 61.50. We're about to break. This is probably a good opportunity to get some more banks. This is in the U.S., yeah. There's other names like Royal Bank as well. All these banks are interlisted, and I know there's not going to be a lot of talk on the chat about Canadian banks or anything like that, especially if these charts don't load up. But look at another one here, Royal Bank, the biggest bank here in Canada, continues to make the move down and breaking levels as well. So I wonder if there's some relative weakness here in the Canadian side of things on the banking sector. So we're going to wait to see about interest rates and all this stuff. But look at Canada. Wow. I actually didn't realize it was this bad over the last week. Like, this is down 10%. Like, this is $98 down here on May 16th, and we just touched yesterday or day 89. So $9 off of a $98 stock. These are pretty beat down with pretty solid 4 to 5% dividends. So I'm going to be looking at some more Canadian banks, possibly dip some toes into some ETFs here on that side of things. But right now, an amazing volume on the day for Royal Bank. Have we ever seen this before? 4 shares done so far today, some and all in the dark as well. So, all right, Brendo, that's a little look on some of these Canadian.
Yeah, it's surprising a little. I was just saying to Sharif, you got to maybe buy that over the next couple of days if a Canadian bank's down 10% in a week. Interesting look. We'll talk more on this Tesla story and Elon story a little bit as far as the positivity coming out of China. As soon as he got off the plane, it seemed like was just through the absolute roof. I mean, there's a ton of different angles we can take here. I mean, I just saw this note, which was kind of interesting. 1 in 5 cars sold in China last year was electric, of which you were saying 50% of everything Tesla sells comes from China. So yeah, it's a big deal when he shows up there.
Yeah, and he went on TV last week with David Faber and said, you can't get an iPhone if China gets cut out of the picture because way too many are made there. Well, I don't know if he'd have much of a company if China got cut out of the picture, if he couldn't sell 50% of all everything he produces to China. So a little bit miscued there for the picture, but they're calling him things like Brother Ma. And they're saying he should be running for U.S. president. So I think they like him out there, Brendan.
A little bit, yeah. If he's going to start buying up more property and making another factory somewhere in China, I mean, why wouldn't they like him? This chart, kind of interesting as well as far as investment. So this is investment from China and China, the government, essentially, into battery supply and battery manufacturing broken up by different countries. So the top one here in 2022 is basically Europe. Right across the entire board. This blue shows you just $2 billion going into France. The U.S., the darker, $5 billion. But I mean, it just shows you where the attention is going forward as far as not only EVs are concerned, but battery production too. Just absolutely through the roof at this point coming out of China.
With Sharif this morning, and I was talking about how, and Paris is a big city. And it's a big city, but it's a city that has very, very small roads, right? So you're not going to get a lot of sedans on there, but there weren't a lot of Teslas that you see. You saw, like, it's a lot of EVs, but you tend to take it for granted how big Tesla is. And for me, like, I'm just used to, like, you see Teslas all the time, and they're just going to be number one, and that's how it is. And I was unaccustomed to, like, oh my goodness, I'd hear people make a comment when they saw a Tesla on the road. I'm like, I haven't thought about that notion in 5 years. Like, it used to be a novelty, and now it's not. So look, all investment aside, there was something that happened yesterday in some of the EV stocks that kind of want to notice. they were getting smoked. Like NIO,
Not
no,
Tesla, though.
Not Tesla. Tesla held up, but it ended up at like 201. It's down. I think it's down a little now, but NIO is right back on the bottom, and it's been getting shellacked the last few days, and I feel like it's gone a little bit unnoticed. Rivian, which I was looking at that, we had that 1580 level on Rivian yesterday, just looking across the board at some of the EV names, and look at how badly that rejected the 1580 level. Didn't quite get there, and then a big flush, now down 1%. And this was looking a little bit stronger. This was bouncing, well, it's still bouncing off of the bottom, hits a huge resistance level. And it's what we keep talking about when a lot of stocks hit resistance levels at the same time and reject them, then oftentimes, the market heads the other way. But here's a triple top on the daily. That just got hit yesterday. It was a good pullback. I didn't believe in it enough on that. Sure, it started to show support up here, and I didn't take the flat bottom break, just kind of took the 40 cents that we got up top. And I don't want to sleep on these names. Maybe NIO sees a $7 level today. Maybe for Rivian, that $15 level, which is the lower high, can come into play for us for a bit of a fade in here. So, these are names that I want to have on my radar. And quite frankly, sure, show me when Rivian breaks that triple top and we'll go for the long break. But until it happens, resistance is resistance. I just couldn't believe how low NIO was. That was one of those, until it was shouted out in the chat like several times. Look how ugly it is for NIO. And I'm going to assume similar for a couple of other names out there. I feel like that got slept on a bit, and it's close enough. When you get that cheap, every even dollar level becomes a potential trade. If we see $5 on NIO, that'll be like Palantir 15. I'm auto long 01s and 02s. There's going to be millions of shares on a bid of a stock like NIO if it gets to a $5, and it's close enough now that you got to think about that. So, Rivian, if we get to 15, I'll have a look at that short. I love the 1580 for sure. I'm not sure we get that again. I think the 15 level probably a little more realistic.
All right, Randy asked for a new coffee, but I already have one, but it's already very, very cold.
Same here.
It's like freezing on here. This is freezing. Okay, so sticky note, we have a little bit of talk here, and I actually put this sticky note out. We have Sofi, Palantir, Google, Apple, it's all right here, all with all these notes. So right there with a little explanation as well, all about it, so you guys can go find out what this is all about. And I just added one because I forgot about it, and it was Tesla. Yesterday, Tesla, this is the chart right here, so we can look at this. This is yesterday's trade. We actually bought right here at 198 and we were able to get it out at 200 when it popped up, but it did go all the way to 202. So I've circled this 198, and right down here, this is the trade that we missed yesterday morning, right there when we put down 198, but didn't do anything about it. Then we put it down again, and there it is right there, 198, but finally took it in the afternoon, in the midday show. So, well, actually, I guess that was in the afternoon. So we'll wait to see if that happens again, but I'm adding Tesla here to the chart. I really like the way this stock looks. Great talk there yesterday by Elon. We already know that there's a lot of fanboys here. What's up, Sharif? In the United States and in Canada. Now we know that they're existing in China, obviously, as well. So I don't think he's going to be running for president. And if he did, then I'd short Tesla. But for right now, I like this name down here at 198. There it is right there. Look at the base. Not only was it a great trade, but it based out. Unlike in the morning, well, the morning it kind of based out as well, but you might have been fooled by 199 there. But there's 198, good support, decent. You can't see, but what's up to Surge Trader? But, yesterday down here as well, there it is. Where is it? Right there. There's the base that we're talking about. So I really like that level. And if we can come into that again today, I think it's a no-brainer long here. We're already bidding for Tesla 198, but I got myself in trouble. And then I was talking with Greg. It's like, why am I trading so quickly every single morning? Wait for levels to develop. But I'm happy with that 198. Let's give it $1 down to 197. I think if you're going to be, Neil just highlighted all the other EV names. And I mean, if you're going to put your money anywhere, it has to be in Tesla, right? So let's wait to see if that does hold. There's still a half hour to go. So if any sort of news hits here, plus we have imbalances coming out at 925, we could find ourselves pulling this bid away. But for right now, I'm happy sitting there at 195. If we get railroaded, hopefully we're out at 197. I laugh because it just happens all the time. But we're going to take $1 hit on this one. We're bidding 198.05. Hopefully it comes down, fills us, and then we'll wait to see what happens after that. So right now it's Tesla. We're trying to get that long, but we're waiting for a developed and proven level, Sean, of 198. So we'll see if that hits there, Sharif. I know you're enjoying your car as well. So new cars all abound, and let's see if Tesla can hold this bid.
First segment brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetraders.com/TTV. Bottom of the screen there, TTV. Promo code gets you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. As always, upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. We'll talk about some of these energy stocks. Warren was in there buying up Oxy again yesterday to the tune of about 4.5 million shares. Avis on here. Yeah, Microsoft with a nice note, very positive note from Piper Sandler. Q2 is a software company in the financial services group. HP's on here. Nothing else really terribly exciting. Downside.
Chevron with an upgrade, eh? That's an interesting one. Now, look, Microsoft has been super strong. We can talk about the tech stocks and getting the AI push and all that yada yada stuff. And that's another one. By the way, you can put Microsoft on the list of that same pattern you see on the Qs. Like if the pattern holds on the Qs, you're going to see it in some of the big tech names, especially like a Microsoft, because they are the Qs. And that's just how it is. But you got a flat bottom possibly at 330 on this one as well. So what do you have? You have a strong move on not just Friday, but like the last 3 days going into the week. You gap up. You fail to break out through 335. You've set up a support at 330. Well, what happens if the support doesn't hold? And it's just a lot of stocks are at this kind of a level. I don't know that it's as obvious of an area to maybe think about a short. Like Google presents a 125 with the 122 break. With Microsoft, I don't know, like how much am I involved in a 333.5 level? Not really sure about that. Probably feel a little bit better if it were to get up to like 336 for a fade. But you know the 330 has been that support. Well, I've looked there. I'm a little interested to see CVX there with the upgrade, quite frankly, after what's been sort of going on in the oil space. And I know Oxy's in that price level where once Oxy gets below a certain point, a couple of days later, you're going to find out that Uncle Warren bought a few more shares because it hits that support and it just tends to bounce. With Chevron, I mean, this is, I don't want to call it the Alamo, but like the 150 level's been the Alamo kind of for the last little bit, and you could be bouncing off that today. I say could because it's done no pre-market volume. It's not really gone through it. There was one kind of push back in March underneath that 150, and it was able to hold that level. Actually went up a decent amount, like 12% from there. So, Chevron underneath 150 would be pretty spicy for a fade. If there's enough volume in this, I could see that for like an open bounce play, but I haven't really traded oil in a while. But Chevron's at a pretty big level. Interesting, it catches the upgrade right when it's on the last line of support. Usually that wants me to say, hey, let's just fade it if it breaks because someone's hoping it goes up at this point.
That's a good level. I think I want to get in there and start to buy. We'll talk about a little bit of XLE, but I want to see what's up to Hamster, what's up to Don Mineta, what's up to Righty Tighty Renata here. What's up, Chef Joe? Hope everything's well over there on East Coast. What's up to Triple J, Anthony, everyone here. But hey, what's up to YouTube 7 here? At Neil, at Sean, tell the truth. How much do upgrades and downgrades affect your trading and why? Not at all. I mean, I'll speak for myself. I look at it because we talk about it here on the show, and it's just, I'm a little cynical about why, just like what Neil was saying, like why are you upgrading or downgrading stocks when they start to get to key levels? I often just think that it's a little too late on a lot of upgrades. It's like, why would someone upgrade Nvidia yesterday or 2 days ago? It doesn't really make too much sense to me, some of the upgrades and downgrades, but you do want to do research, YouTube 7, whatever your name was there, because there are key analysts that really watch the stock. I mean, you're going to have only a certain number of investment banks or analysts that really give great calls. So I think if you go back into history and you say, okay, we had last week, I think it was Loop Capital or something upgraded or downgraded, I don't know what it was, Apple, I just remember it. So if they've historically been accurate with some of those, you want to look back at certain upgrade and certain analyst movements. So I would say do that, but honestly, affecting my trading, no. I think it's key levels, but it's always nice to know that if you're looking long on a break of something and the stock gets upgraded, it is extra fuel to the fire, but it's not something that like I focus on particularly. Doesn't mean that that's the way it goes for the rest of us in this world. But for me, no. I look at this. Look at oil right now, 67. Like, we're right down to another level of support. So I would actually take a CVX downgrade or something like that as reason to push it lower so I can get long into some of this area of support, just so my buddy down the street could upgrade it in the next couple days. So that's something that I'd be looking to do, is buy some of these dips, especially if you believe in the story. The upgrades or downgrades is just someone else's story. It's, do you believe in it? Read the report. I like oil down here. I think it still makes this economy run. We're very, very far away from an electric anything. I mean, look at production. Look at what makes this world go round, right? We're all still very, very consumption-based. So you need to build things. Building things requires factories, which involves oils, plastics, all that kind of stuff. Sure, EV may be in cars, but come on. I mean, still transports, trucking industry, rail, everything. So whatever, we'll talk about that, but as China relations get weaker, obviously oil is going to come to the downside. Here's XLE. I think it's worth picking some up. That's my little talk there on upgrades and downgrades. Thank you for asking.
All right, quickly here, AAL just taking out the highs with a nice move in the pre-market, almost 3% here, coming into significant levels, just broke through 15 as well. They increased their second quarter profit outlook here for American Airlines this morning. So nice move so far, pre-market for AAL, one we haven't looked at. I mean, I turned to Sharif and said, wow, this thing's back to 15 bucks. I mean, it was 13, it seems like 2 days ago, but anyway. Worth a note, some of the airlines could show a little bit of strength. Let's get a check of the overall market. Have a look at the futures here.
Yeah, let's have a look at the ES here. I'm looking to the downside, possibly to find some sort of base starting at 41.70 to about 41.50. This is the level of the buying area that I'm looking at right here, in between 41.70, 41.50. We're currently at 41.90s right now. For the long side, we'd have to reclaim yesterday's close at 42.15. We'd have to build and hold around there, then possibly looking maybe for a 42.50 test. Either way, I'm going to have to wait for the position to develop.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open here as we kick off a Wednesday. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that every single day, free for you. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and you get that for free every single day. Top of the list, AI. Again, shocking, right? Everything AI back on watch once again this morning. C3 AI back to the upside. Nvidia back to the upside this morning, a little bit here anyways, but overall this group gapping down after a huge move to start the week on Tuesday.
Yeah, and they're reporting tonight, Brendo. So going to keep an eye on that. We know that they kind of front ran their report last couple of weeks by releasing them preemptively, getting a stock boost there. Now they're going to benefit if they beat. What I'll be looking though, Brendo, is forward guidance, because there should be a lot of demand for their products. So I want to see what's slated for Q2.
Yeah, remember they, as you were saying, just increased. I was trying to find here it is, 70 to 72 million. For this current quarter. So they're still expecting a 17-cent per share loss, though, coming up after the close tonight for C3 AI.
Yeah, like they'd still be 15 times sales with that forecast. Sales, not earnings. They'd be 15 times sales if they hit that number. Like that's okay. So look, and I get it. Like maybe there's something. I'm sure there's always something about a business when you dig down deep, and you can explain to me why these guys are going to be like the one. And
the future, Neil, the future.
No, but I'm willing to listen to that, because quite frankly, I don't know a ton about the company. I see that number, I see this. All I think is it's a 28% short interest. There was a short seller report on it that didn't really destroy the stock. It held up and started running again, and the shorts are getting squoze in this situation. So AI, 5 times we put AI on there.
AI.
Oh, goodness. Well, I want to be able to tell you that I'm hoping for the long. I think yesterday was your long breakout because it took out this 35.5 level. To me, it just sort of said that's the price at which, if we hold above it, that's your litmus test. What did it do at the open? It dipped right down and retested. That was the first long. The 40 break was the second long. Missed opportunity. Should have just come right back to the well when it dipped back into 35.5. Gave you that 36 entry. And then we had the long in the afternoon that obviously didn't get to 50, but aftermarket, it did make a run into the high 40s. I said I like the short at $50. I do like the short at $50 if it gets to that price. Clearly, it didn't happen in the open market, so I don't think we're going to get a chance at it. I'm thinking fade on the news day. So my initial look would be if we get a pop that fails 44, 45, or if something gets to 50, I would be looking for that short. And then I'll probably sit it out unless I see that 35.5, 36 level again. It gets all the way down there. Okay, maybe the support reforms, and you can look for the long. But it was pretty patient in terms of liking a certain level, so I wasn't really chasing it in the pre-market or willing to do so. And I'm not going to chase it in terms of looking for that short just because it happens to be coming down here. So look, I'm not sure what in the report is going to justify the valuation, but just keep in mind that as pessimistic as I can be about it at these prices, it could easily still go higher, right? Like it's totally possible just because it's a squeeze play. So play the momentum. Yesterday the momentum was to the upside, so it was only looking for longs. So far right now, it's been a relatively weak stock. And if I start seeing failures at 44 and 50, I've already paid for my locates to be able to short those. And I'm not going to be rushing into longs today.
All right. Yeah, I think that's some great talk. Uh-oh, here we go. Yes. I made the request because Randy asked. Thank you so much, Randy.
Thanks,
How's
Randy.
That thumb of yours? Getting worse?
Worse?
You're going to lose that nail, I think. Lucky. FFIE? Ooh, Faraday.
Oh, I thought that was somehow thumb related.
This guy's always giving us stock picks.
Why
Randy.
is he saying?
All right, cheers. Let's see if we don't drop this
Well, let's
spill
try not
everywhere.
to spill. There we go.
Cheers.
That was the lightest and mildest cheers because yesterday we spilled coffee doing it. So
we're ridiculous. Anyways, the one thing that I'm happy about today is I'm turning my wife into kind of a sneakerhead here. Yesterday, it was her birthday. We got her. These are velvet. This is it says anywhere, anytime on the back. It's the Valentine's Day Air Jordan. So she's really loving that, and that makes my life real easy because, hey, I can just get her some real nice shoes. We went out for dinner yesterday. Easy. We had practice. My kid had a breakaway, so it was a good. Nice. It was a good day yesterday, and thank you everybody for the well wishes on that one. Hey, it's still XLE. No, look, we talk about AI, and we could talk about more AI. But Neil just hammered that one. I'm going to go to another name here, Google. I just feel like if AI is going to be all the rage, Google has been raging to the downside. It's had a problem breaking through 125, right? Oh. So we had a nice top there of 126 in all of the rally movement. Uh-oh, that's the oil contract right there. What's up, crude? Hopefully we can go back to my screen if you get a second there, Fabian. That's okay. But what I want to talk about quickly was, while we get that figured out, is that if Nvidia couldn't, there it is, thanks guys. If Nvidia couldn't rally Google, which it did. I mean, Google had a nice move. Google's up 41% year to date. It's a great trade. I really like it. But look what's happening. You're developing a level up top here, and we could break lower. So I like this short here at 125. Anything up here if we can grab it. But you can see what's already happening. We're starting to go to the downside right now. So I actually have an offer. This is the very first trade I put in today. It's right up here at 123.90. So I'm just waiting to see if we can grab a short here into 124. If we're wrong, I'm going to be wrong at 125. I could see myself getting out early at 124.20, taking about a 30-cent hit or so, and then regrouping this trade. So we don't want to get railroaded early. I would love a pop up here for Google. If that does happen, this is the AI stock for me today. It'll be Google or it'll be Sofi. We really love Sofi down here. Watch out for 330 break possibly on Microsoft coming through. I don't know if we're going to get anywhere near there, but yesterday's 330.50 bottom. So that, that bounced off, 2 days, no, that's yesterday, 330 half bottom. So it's up today, which is strange because the market's down. Let's wait to see if Microsoft shows relative weakness or strength. But I like that 330. If Microsoft is strong against a weak market, meaning if Microsoft goes to flat, we'll be near that 330. And if the market is real red, possibly we look for strength play in Microsoft today down near 330. For me, I prefer a short Google 125. Not only that, it is on the sticky note today. So go check that out at Trader TV Sean. Plus, AI notes, watch list, Brendan.tradertv.live. Go check it out.
Guess what? Wait for it. There we go. More AI to come for Sofi. Here's a look at oil right now. Big pop to the upside on decent volume, but we'll talk about why it's, or how much it's down anyways, but can we grab that? There we go. Big green candle here right now on pretty heavy volume to the upside, still 2.5% for crude. Better part of 9% at the lows in 2 days for crude oil. I guess that was enough for Warren to be in there buying up another 4.6 million of Oxy late yesterday.
Yeah, now holds about a quarter of the outstanding shares, but making it very clear to questioners that he does not look to take control. But if we could have a look here at the chart, this $67 level on the CL contract is a very important level. We have not closed them below 67 in several years. Every time we get around there, the close is above it. So I'm keeping an eye on 67. If you go to the micro view here, if we go to the 1 minute, we just bounced off that 67 again at 67.03. So my eye plastered on 67 on CL.
Yeah, and all of these look like that, like multi-week, multi-month levels coming into play. If you remember, guys, we were talking about that story going back a couple months ago with that 70 level on Oxy, and every time it got down to 70, Buffett was in there buying it up. So here we go again.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear you say that you're fixated on that level. Your eyes are on that level. I wanted something a little bit more like you're the professor, Sharif. Like you got to step it up a little bit here, man. That's what I want to see. But you talk about 70 on Oxy, Brendan. I'll give you even any time you get under the 60 level. You pull up the daily chart of Oxy, and it is pretty obvious what's been sort of happening. We get below that 50-period moving average, and the stock breaks. And even when the stock gets anywhere near that 60 and holds underneath it for any amount of time, you generally have found out that Uncle Warren is buying more shares of this thing. Now, he doesn't want to own the whole thing, so he can't do it forever without that actually being untrue. So eventually he's going to, it's going to get to a point where he stops supporting the stock. Now, 55, somewhere in the middle here, that 55 level, maybe even a little bit lower than that, that's your Alamo. I just feel like when we showed Chevron's chart, it's at 150 right now. I think it's trading at 151. At least it was 10 minutes ago. So that's at the big price level. You got $3 to go on Oxy before you get to that massive 55 level. If we see that, I'd be looking for a long off of that level on Occidental. It's just when we were talking about Chevron, okay, well, if you're going to look at one of them on the daily, like what's at the key price level? I mean, 150 is a big round number. It's also been a gigantic support level on volume at 150. So I do feel like that's a level that could come into play before we see anything juicy on Oxy. But if for some reason Oxy makes that kind of a drop, 5-6%, I'd be looking at a 55 defense on Oxy at that particular price. Just feels like Chevron's getting there first.
Yeah, I mean, Brendan already nailed it right there, and Neil just talked about a couple names. I mean, everything at key levels right now because, quite frankly, that's where oil is. So I just feel like if you want to trade a name, great, trade those names, but you can also trade oil. Yeah. It's only $67, and most of us have access to a platform that allows us to trade futures. There's also various, just like Boyle is for nat gas, there are oil ETFs that you can get out there and trade. We talked about XLE. That's more in the energy space, but directly with oil, OIH, different ETFs that you can go ahead and trade. I mean, we can look. I mean, I can look at OIH if you want. That's just the U.S. oil right there. It is right there. Oil services actually. So just this is what oil looks like, and we're starting to make the move down and get again another 2.5%. Looking to be weak down here to $64. Is that? I mean, I was driving into work today, man. I saw gas at like $1.60 a liter. Like I feel like we got to chill out on the gas prices here. Someone's making money out here, and I'm the one paying it. So what are we gonna do? $66 here as a nice bottom for oil. I feel like you want to take a long, see if it holds. There's the low. We just put it in about 2 weeks ago at 63.64. So you're getting pretty close to that. I say you go long against that low, and hopefully China-U.S. relations simmer down. Hopefully the summer's a hot one. We get back into the AC. My wife told my kids today, she goes, everyone, air conditioning is going on today because it's going to be 32 degrees Celsius here in Toronto. So that's like 95 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to be, I think. Anyways, here in Toronto today or tomorrow. So it's going to be a big, big day. Let's see if the weather can help out oil. Here's OIH again, the same kind of a trade that we just looked at. It's not going to be heavy volume. There are better ETFs, but look at this. You're right at the bottom again. I mean, it's not rocket science here. If you want to pick up any of these names, you get a great opportunity. This is $250, so it's not going to be day traded. but you can find other ETFs out there. We'll find some for you on the show as well. But right down here, you know, this is what oil looks like. I don't think it's a dead resource by any stretch of the imagination. So I like to pick some up, but maybe not right now. Let's let it settle down, and we may breach that low that we made of 63.64.
All right, we're going to talk Chinese ADRs, but I wanted to show this real quick. Shout out to Bespoke Invest on Twitter. Great tweet, just highlighting the focus that has been on not only technology right now, but the focus that has been on AI. 8 out of 11 sectors in the S&P 500 below their 50-day moving average currently. Just 2 to the upside. Can we show that quickly? Wait for it. There we go.
Hey.
So 8 out of 11 S&P sectors below their 50-day moving average currently. Tech down here, 10% above its 50-day moving average. So just highlighting the fact that, I mean, this move, or a bigger part of this move in general,
Absolutely.
with the overall market, focused on AI and focused on tech.
And I gave Neil a very similar tidbit earlier today. I said if you remove the big 7 out of the S&P, the big 6 plus Nvidia, they're up S&P's up 1% year to date. It's up 13 something right now.
So that could be a problem down the road, but we'll keep an eye on it. Let's talk, as we said, Chinese ADRs. A couple of things of note here. First off, found this kind of interesting today. U.S. long-only investment funds sold $6 billion in Chinese ADRs so far this year. So we've highlighted on this show extensively how weak these have been over the past couple of months. Baidu launching a $145 million venture capital fund focused on, AI.
Yeah, surprise there. No, we have Jamie Dimon. I mentioned this at the top of the show. He's there. He's trying to kind of cool things down. He's like, we rely far too much on each other to have these kind of aggressive positions, decoupling, friend-shoring, onshoring, whatever type of shoring you want. He doesn't want to hear that. He doesn't think that it's, going to help the relationship. So they're out there doing damage control.
2 days in a row, we get economic data out of China as well that missed estimates. Factory orders a little bit lower than expected, but here's most of these. Anyways, Baba with a bit of a bounce here after what happened yesterday.
I don't feel so. Baba to me might not be the one if you're looking red. And speaking of Jeremy Diamond, our good friend Jamie Diamond, of course.
Brother, yeah.
Brother Jamie. It's not the first time he's done damage control when it comes to. I know he's talking about like they got to do damage control and watch what they say. It's like, okay, yeah. What did you say a few years back? But he's right about that because we're too intertwined and it matters and yada yada stuff. And some of the comments that you get with what they're saying with Elon should run for president and loving him, there's a political tone to that too, right? Because Elon, not always the favorite of the U.S. government, so you're kind of sticking it to them, befriending him as well. So you always get this tit for tat. But if we're talking about the stocks here, you're going to tell, the charts have told us, I mean, that stat about all that selling going on by U.S. firms of the Chinese ADRs. I mean, come on, the charts have been telling us that for a little bit here. Some heavy selling. PDD was a monster. It was a 22 for last year. This was an absolute beast of a stock. Like it was one of the strongest ones. As a trader, used to trade on this floor, opened his own office. Every single time I would open my mouth about Alibaba to him and how frustrating it was, he's like, Pinduoduo was better. And he just kept saying that to me over and over again, and he was right till about March. And then this stock got just absolutely quadrupled yesterday. I love the setup for this short. You can talk about, golden crosses in the reverse there as well, death crosses, and that kind of happened here, but this went up after its death cross. What I care is that you just rejected the 200, and now you're under the 50 again. That is a pretty weak break. If you don't hold 68.25 here, to me, I need to be short this and give it a chance at that 68.25. I always want to be short on the backside of the trade. That's the ideal for me. That means if it comes up testing 68.25, that's where the 50 period is on the daily. If it tests this level, I want to be shorted on the way back down, not trying to stand in front of the moving freight train. It's easier said than done. And I'm going to give you the example of yesterday because it said the same thing yesterday with Coinbase, that I wanted to be short as it approached this resistance level. I still ended up short on the front end and stopped out. and then had to jump in a second time and get the back end to make the money back on the initial short. I'm thinking the same thing in Pinduo, 68.25. It's about patience. If it ramps up into that level, you see Bob is up today, you might have to be patient going into it. Maybe you wet the beak, get some at the even level, but I don't want to be all in until I see it starting to reject that resistance level, because I feel like it could go at least $1 to $2. And if the floodgates open up on Pinduo Duo, that's a pretty big gap. I mean, if you're short into it already at 68 when 67 breaks, I mean, how far could this thing go? You could easily see 10% just on that flat bottom break alone. So I'll be there on this offer this morning at the open. But if it breaks the top, I am willing to make a top wick on it. I got to have an out.
Flat bottom breaks, boots with the fur.
The whole club was looking at her.
The whole stock market is looking at PDD.
Probably not, though.
Probably not, though. No, so someone in the chat, and I don't know, I missed who it was because I started looking it up and trying to find some data and everything like that. But you mentioned, as I'm looking for you right now, oh, there it is right now. What's up to DJK right here? DJK. Chinese stocks have become very, very cheap. I don't know if I would do the double very in there, but I feel like you are right, DJK. I mean, I feel that Alibaba here at a 20 PE, when we're talking about names that A, are ripping and don't even have a PE because they have no earnings, and also names that are really overextended, like potentially names that we've talked about, Nvidias of the world, Amazons of the world, so on and so forth. We'll wait to see here about this Alibaba PE of only 20. I like it. The fact that we're down here, performance year to date down 11%, performance over the year down 17% for Alibaba. I know it's a Chinese ADR. A lot of us won't put our money to work. Oh yeah, by the way, someone said there's no way 32 is 90. You're right, it's not. So right in Toronto, 32 is just what it's going to be. It's going to feel like probably 37 or 38.
Oh, it's going to feel like way more.
So if we put that there, what it's going to feel like in Canada, in Toronto over the next couple of days, that's what we're dealing with. So shout out to everybody that's here. Stay hydrated. Part of Hydration Nation. We haven't done that in a while. But right now, there's Alibaba. I like it. It's up today. So I feel like if we're going to look at what happened yesterday to Alibaba, maybe this bottom of 78. We talked about a short through 80 yesterday. How clean was that? This is why I was so upset in the morning. Alibaba based out, then tanked. We wrote down on the sticky note yesterday 80 short. And once it hit, it just went down straight $2. But it still bounced off 78, which I like, and now today we're up. Let's look to get long on Alibaba down there at 78. But shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Thank you for keeping us real and giving me that idea that maybe we are a little too cheap on some of these names. But I do like that PDD play because of earnings and now filling the gap back down. So let's wait to see what happens here. I'm excited. It's going to be another big day. It's 9:22, and we've got Tesla next.
The highly shorted stocks that went nuts yesterday for no apparent reason. Not much to know outside of what we discussed on the Elon front in China, but a very significant level developing here. Once, twice, we got tested yesterday, that 198, which was that high. Going back to the end of last week, I mean, it ended up being kind of a choppy day, really nothing happening for Tesla, but we're sitting right above that.
Yeah, and it's not all flattery and feasts, as this article would have you think. He's actually meeting with the foreign commerce and industry ministers of China, so there's actually work getting done.
Is there a trade, though, around this 198 here today for Tesla?
Well, I don't know what trade you're going to put on there. I think Sean just went up to, maybe refresh that coffee because it's getting cold already. No, just kidding. It's hot enough to heat up the coffee in here. That's the first thing, Brendan. We got to do something about the heat because I complain when the AC goes on here. It gets too cold, but like right now, I'm literally boiling in here. But that 198, it's the level. When resistance turns into support and you see it hold once, you look for it to hold again. Now, ideally, I'm telling you, sometimes as a trader, you're like, oh, if this level breaks, you've got $5 of downside. That sets it up pretty nicely for some weakness. I understand that 100%. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but it's support until it's not. And if we move to the upside, I would be thinking about just 202 and both that 204. I don't like that level because typically if Tesla gets close enough a second time to that next $5, it gets there. So I think if it breaks 202, I think you'd be waiting for 05 to play a short. The play I like in the EV space, and I'm going to go back to them again after yesterday, is going to be Rivian, still on the NASDAQ, Neil, is going to be Rivian. And Rivian was just an awesome short. If Tesla breaks down, I don't see Rivian holding up. So if Tesla breaks 198 and all of a sudden that support is gone, I'm expecting Rivian to be another good short, whether that's off the 15 level we can take, tight to that level, or we're waiting for any kind of a crazy pop that gets us back to 1580. So I think Tesla's got one level you can go long. Underneath that, there's plenty of room, and you're looking at 92, 93 for the next support. I'm not really looking to buy Rivian on dips. This is one I'd be favoring for the fade trade. And I'll just throw it out there in case, on the back of my mind, as far down as NEO is, pretty much, why is that still Rivian? Pretty much every single even dollar level, if this breaks the low, like this is a flat bottom break on the daily here at 730. It's kind of a random price. I'd look at 7 even. If there's a massive bid there, I'll try to scalp it. $6, like, you know, in the next days and weeks. And this stock is going to get to a price that people are going to want to line up and take some shots at it. It's going to be an intriguing shot play. But for now, this is just downward trending, unfortunately, for NEO. And I wouldn't go long unless I see a monster bid. So those are the 3 EV names I'll be looking at. But in order, it's got to be one level on Tesla. And then Rivian, I want 2 levels short, 15 and 1580.
All right, yeah, I mean, I'm only looking at Tesla. I'm trying to be a little focused today, but I do think Rivian, NEO, and all that, we've added it to the sticky note. We talked about this yesterday, and it was a pretty simple trade. Here's the chart right now from the sticky note, so go find it at Trader TV. Sean, I added it here. We had it for $2 yesterday off that 198. There it is there. There it is there again. We actually had this bid there, which was really great. The market wasn't doing this, but Tesla was. So now this morning, this is from this morning, so let's just get off of that right now and look at what Tesla's doing now. I just looked at Alibaba. We just had the imbalances come out, so we're gonna try to run this quick. We only have 4 minutes till the market opens, but yeah, not doing anything into whatever. I don't think any imbalance came out for Tesla, but there's 198.50. We've already supported that in the pre-market, so let's just see if Tesla holds. There's that 198. Good developed bottom right there. Good not great volume near there, but we did have some big sell candles heading into that. Then it's big sell, supported, move up. That's it. It's simple. These are the trades. I was actually talking with Brad the other day. It's like you look back at some of these trades and they're just so obvious, but in the moment, it's like, I mean, at least I had this one yesterday, but that's what we're trying to do better, is figure out in the moment ideas, make sure that we trust the notes that we write down here. So we're already bidding Tesla 198 and we're offering Google 123.90. So let's just see what Google did. I want to look at the imbalances quickly. So Google, there it is. Move to the downside, and then we're just going to go back over to the desk. But yeah, nothing really hitting there. Palantir, a sell. We talked about maybe not getting back to 15 for a while. Thank you, Kathy Wood. Anybody that has puts, we may not get back to 15 for a bit. And then Amazon off 122 is interesting to me as well. This is a tricky name because it always throws me for a loop. It's like Amazon, it's so violent, I find, that I love it, but we got to wait for levels. I mean, I'm tired of saying that, but it's true. So,
hold on, leave that up for a second.
Yeah, go. What do you want to talk about?
What is the name of the stock Randy whispered to us when he brought us the coffee?
Yeah, because it must be something going, oh, but look at this. It's
Faraday Future. It's a penny stock, but like, when was the last time we even said anything about FFIE Faraday? And he randomly hands the coffee and says FFIE, and then it's on the imbalance locator to the buy side. I see what's up, Randy. So Randy's the one buying a couple 100,000 at open on Faraday. I'm joking. I'm assuming he isn't. But no. Some squeeze names to get through before the open here.
$309,000. I was just reading about that, actually, guys. There was a story on that FFIE little penny stock Faraday Future. They launched something called the FF91 2.0 Futurist vehicle, which is priced at $309,000. So that'll maybe change its penny stock status if it starts to sell a couple of those for FFIE. Let's talk about these highly shorted names once again, because what a move. I just had a look at UPST. Ever since earnings, this thing has just been on a mission from 13 up to almost 30 at the highs there yesterday. We're gapping down a little bit today, but Upstart, Carvana, both 16% on the day yesterday. This 35% short. CVNA, depending on where you look, somewhere in the neighborhood of 50% short. So no real news, but highly shorted stocks getting some attention.
14, the level for me here on CVNA. We couldn't take it out yesterday. We tried. We wicked above almost a 10, rejected that. To the downside, I'm looking for a 1250 balance on CVNA. Otherwise, I'm not going to get involved in the stock.
Absolutely monstrous to start the week on Tuesday for both of those. We'll see if we can't get a little bit of follow through back to the upside here for Carvana and for Upstart. The rundown, guys, as always, brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show and a lot of people on the floor as well. Check them out, see what's moving in the moment. Bottom right corner right now, use that QR code, TraderTV20. Michael Noss is going to be back on the show Friday morning. He's going to tell you a little bit about the test drive that's coming up in a couple of weeks. Countdown is on. Let's go over to Miss Katrine.
Open. But one last thing on Upstart there. That 30 level on the daily, man. If we break 30, got to have a look at that. It's at 29 right now. 35% short interest. You want to respect it. C3AI is making a small move to the upside. I'm saying small move because it's really not that big. We're looking at that one maybe for 44 level, but nothing big just yet. 44 and 50, I'd be looking to fade that. Nvidia making an early bounce here. Watch out for 400 and then 405 for Nvidia.
Okay, in the monster move of the day right now, Tesla, first of all, is at 202. What? Tesla right now? Absolute monster for Tesla. Also, what? Like, what
How
is
is Pinduoduo already down?
The
$2?
market is, Pinduoduo is down, okay, because right now we are Rip City here from what I can see. So we're going to go short Apple right now against 178. If you could... if you guys could switch to me at some point here, Brad, that'd be great. There's 178 right now, so watch out for that. Big level coming through on Apple. Yeah, I don't know. This market's ripping. Was not expecting it. Also, Neil, Tesla going to the upside. I'm hearing a lot of wows over there. What's up?
No, it is what it is. Like I was just frustrated over Pinduoduo because it didn't let you into the short. Moving to the upside right now, Coinbase, I still like it at 63. The 60 level is being tested. I don't want to rush into that. I just said quickly watch out for Nvidia. If it gets to that 400 or 405 level, it's making an early push, maybe to that 400. So I suppose when being patient, this is what it's at. Like AI is already getting crushed. That didn't set up for the short that I wanted at 44. Wanted short here, went to 42. That wasn't quite in the pocket for the sell side position just yet. But yeah, the market does look like it was trying to make that move to the upside. Remember Alphabet though, not much. It bounced off 122, so it held that support level, very slowly creeping up off 123. So nothing's really setting up too strongly just yet, but it's only a matter of time, I feel. Nvidia's getting there.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong on any of this stuff, man. The market is really trying to break right now, and it's actually breaking quite nicely to the high side right now. Looking at, I think the key level here, 14.4. We talked about that yesterday. It's all the way up here. Let's see if we get to that 14.389, the top. Let's see if we get to there. But right now we're in fade mode, as that's what I want to do. I want to fade this. So let's continue to do that. We're fading this Apple play. Another short that we like. First of all, let's just check back Sofi. Why am I not long? Oh my God, it went to 610. Okay, whatever. I was at 605. I'm not even close to that one, so we'll pass on that. Let's just check out what Alibaba's doing here. Still short Apple. Alibaba breaking a little bit lower. Okay, there we go. That's good. Hopefully everything can fall with this. Google as well was another name that we wanted to look short. It's 9:32. I'm getting anxious, but we're already in a position, so we can chill. Google, nice move. We're still waiting for a little bit higher on this. So it's just Apple right now that we're in 177.70. I like it to the sell side. Let's see if Apple will work here. 177.70 is where we're short. So right now, 20 cents in. We'll put a little bid, take a piece out, but we want to hold this. I think the market goes lower today.
Yeah, I'm still sort of feeling that. By the way, Nvidia does not get to 400. Looks like it just made a curl at 98. Still want to be patient. 97, that's not really enough. I want to see it tighter to that 400 level. I'm just looking at Meta. Meta is already relatively weak, down 1% into a quarter market. A third to the downside on the NASDAQ, and it's made its break of yesterday's low and just sits underneath it. So this one is already set up for its flat bottom break. I would have liked to see it test higher, but 261 looks like an executable level for me on that. By the way, AI is now taking out 40. I think the 40 level can be a bit of a barrier. I was going to short to 44, but it's now at 39. So I'm looking at that 40 level on any kind of a pop. I'm looking shorts today on C3AI. I know some people like that long. But there's a 260 break on Meta. Looks like we're going to get involved in that one as well.
All right, Tesla is fading pretty hard right now. What's up with Tesla? Yeah, wow, 190. We just dropped to one. I did not get that long. We're right here at 198 and change on Tesla. What's up, Brendan?
There seem to be on some comments from Speaker McCarthy saying he plans to create a commission on overall spending once this bill gets passed.
Yes, I'm
they also came out and said that this vote that's coming up later today is going to be earlier than previously thought at 7:15 p.m. tonight. That's from a tweet, guys. So coming through after the close, obviously, 7:15 we'll get that vote.
Like it's like 100 degrees in here right now, by the way. Wow, that came right down. We were at 198.05, guys. It came down to 198.16. And by the way, the only trade that we had on so far is Apple. And yeah, it's not great. And we just got taken out of that one. So we'll have to wait to see there on Apple. Nice move to the upside. But again, very, very light trading on this. Let's see if it takes 178 again. I don't mind it if it does. We'll see if that does come through here. For Apple, again, 178 downside. Let's just see, did Google do anything? Oops, GOOGL. This is the one that we're, 123. Okay, so maybe we're baselining now, but the market's up. So, we're wrong so far on the shorts here today. Market upside, pretty good, but still down, but a nice upside move. As if Apple just just took our lunch there, man.
The ES just hit 4,200 and made a bit of a right-hand turn there, so it's coming back in the downside. I think the shorts are still going to be good. I'm watching that AI because it's all over the place for me, but getting that 60 short on Meta when that's set up for its flat bottom break, I just got some out 59.5. This feels like it's going to be a good one. It's just this and AI, and for both of them, you had to look at it making the flat bottom break because you didn't get that short pop area that I wanted. So I'm into AI. Off of that pre-market low. So let's see what happens. If it breaks 39 here, oh, come on. It just bounced right off the bid at 39. I was just sitting right in front of it. So if we break 39 here, I'll get one out, and then we'll look to see how far this one can get to the downside. Nvidia, still not really setting up for me. Oh, yeah, Upstart. That was the other one, the other squeeze name I wanted to look at. Upstart never got to 30, got to 29 even. I think it's worth a shot if we get to the 30 level for a break, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be strong enough for that at this moment.
We are just in the money nicely here on Amazon, but then it kind of faded out a little bit. So let's just wait to see what happens here with Amazon. We are now short Amazon. We re-shorted Apple. They took our lunch there to the top side of 178, and I just feel like that was... We didn't want to hold it because we had this happen yesterday morning. We went all the way to 179. So we lost on that. Here comes Apple pulling back just a little bit. So that's going to be so far so good here with Apple. But let's just wait to see. And Amazon is the one that's working for us nicely as well, as Amazon's finally pulling down a little bit here too. So Amazon, let's take this, man. We're 20 cents. Ooh. Like, see what I mean about how violent that is? That was just down to there in the 70s. We were 30 cents in the money. We put out a bid and we don't even get it. So there it is, but we get it right now. So let's go bang on this one, as Amazon has been a great trade. A great trade for us here today. So Amazon downside, well, so far 1 for 1. We'll wait to see where it goes. Amazon trying to make lower right now. More news from Brendo.
A few people mentioning this one. LL in New York up big time, 30% or better part of 30%, bit of a pullback. There's a buyout offer on this, just be aware, 576 for this one. LL just below that, 530 right now.
That was a small deal. I want to say it was like couple $100 million on the market cap there, but it was just an offer. It wasn't a confirmed deal. It was they already own like 9.4%, and they're looking to maybe up that. So Rivian tested 15. There's the first test at 15 right at the open. It's making a secondary push here. Now resistance yesterday was at 15.05. That's kind of where it made that curl. So I want to respect that. But this is the time when you try to get on the back end of a trade here. Oh my goodness, don't give me a break. Oh no, I know I processed my shorts Rivian. I swear.
That's frustrating.
That's frustrating because I probably just did not hit accept, which means I'm going to have to go and process them. I'll try to get those. Just an update on AI. It's through 39, now at 38.5. It just bounced a little bit off of 38 even, so I'll probably put a bid down at the next level. We'll go for that 38, and then from there, it's 35.50 to 36. So the short in AI continuing to work at this point. Meta bounced off 259 even. We already took one scalp trade. It's about ringing the register early. But the shorts have played, even with the market, not really picking a direction. Tight range on the ES, the NASDAQ actually trying to still head up a little bit.
Yeah, we're breaking the top right now on the NASDAQ. It just broke the top of the day. So I don't know, man. We went back. I mean, first of all, Amazon has been a banger. I mean, Amazon's working despite what this market is doing. So we want to try to hold on to that one. But, you know, in what took my lunch, might take my dinner. I should have took my breakfast first. But yeah, breakfast. I should have took my breakfast. But it is, of course, this name right here, Apple. Once again, I'm just going to watch out for that one. I just don't believe this move, but believe it or not, it's happening. So who am I to not believe this?
Or that George is not home.
What was that a Seinfeld thing?
Believe it or not.
I'm not at my home. Leave a message after the tone. But right now, there it goes, man. Apple is. The only message it's leaving me is a kick in the face right now. As there it is, one more short. We're giving this to 178.25. So that's Apple. It's making a move higher, as is the market. Was not expecting it, but this is what the market does. Look at Amazon, man. Nice move to the downside. Let's just punch out some here. Ooh, we missed it. We tried to put a bid at 40 there. See that? It was just at 44. There it is. Give me a fill lower here. There it is. Good fill. Let's just see what happens now with Amazon. Hopefully, oh no, we didn't get. Yeah, we did. Hopefully, we get a fill down there on Amazon. But for right now, it's looking a little sketchy.
Yeah, we're right back up to pre-market highs. Like, it's just this market, like you said, it's trying to pick a direction, and that direction just might be to the upside. So I got the initial short in Meta, and then just got. Oh my goodness, I just misplaced my stop.
Holy.
I'm getting right back in. Oh, no, you know what? I'm not going to get back in. It's going to break that high anyway. So I misplaced the stop on Meta, trying to give it to this pre-market level here at 261.40. But no point punching back in because it's through it. I would have been stopped out anyways on that reload. So adhere to your stop there. It looked like it was going to be that nice little trend down short, but now you're just racing to the upside. I did eventually get Rivian. We're going to go to Breno in a quick second here, but I did get that Rivian 1490, paid for the locates, giving it to yesterday's high. I'll only add to this if I see a failure up here closer to 15 and add on the way back down. And even C3 AI. That was just cruising. Now you're catching a little bit of a bid. So got to watch that 40 level. If we reject 40 again, I could look to get back into the shares that we took off and see if we can trend down. But this market wants to go up here today, so it's going to be a challenge. Brendo?
A bit of a flush out of the gate for Amazon shares. There was this note that came out right at the open this morning from CNBC suggesting workers going to walk out over a lack of trust in leadership. Back to the upside now, though, guys, for Amazon.
Yeah, and Amazon just ripped up again, so we actually wind up losing on that note. Okay, there's Amazon. So again, take the short, goes right back into a level there of 50. So okay. We learned our lesson yesterday. Let's try to stay focused here today on everything. So there's Amazon. Nice move to the upside. That's an L right there. Took some outs early, but then averaged it back in, and then just let it go back up to the upside, and now taking out some big levels upside right now.
Holy intel.
Okay, Amazon. I mean, when there's news related around some of these things, it is best sometimes to stay away from it. So maybe we'll do that. 123 AMD. Look at Amazon. Wow. Like that. I mean, we didn't know that story. I don't think that would have really affected anything. If anything, I might have thought about it being short. Okay, so, which we did have anyway. So that's 123.50 high there for AMD. I mean, this market is turning, man, like on a dime right now. Just heading to the north side. It looked like a pretty south day. We had a lot of shorts written down on the sticky note, but unfortunately didn't really execute anything other than Apple right now that we have the short. Let's see if this one wants to play nice. We're trying to bounce right now off of 14.4. Bounce, I mean down to the downside, bounce off of it, retracing back down. We got to 14.395. We sort of thought this was a potential today. We talked about this high, so there it is right there. Let's just check out Tesla. I cannot believe we missed Tesla by 10 cents.
Ooh.
We were at 198.05, 198.16 filled. That sucks. So that's, again, another Sticky Note Nation name. Shout out.
You bid 16, haha.
To everybody on that. What did you bid?
No,
I bid 98.05.
No, I wasn't resting on the bid. I was going to say 16 and went to. I'm like, that's another popular number that people like to use oftentimes. If you're short, things are running stops. So I got stopped out of Meta on the re-entry. I did not get a re-entry into C3 AI. I'd like to break down here, but I told you I'm giving it to that previous pre-market low. There's my out. Hard stop. The short was working, didn't even get a chance for a curl or reload. It just blew right through it and then back into the upside. So the only thing I got left on is that Rivian, which is still on the NASDAQ until they decide to move it. It's holding beneath that 15 even, so the last of the shorts at least is setting up. Nvidia. So a bit of a missed opportunity for me, Nvidia. I'm going to be frustrated here, but Nvidia went to, what number do you think? There's the 400
Yeah, I already
break.
saw it.
It just barely got above and then faded there. So maybe there's a chance at this again in a strong market to play off this level 400 to the south side. That's still in play, Brendo.
More comments coming through here from Speaker McCarthy, guys, saying the debt ceiling bill will become law. So he seems pretty confident. I just saw this as well. Block 2.7 straight to the upside. Took out 60 off the open there. Not finding anything yet on this, but SQ on the move.
So three things very quickly. First thing, wow, Intel, wow, Affirm. Good thing I'm not shorting those two things today. The second thing, someone just mentioned Ryan Leaf in the chat.
Ryan Leaf.
Yeah, like what does Ryan Leaf have to do with anything that we just said? That's just, it's stuck in my head. Rivian's starting to work. I'm going to get some out in the first 10 cents here. If I'm giving it to just past 15, it'll make sense to at least get 10% out at that level. Intel super strong, up 1% already, and it's broke 30. I'm going to go back to Brennan in a second, but I got to point out on the daily chart, it's not loading up here, but 30.50, that is a big level. It's also the 50-period moving average at 30.50 on Intel. Brendo?
Quickly here, getting the Chicago PMI number coming through here at 9:45. So in 2 seconds, we'll get this 47.2. Downside 40.4 on that print versus 47.2. Jolt's number coming up at 10 as well, guys.
Oh, that
Maybe it'll give this market a jolt.
That was too easy. The market's been jolting though, Neil. Is that a word? I don't know. We didn't think squoze was a word. Already this morning.
Oh, it's a word.
If it's not a word, it sort of is now. Yeah, shout out. I mean, that's not the word of the jolting. No, that's not the word of the day. Okay, so Tesla right now still making that move higher as well, up to 203. Like you want to talk about pump it? Yeah, Tesla is pumping it, and just to miss that $5 winner. That's like my whole morning right now just by missing that trade, so that sucks. So that's okay.
Wow,
we'll wait
Nvidia.
Yeah, Nvidia, AMD as well. Everything's trying to go a little bit
I should have just
right
taken
now.
the break long.
Yeah, Nvidia just broke 4 bills. Is that what you're talking about?
Like yesterday,
Yeah.
yesterday the one trade in Nvidia was when it did like a similar thing, consolidation, and broke the top. Today I'm thinking short. I go short in front of it. Look how this did not last very long. I'm not even sure you'd see this on the position board because it was so quick here. Just watch Nvidia. Come to my chart, guys. It was just like blow right through. I was short. I was out. It's making that breakout. 405, 0506 is probably the resistance level you want to look at because that's the trillion mark. That's also where we stalled out a little bit yesterday. These wicks are ridiculous. But that's 405, 406 area. If we get there, that's the next level up. You know, oddly enough, I should have just gone long, as I said. The only trade I got on right now, which makes sense, is the only one that's working. That's Rivian off that 15 level. So that's back down to the 1480 beneath VWAP. I'm going to get some out in the 70s next year, but I had to start getting a piece out. The market is strong. This is looking like it wants to buck that trend, but it's the only shot. It's the only short that worked. Like initially, AI and Meta worked, and then instantly reversed on me there. Thankfully did not reload C3AI because that one is on an absolute collision course. 44, the next big level up. It's a pure squeeze play at this point. Maybe Upstart's going to give us that 30 after all, but as I look at this one, it's still on its pullback. 30 is a breakout for me on Upstart if you can get there, but the one stock that's not going is the one I wanted to break out long, seriously.
Yeah, I have the same sort of problem here with Apple not trying to go anywhere for me here. And in fact, it's about to stop out. It looks like as Apple just continues to march higher right now. So yeah, it looks like we're going to be wrong on some of these plays here on the short side today. Short Amazon wrong, short Apple temporarily wrong, and about to get stopped out here if we break through 30. So again, it's only a 30-cent hit. That's fine. There it is, stopped out. You know, well within the means there of that trade, but I still think it's a short. So I don't know. You know, this market just ripping through 14.4 right now. So better to get out of the way better to get out of these shorts and wait for things to calm down because honestly, we were looking long. And the only name that we talked about long was Tesla, which is already embarrassingly missed by 10 cents. That's I don't know if I'm ever going to live. I mean, I'll live it down at some point.
Only price, you were right.
What did he say?
No, he said should have gone long with SoFi. Look, the $6 level.
I was just looking at that.
It didn't. The $6 level to me didn't present the long yesterday. We kind of went over that. Today, you're gapped above it, and it gave a reasonable enough dip. There's no question about it. Like, should be long it, yes, because that's enough of a dip that if you like the long at 6, and you know where I was looking at the open, it was C3AI, it was Nvidia, it was Meta, it was Upstart, to an extent Palantir, just everything but SoFi, and now this is. I don't see an entry up here. He needs to calm down, give us a consolidation. Maybe you can look back at that 650. So, I'll be in Rivian and that's working. I'll try to get some more out of this as the market does seem to want to be headed up. This is back toward the pre-market lows. And as I see that, it actually just bounced off the pre-market lows. So a little bit of a bounce off the pre-market lows. So we're going to ring the register again on this. It's the only short that works. It's the only short I'm in. But hey, it's not the only thing out there. Yeah, I see you, CRM. They report tonight. 222 is a monster level on the daily on CRM, Salesforce here. There is 222 on the daily chart. Next stop, if it were to break that, is like $240. So it's in the midst of a break of that level. You need to see volume above because this is overextended right now. So instead of looking at taking a breakout on a stock like this, either look for a consolidation at 220, maybe 221, get yourself a better price because you're not wrong necessarily until it gives some kind of a pullback. But this is worth monitoring, guys. So that's interesting. DJ Neo with a 52-week low. Oh my god.
NIO, oh my god.
See, it's so weak. Like, what's the point of pointing out how weak this chart was to then short things that were not it?
Yeah, I'm ready
Yeah.
for that. It sucks, right? Because this is exactly what we're doing.
Could have just shorted this stock.
Yeah, there's lots of. That's what I'm saying. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Like every day, man. This is the problem. I'll keep my
Watch out
Tesla
for
there at
pounds here.
198. I don't know if that's going to ever fill, but we'll try that right now. There's Sofi. Here's Google. We try short again. We just got taken out at the high break, but let's just try. There it comes again. We're just going to try to gain 60 right now. We wanted the short. I'm just a little bit dumbfounded by this market going to the upside, but hey, why? Like we've been going to the upside this whole time, and so no surprise there. It's just we're at a key level right now, and I already
Meta
feel
too.
I don't feel bad. It's just. 14.4, like, we got out of Apple. That's kind of ripping to the high side right now. So Google was just down into the, 43 there or something. And I was like, oh, okay, this is working out. And then it just rips back up. So I don't know, man. Let's just wait. We do have a couple, what time is it right now? It's 9:50. So I think we have that number at, did we have a number at 10, I believe? Anyways, something coming out here just to look at this watch list that we fed out. Yeah, the jolts, right. So we already had PMI. We're going to have jolts coming out at 10. So that could be a nice job number, then no Fed until 12. So hopefully we can get, oh, there it is. We got an out there at Google 46. Hopefully this can continue to fall. We'll have a little better luck here.
Nvidia is back underneath 400. I don't know if that one's setting up, but Meta's starting to get curl-ish up here. So I was looking for short, obviously, on Meta. You can see downward trend on every single pop. It's giving a nice little consolidation off the high here. And if you look at where the NASDAQ is sitting here, let's just kind of look at the bigger picture. You have seen, like all yesterday and kind of going into previous levels, that 14.5 has been a problem. So you're at 14.4 now. This would be that zone where if you're looking for shorts, you're entered into an area where you know you're going to be wrong. So I see that on Meta. I'm going to wet the beak. Nvidia 400 is going to be a level as well, but I feel like until it starts respecting it, I got to get rid of that wick on Nvidia. Until it actually starts respecting this level, I got to respect what's above it, which is 403. I don't want to put up $5 on Nvidia because I need to be sure that I'm making 10 and the market feels a little bit strong for that. So let's see the next little push up and I'll try and short into that, but I'm willing to go into Meta right now as we go to Brennan.
Faraday FFIE straight southbound since the open, guys, now down almost 4% on heavy volume. This might be why. This is the car. I mean, this is my opinion, but everyone has their own. This is the car they just launched that is $300,000.
$300,000?
Yeah, man. I was able to get it for $290. So I don't know. I mean, there is some price negotiation. So
You
yeah.
got $290 on that?
I got $290. I got it for $290. I mean, you put out the stink bid, you get filled.
Oh man, the Italians know how to negotiate.
Yeah, exactly.
Brother.
That was all about negotiation right there.
$300,000.
Yeah, but you can save 10K on that if you wanted to. But yeah,
I'm sure it looks great on the
inside. Powered by Mullen, FFIE. But no, we'll wait to see what happens with that stock.
Mullen to the moon.
Mullen to the moon. Yeah. What? Okay, we'll check out Mullen. We have to check out Mullen now because.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
No, that was a joke, guys. I just.
Really, you don't think Mullen's mooning anytime soon? Okay, so right now here's a pullback in Google. Let's wait to see if anything else wants to help it out. We did get stopped out high a day, but we're now up quite nicely on it. Position, of course, pending, but we're getting some out now. We're out of almost 40% of this name, so hopefully it continues to work out for us. And I say hopefully, but I feel pretty good about it on this move down 123.60. We liked it early, so let's see if we like it late. And that is, of course, not our friend today, Google, but it is a friend of ours. Generally speaking. So today, all good. A name that's okay. I was hoping it was more near 60 bucks, but Shopify. We looked at Shopify a couple times here, obviously on the show, and with good, with good success. But at the same time, Shopify is kind of tricky to trade. But look at this, 59 bucks. Nice little level right there forming. You're down to 58.60. Maybe we take out VWAP. We're kind of just bouncing off of it right now. So if the futures do pull back, we have some good little levels here in Shopify. Look at yesterday here for that name. Again, 59. This is why I was hoping we'd be a little closer to 60. But yeah, 59 right here. Bottom, 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 tops. So this could be a good trade here. 59 for Shopify, sorry, as it continues to make a move down. So a little missed opportunity on that one. But I'm not missing this opportunity to get some more out on Google. Google's fading. Give me that 16. Yes, yes, sir. Right there. Good trade there on the short for Google. Let's see if we get some more fills down there near 123. I still think we can get back into this area. 122.80, kind of where we consolidated off the top, but we'll put another bid at 123 anyways. See if we get another low bid, but there it is, man. Good trade here for me. We'll put a decent amount at 07. There it is, yes. So we're taking that out. Good trade there for Google. Let's just see if it wants to work back into the 80s, and here it goes.
Alert to Tesla. Tesla's back under that 200, so you can see that. I saw people in the chat talking about it. I pulled it up. I saw it's under 200, so 198 could come into play. Couple of things first. Let's go Flush City. I want 14.5 on Rivian. That's yesterday's low. If it breaks that, we're going to hold on at that point and see what happens. But if it pops up, I would look for a lower high underneath VWAP. As I mentioned, I just got into Meta. So reload time on Meta underneath that 263 level. I would like a better price here. So if it gets up there, I'll reserve some room for that 263 level, the actual level. And my goodness, SoFi. Okay, so 680 now on SoFi. It's up 13%. It's always tricky when it's like, how far do you want to chase a move when it looks like this? Because it's not just today. I mean, this was $5 a couple of sessions ago. So we're looking at a $7 level. If it's ridiculous, I suppose I'd try scalping it, but a 7 break could also be in play for us. Sometimes you grit your teeth and look for the breakout play there. But I'm not going to auto breakout. I'm just going to look at that level. Let's see how much interest is around it. Let it trade at that price. But catching a dip buy doesn't seem like it's going to happen here on SoFi. Brendo?
Wow. Another one of these little low float, highly shorted names on the run here. NanoX Imaging, NNOX, just took out day highs there on a big time volume spike, up 13% for this one.
All right, we got some more. Lots of names moving around. We just covered some more Google there at 123 flat. So we have a couple fills here, both one's at 01, one's at 02. What's up, man? Thank you so much for all the super chats. This means a hell of a lot to Neil, myself, and everybody here at Trader TV Live. So here we go again. Let's address this super chat. Thank you so much. If you hit the like and subscribe, it does help your portfolio. Now that's not really proven, but it is something that I've been studying.
It's a strong theory.
And yeah, so far it is very accurate on that. So thank you, Super Frites, for that one. And what's up to Addy Stacks? Where would you come in on Nvidia? Okay, good. Good question there. Neil's looked at Nvidia a little bit this morning. I haven't, but I like that 400 level, obviously, there on Nvidia, and that's what you're talking about. So where would we come in on it? If you could just,
I almost want to be
just double check what that means. Like, 394 right here. Oh, man, we have that bad
what
wick.
direction do they mean?
Yeah, so I would say if you're waiting for it to come in, generally that means come back in, like, to the downside. So I would like 394, 393, yesterday's bottom right there. And then if you like a top, we just wicked right there. So whenever you make a wick top like that, I like to think that, and again, decent, you can't see the volume, but it's decent right there. Let me just do this right there. So it's just kind of an average volume candle, but right into here is a great short against that. So I'd say short 402 against 403. And then anything down here, we've already bounced off 394 a couple times. So I would say 394 would be something that I'd look at, but that's me. So yeah. That's what I'm all about right there for Nvidia. Maybe you have different levels, but I think we're probably close to the same.
Yeah, I think, for the bid, I was waiting definitely beneath that 0400 level. So I'd say 94. That makes some sense. And then beneath there, like 85, you're not breaking the uptrend. If you're at 85, that's how crazy that stock is. But it's all red the last 15 minutes here since making that top. And this is what I talk about the front end and the back end of a trade, and this is the perfect example of it, right? So I short that level at the 400 on the front end as it's going into it. Now it had made a wick there, so that's a reason, but then it makes the bigger extension move, and I get nothing on the other side of it on the way back in. So you always look for that back end of the trade. I'm in Meta. It's still kind of in the consolidation phase as the market's coming back in. So I haven't added to it. I have a bid out in front of like 61.5 when it goes 70 cents in the money. Then I'll look for like 61s and VWAP and all that good stuff. But I want to get to, like SoFi we already talked about, but AI here just very quickly. AI is making a secondary push. It's all lower highs on AI. So if it puts in another lower high underneath 41, I will look to re-enter this one to the south side. So yes, it's been trending to the downside. And it's minutes, or just less than a minute here, till 10 o'clock. Let's go to Brennan at the desk.
Coming up in 30 seconds here, we'll get the JOLTS number. Remember, we get this on Wednesday, and then we get the ADP number on Thursday, and then we get non-farm payrolls on Friday. So this all leads up to the NFP print that's going to come at 8:30 on Friday. So this is a listings number if you're seeing this for the first time. So U.S. JOLTS number is how many job listings there were, according to this private firm anyways, in the U.S. last month. So not as important, obviously, as the non-farm number that we'll get on Friday, but worth mentioning. So here we go, 9.4 expected, 10.1 million is the number. So 9.4 expected there. 10.1 million comes through, so higher than expected. Again, we'll get the ADP number tomorrow, and then the non-farm payrolls on Friday morning. That's how the overall market is looking right now. Pretty red top to bottom, 0.5% for the S&P. Dow leads 0.7 to the downside. Tech trying to get us going in the right direction here, 0.15, 0.16 for the composite and the 100. Yeah, SoFi still really nice day. Bit of a move to the downside on this number with the overall market right now. Square, guys, are blocked still holding right at day highs, trying to pull back to 60.5 for SQ.
Man, we just got stopped out of Apple a little bit there as it's moving down on that JOLTS number. So we're still short 179, but it's bouncing off this 178.75 a little bit. So we'll take it out right there at 80. And now let's see where we go on this one. I'm bidding a little bit lower. Apple's been strong, man. It has taken our trades today and to the downside, but we are resisting a little bit more here at 75. So let's put another bid down there. Hopefully it can fall from there, but we're going to watch out for strength here in Apple. Again, we were short early. It's a good thing we got out of the way right there and let it go up to 179. I like to say I let it cook to that upside. So now it's cooking, and yeah, it's going to overcook because it's going to get back up here. I feel like this name is pretty strong. We should watch out for this Apple trade for sure. Good covers on Google. Google's now making the move back up to the upside. This is going to be a top stock for me today, obviously, as we don't have crazy movements in the market or in any names right now. Nvidia was great. Tesla was great. We missed it on the Tesla trade and that Nvidia top of 403. We could definitely have another look at that. But right now, yeah, Google's trying to make it move back to 123.60, right where we were before. So that's going to be an out for me, but it's also going to be another reload short. But the market's above the 50 period and taking that number kind of as a whatever. So let's wait to see what happens right now as Google making a move back up. I'm going to re-short a little bit here.
Yeah, exactly. I did get into C3AI. That's held that 40 level, just around that number. It made a wick above it. So I'm now short underneath like 39.60. That's not the one for concern. Obviously, Meta in its consolidation phase. I have not made an add to it. Not yet, but there was a refresher. And when I say a refresher, so what I mean by that, a refresher, there was a buy order at 262 that wasn't really showing up on the bid. It's just every time it got down there was just one buy. So I tried to get some out and missed it. It's going to make a run at this high of the day. If it holds the high, then I would look to fade and add more to it. But it's too strong of a move. I'm going to have my out there. I get the consolidation. My out's got to be above that high of the day. Just too strong a name. So into C3AI now. Here we have to acknowledge one thing. Intel is holding the top. it did reject that 30-50. It's like how many opportunity cost is killing me today, because the 50 period on Intel was 30-50 on the daily. It went to 30-50 and made its pullback. If it breaks a second time, okay, great. Intel's probably going for a little bit of a run, but that turned pretty much exactly where I liked it on the daily chart. Can I even show it to you? There it is. Now it's working. I suppose I'm working before. There's that 50 period. There's a rejection on Intel. I should have been on it. Instead, I'm looking at the 3 names that I am currently here. And yes, one last one for you, Sofi. Sofi just pulled back into VWAP here.
Google
this could be a chance to get into this one. VWAP consolidation, if you're looking for a long. I didn't want to chase it up at the top. This is probably the pullback. Give it to like 650 and see what happens. I'm finally going to be looking for the long on Sofi. It's been a while.
Well, Google took out the top, but I think I have a trade that we'll see if we like it or not. I mean, Amazon, I thought Amazon breaking VWAP there could have been something, especially if the market started to go as well with VWAP, but that doesn't seem to be happening. The market just bounced hard off the 50 period. I was looking for a short. I want to give you guys a banger, but I mean, honestly, the market is just back and forth here and not doing, a whole heck of a lot right now. So,
I'll take one.
Yeah, 120, 150. Hopefully this continues to push lower. I like Amazon against some of these levels, but again, I don't want to be in it for too long. If it breaks too much above that 60, let's just get out. The market is trying to now push lower, so hopefully we can get a move down. But look at this. It doesn't, it's pretty choppy right now, I find. I mean, here comes Google right back up to that 124. We like that level, but again, easy to be wrong on everything today. You're taking out some levels here. 124 just wick top there. Any volume behind that? Not really. So, okay, a little bit of volume there. Yeah, maybe that is a good little wick top there for Google. Let's just test it. Now we'll start to punch a little bit lower. We'll wait. We've got 78s now. Let's see if we can hold out on this. 124, we liked it. It's on the sticky note here as a 124. So maybe we weren't super patient with it, but let's get a little bit more patient with this one. And there goes Amazon. This is hopefully going to be a good trade for us. Filling it out into the downside. Nice trade so far. There's 13s. Let's go. We're spending a little bit of money now on Amazon as it comes into 16, 15, 14, 13, lower. Come on, Amazon, man. You've talked about your employee count and whatnot today. That should be enough to bring it down right now. There you go. You wanted a banger. There it is right now. 40 cents in the money on Amazon as it breaks a little bit lower. Let's see what happens here. We already got it beat up a little bit there on that first move. Let's see if we can get it now on the end of this trade. Google also 10 cents in the money, but so far so good. Let's just see what happens now.
Yeah, Meta's gone green in a big way here, guys. So I'm now out of it. The third time, not a charm. I'm short. The first short was good. The second two, one was a really tight stop. The one we opened it up a little bit and gave it to that high. It's through the high. Meta is in that other bucket at this current point. I'm into Sofi finally, the long side consolidation off of VWAP. That's taken a while to get into it. And as I said, I'm back into C3AI. But Tesla's having some trouble with 200 again. It did this early in the morning yesterday, and it kind of looked like it was going to leg through. This is when it put that test into 198. I feel like it's about to do it again. 198 has been a level, but when you struggle and the sellers have been taking it down at that 200 level, the market is putting a reversal on here, and to me, Tesla needs to be a reverse at this price. At about the same time yesterday, it had already bounced, but this is a little bit later than we saw. I like that 200. When I see the over-under there, I'd start underneath it. If it breaks 198 clean, I suppose that's a short as well, but I'm going to be waiting at 200 for my shot back into that wick high that you see there. It's like 200.5. And as mentioned, the C3AI, we got that one to the south side. If it breaks VWAP, fair enough, nowhere to get out. My bids aren't until we get down into that 38.5 level. With this stock, I want this, and I want that dollar, that 50 cent to $1 for that first out, and then we'll see what happens further to the downside there. I meant to talk about Nvidia very quickly. Nvidia, you can forget about that 400 idea for the short, at least for the time being. This is also trending under VWAP. So a little bit of weakness in formerly what was carrying the market here. That Nvidia, it wicked the top. That's another short I got on the front end instead of the back end, and it's a frustrating one. At least AI is working. Rivian hasn't been a problem either, but no reloads for me on Rivian. Never really got past VWAP there. We're just holding out for 14.50. That sits about like 35 cents in the money. We're looking for 40 and then hold out till, I don't know, let's say 14.20.
I like that. Great trade on C3 AI as we got to watch out for certain plays today, and C3 AI could be one of those. Before we go to Brendan, just telling you guys, we do have Google again here at 124. We're short at 123.85 right now. And then Amazon, we got some good fills at O's again on the bottom. But if there's news, there's Brendan. So what's up, Brendo?
Tesla kind of chopping around here, guys. This just popping up in front of me. Elon going to visit the factory in Shanghai, coming up at, or tonight, actually, right now, essentially, in China. So Tesla, as I said, just chopping around.
Is that when he announces his candidacy for presidency?
Which of course he can't do.
Which of course. Oh yeah, where's he?
No, he's not. He's not a U.S. citizen.
Not?
He wasn't born there. Oh goodness. Oh, you guys will say in the chat where he's from. He can't be one for president. But it was tongue in cheek.
South Africa. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, you guys got it. It's South Africa. You guys but you guys were in the chat with that one. We were being tongue in cheek about that anyways. It was more of a joke, and that's what they were treating it as. Okay, so this is the type of morning it is. You want some Tesla, you don't get it. Now it's heading southbound. Didn't chase, should have chased, woulda, coulda, shoulda, fits and butts were candy nuts. He's not from Mars. I've heard that one before. But look, so guess what has, what starts with letter G? I got nothing for you. Starts with letter G and is headed toward 125.
Google.
Right. So it's up at 124 here. If you're wondering why 125, well, okay, we'll just look at what happened yesterday. Like this was afternoon resistance, 124.5, so the 125 level sets up pretty nicely. I think it could be an interesting one. Sofi is now coming into VWAP, so I like that 650. Don't really have a big position on here because we just sort of added in this consolidation. But that 650 level, that's where when you have a previous high, it's already dipped it once. This is where it needs to hold up. So I would not be going all in unless it bounces off 650, shows you a little bit more strength. Otherwise, it could be a one and done for that. I did not get my fill on the bit of AI, and I'll tell you why. Because a buyer showed up at the even, so there is a big buyer at the even level, so I will take I'll take 50 cents. I was looking for 70 to $1 on the first leg, but I'll take the 50 cents just given that there was a refresher at that 39. I'll just step in front of it, maybe not a little bit further in front, and just take it out. Take some out here. Just wet the beak. Make sure you're ringing the register. It doesn't seem like it wants to have a huge flush right now, but the market is coming in, and every time I see program buying, or not program buying, but I mean like a huge support buyer, I tend to say if I'm taking out something in front of it anyways, just take the extra 10 to 15 cents, put it into your pocket because sometimes that's going to be a move to the upside that I want to add to the position. This allows me to add back in if we get back into that 40 level, which I think we could.
Okay, so yeah, we did get stopped out on Google, but we reloaded it back there north of 124. So let's just see if it works as these futures are trying to make a move to the downside, as you guys can clearly see right now. So if we're going to talk about a weak name, and we've liked Google to the sell side, so let's just see if it wants to work. But I mean, again, maybe it doesn't, and we just got to get some out on the top here. We're going to play off this. Oh, sorry, that's Amazon, my bad. I was looking at Google there for you. There it is right there. So, you know, that high trade just came in right there. Oh man, what's going on here? I was looking at getting out if we break above 20s. So I thought there was a wick up there, but maybe there wasn't. Okay, so anyways, we're into that name. I still like the trade. Just got to come through for us. That's it. Amazon was a good cover down there at the 20 level, so let's wait to see. I mean, the market's pulling back, right? I mean, the market should be coming in. Like, I guess Google is not the short that I thought it was today.
Not yet, it's not.
Not yet, it's not, but I don't know, man. I mean, if it's not now, then when? I mean, when moon right now? So hopefully we come up. Here it goes. Here it goes. Okay, Neil, maybe now. Maybe now moon. And by moon, of course, we want to go the other way. Right there. So here we go. Google is pulling back just a little bit. We just got some fills in the 80s. Let's bid there again and see if we get a little bit more. Thank you so much, Rob, for the reload, as Sharif calls it, talking juice. For me, I call it a tasty treat. There it is right there. Amazon pulling back in again. Yes, sir. You guys wanted a banger?
Oh, my God.
It's not that it's moving that much, but it's a good one. As there goes Amazon back in. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go downside action on Amazon. But realistically, we're still fine today, but we'd like to get this name going. If Google can make it back to the downside, it's been a nice move. Just back in here, we're well away from VWAP and everything. I'm looking for a pullback here on Google. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe, and we're going to throw it over to Brendo.
Nice look for Twilio here, guys. 6% on the day so far. It was on the watch list this morning. Some activist dealings inside Twilio has this thing up huge on heavy volume, worth noting.
Yeah, I saw that note, and it was like, there was a couple of interesting price levels. I just kind of didn't put it on that list, and you have to narrow your list down, but it was a great note on that watch list. A couple of things. One, Sofi did not show yet strength underneath VWAP, so I did not add to it. I was looking for a consolidation down here, but if I'm going to tell you, I like underneath that pre-market high as support level. I take the first curl. I don't add unless it shows me strength there. I'm going to have my stop out. I'd be willing to get back in if it shows me support back here. It's a price area, and we put a stop. Sometimes you get wicked out by 1%, like 1 cent or 2. That might have happened. If that's the case, I see it go sideways. I can jump back into the long. I don't want to go all in against the grain unless it shows me that strength. So we're out of it right now. Just hanging on to our shorts at this point. Not literally, but
literally.
Like short positions. You see what I'm saying? But C3I has gotten through that bid at 39, so it sits decently, like 60, 70 cents in the money. Rivian hasn't had a reload, but watch out below for Nvidia. Nvidia just broke the low of the day. It has been there's one little solitary green candle. It's absolutely flushing. So, look, I can tell you that I'm not happy with myself. Like, my day pretty much comes down to liking the pop fade on Nvidia and not making sure, I didn't make sure that I got this one. And unfortunately, it's now beneath 390. I don't have an entry point down here, but I think you're through that 394. There wasn't even a bounce. There was no bid there. There was nothing at the pre-market low. So I'm looking at 385 as the next support zone for Nvidia. AI at least is printing. Rivian is printing. But I want something else. Tesla could be breaking that 198. I suppose we're flat bottom breaking at this price. I like being short consolidations and short into levels as opposed to taking a breakdown. But that's what we're left with here on Tesla. The 198 level is approaching. I think you can play in either direction. Obviously, you can go long first, but if it holds beneath that price, I think it's got to be a short. I'm going to get one bid out here in front of C3I at that buck, and then we'll hold out for a little bit lower. So that one continues to work to the downside. I wish I could tell you it was all bangers, but you have to have some discipline. Keep it to paper cuts. When you're not having a morning that was clean. Meta was frustrating. Nvidia was frustrating because it turned into a win. Sofi never went all in, but that didn't win anyways. Oh, and one more for you guys here. Palantir, $14.50. So it's looking like it's catching a higher low. $14 even on Palantir. $14.50 to 14. Remember the key level yesterday? 15. What do they have in common? Nice, juicy, round numbers on Palantir have been fantastic. Well, if you don't hold 14, I suppose this one turns to short off that level. I'd much rather wait for this one to maybe test back to the upside and look for a breakout because I want to be bullish on the stock overall, but that's just a bit of a bias. I think you can look short off that 14.50 level. It looks reasonable to me. But I'd be eyeballing this for 14.50 break later. I just want to be long this stock. But I'm not, like Sofi was in too early. Let's let it break. I'm not going long Palantir unless it's a breakout, 14.50 or 15.
So I read in the chat there that there was over 8,000 watching. Give us a banger. 8,000. Yeah. Give us a banger. All right. I told you as soon as we put it on, I was like, we're liking Amazon right here, and we're liking it pretty good. And there it is right there, breaking through VWAP. We talked about the futures trying to go lower as well. So there's the banger right there. And I consider this pretty good, man. 65 cents in the money. And we just took a little bit more than that. And now we're pretty light. We're about 20 to 25% left of this position. So that's been a good one. Amazon to the downside. Not as aggressive as this market pullback, though, from 14,400. We talked about 14,400. So far, so good there. What's up to everybody? What's up to Frank Jones? What's up to Kevin? Everybody there in the chats. It's Frank Jones right now. So that's a good one. But look at Google, man. Good thing we got some out on this. This could have been the banger, but that got into the 80s, and we're like, okay, let's take some out. And that's what we did there into the 80s. We have a couple outs right here. We have a couple outs in the 80s, actually. 83, 84, 82, 80 right there. So Google not playing nice, but still okay for us there today. Hopefully there's more of a pullback in on this name. Let's look at Sofi, my favorite stock, of course, in the universe to trade. It's getting a little expensive, and it's a little tough to trade sometimes, Sofi. But look at this. It is also baseline, right now at 338. Okay, Google, you just came to the party, so that's a... Let's go right now as Google making a pull back down to the downside. But without any further ado, it's all about the news now. Let's go over to Brendo.
Another low float name making a huge move here on heavy volume right now, guys. CXAI up 22%. You can see volume at day highs currently on this, trying to get to 14. Depending on where you look, the float is somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.5 million. Possibly on CXAI. There's a short percent on this as well, so heads up for CXAI.
No, we're going down, man.
Dude, I'm down $3 billion.
I don't know about CXAI, but Tesla broke 198. That's heading to the downside. I just looked with the 198 break happened. There it is. That's the short. I got 87, 187, 80, 197, 87. It just took out the half, looking for 97s here. I probably look for a reload if it retests 198. So that's headed to the downside. C3AI is at 38 now. So that one definitely worth the fade. I did take the L the second time through. Third time is going to be a charm. If it breaks 38, 35 and a half would be the next level to look to the downside. We're going to see 390, by the way, on Nvidia any second now. So, lots of names out there, but suddenly the shorts look a heck of a lot juicier because what do you think's happening in the NASDAQ? NASDAQ breaking support.
Yep.
That's a bit of a hefty gap underneath this 14.3. So you got to be short, baby, because markets be flushing.
Yeah, buddy, and that's why we stay that way right now, and that's what's exactly happening right now with Google. Great trade there. You've got Rivian, AI, Tesla. That Tesla short. We stepped out of the way of that trade, right? So there's absolutely no doubt about that. We wanted to wait for 198, and there it is, man. You take the break, and let's hopefully that can work downsides. Because we were net short everything, I did not want to step in front of it. But look what's happening right now. I mean, let's go. There we go, man. Escalated right now, Google, to the bottom of this trade. Finally, I mean, when Google was up here, I said, I think Google needs to go back down here, needs to talk to VWAP, needs to look at these levels. And there it is. Bang, we take it out again to the downside. 71 cents in the money right now for that, as we got some diamond hands all over the place. You guys wanted a banger? Delivered. Look at Amazon. Now $1 in the money on Amazon. $1 in the money on Google, man. We came through with this trade. So good shorts there. You can see Neil and I. Look where it says long. Right now, Intel popping.
There's news here. What?
There has to be news on Intel.
Huge volume spike. Was that a Brendan call?
Yeah, but it's not for news unless Brendan has something there. Do you want to go to your screen there because
just come to me for a quick second there. Obviously, if you're short, but not this name, Intel, big volume spike. It just took out the 50 period on the daily at 350. So the market flushes and Intel is going to be up. It's a good thing I'm not shorting this one today because that would have changed the day. But yeah, above 350. Let's go to Brennan right now.
That's guidance, guys. They've increased their guidance in the current quarter, so they're saying it's going to come in top half of expectations for Intel.
Above the 350 level, and like this stock has it's been a dog. But if it holds here, okay, that's a little aggressive, I think. But let the price action determine. If it holds above 30.50, come to my chart for a second, guys. If this holds above 30.50 on the daily on any kind of a dip, I think it's got to be worth a shot. For that long. So it's a big breakout, but let's see what happens. When you get the rubber band action, that's pretty telling. If it can't hold 30.50, I'm not chasing that move to the upside. Not when the market's tanking, man. You don't want to do that. Just got to watch out for Tesla here for a quick second. Tesla, it got to 196. I was waiting 195 and a half, and now it wants to make a bit of a bounce. I don't know if Intel news isn't going to rally the market. Intel's not that kind of a stock anymore, but I think you're getting a bit of a bounce here, and you look for those reloads. The 198 on Tesla is still the big level. That's where I'd look for the reload. C3AI, this is why you ring the register and take profit. So it double taps the bottom. I'm short the same level twice into 38. It's bouncing off 38, but I still like the shorts. I'll look for the reload back at VWAP here as we go to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Yes, sir.
Hey guys, yeah, a lot going on. Let's jump right into it here. Marker Therapeutics, top of the list right now, 33%, still the upside. It's been a bit of a boring trade over here for MRKR, up on this preclinical cancer therapy, coming back with positive data in its most recent trial. So gapped up through 190, just kind of chopping around there for MRKR. Wasn't able to find much on WLGS, which is Wang and Lee Group. Gap to $2, straight southbound through to 170 right now for WLGS. LL Flooring, we mentioned, was a buyout. There was an offer at 576, just an offer though. It wasn't a done deal. So it comes all the way back to $5. A big move to the upside and then all the way back. Sofi back on watch this morning as well, extending these gains from yesterday. Nice move for Sofi today.
So I'm a bit dumbfounded. Intel broke 31 and is holding. There's buyers up here, legit. I thought this was gonna, I thought we'd see a pullback and then we'd be able to test that pullback and see how strong it really is. But unfortunately, that's not happening. I want to be long. I want to be long something if the market holds the bottom here. And when hold the bottom, like it's already broken, but if it recovers the bottom would be a better way to put it. Like, what do you like long if the market recovers this bottom? What's that support? Nvidia 390, you like that, or you like something which is already strong? So I'm looking at this pullback. Now it's starting to pull back on Intel. Okay, can it hold 330.50? Any bounce in that zone or consolidation, I think, would be the go zone. But the shorts have been printing. I talked about if Tesla makes it to that 198. There's the wick, 197.80. I reloaded it. I actually got whatever. It's a complete coincidence that I got 69 as a price. It didn't try to do that. But 196 was support before, so I'll look for the next consolidation underneath that to try and grab it now. Probably 196.50, and then we'll get the rinse and repeat on Tesla. That's working to the south side. Everything's working south side. If you show me something other than Intel that's strong, I don't mind looking for a long. What in the? Okay,
Microsoft
whatever.
is strong. Roblox.
It's at 31.50.
Yeah,
you could just.
It's good, man. I'm
punch
long
any
this
price
thing.
long. Yeah, I am. I mean, yeah, I'm happy in the long-term account, but I mean, how am I? Whatever. It is what it is. It's just like missing out on a move like this. I would never have expected it would do this without any kind of a dip. Like, there's no dip buy right now on the stock. What do you?
Did they reaffirm guidance, Brendan, or go higher?
Top half of
Top
expectation.
half. Okay, so there's the move, but.
All right. Okay.
We're riding the bear. I know. Maybe we should talk about Intel more because that's the one that's moving. But look at what Google's doing. I mean, Neil's on Intel, so that's good. Google right now is $1 now in the money. So that's, meanwhile, although Intel just ripped $1 pretty clean, or even more than that, Google's trying to go the other way, as Neil mentioned there, as some of these stocks try to figure themselves out right now. So there it is. We take another fill at O's right there now on that trade as our net is just skyrocketing here today. Amazon as well. Look at this trade. We had 8,000 watching, and I saw it in the chat. And look, I'm trying to find bangers all the time. Has nothing to do with anything right now. Let's see how many people are watching right now. 1.4K, yeah, there it is, 7,400. So let's go, man. Let's get those likes going. Let's get to 2,000. When's the last time we had 2,000 before we threw it over to the man, the myth, the legend himself, Sharif, over right now? Shorts and boots this guy has on. I mean, come on. If you're not loving that style, let's go. It's Sharif. He's going to be in the building very, very soon. At 10:30, it is now. 35 more minutes, and you got boots with the fur, I think you got inside there. A little warm for those boots, but hey, this guy's killing it over there right now. Look at Google. No, I'm just joking. Down to the downside right now. Bang, bang, and more bangs. You guys want the bangers, and there we go. It is on right now with a nice downside move there for Google. Now finally in the money, $1. And guess what? Why am I shorting anything other than what we wrote on the sticky note? It's 124 level, and that has come in one more time. It's too bad that we took that L early, shorting something ridiculous. Neil's got a great trade on Tesla. I mean, you could talk about it, but that's that 198 break. We talked about that from yesterday. It's on the sticky note for a long at 198, so I'm sure Neil's going to be monitoring that one because if it does get strong, we could kind of retake that level, but that's where the 21
That's the litmus test.
Right,
oh my
exactly,
goodness, 390 just broke and there was nothing there on Nvidia.
390 on Nvidia, okay.
Whoa, this stock is getting murked. Look, man, hold on to your boots if you're wearing them. I don't know why Sharif's wearing boots with shorts, but that's to each their own. No, it's fine. I got no issues there, but the shorts are printing today, so
I may take a picture and
that's
tweet
what you
it.
got to do. I think it would be worthy of a picture myself, but Nvidia, this is definitely crashing this market. It's filling the gap on the daily. Just very quickly, let me show you what that's going to look like here on the 15-minute. This could be all the way down to 80 to 85, and you still have held support. So there's more room to go here. I gotta rinse and repeat on Tesla, but if we do get back and hold above 198, I gotta get out of that one. Let's go, Brendo.
Intel move a little bit more, guys. They're presenting right now at TD Cowen's 51st Annual Technology and Media Conference. So that started at 10:15. Again, Intel presenting right now at TD Cowen's 51st Annual Technology, Media, Telecom Conference.
Flying. I mean, it's...
So there we go.
Yeah, there hasn't been a red candle on this yet, so...
Yeah, I didn't realize they were presenting, but I would just say watch out, because if they're already reaffirming guidance to the high side, then I would just worry that something else comes out part of this. But again,
just be careful.
Just be careful. I mean, that's exactly why we are the #1 trading show on YouTube, period. And we're only growing and getting 10 times bigger and better. More to come on all of that.
1,000 times bigger.
1,000 times better. 1.5K times better, which is the likes we have. If you want us to go 2,000 times better, let's get those likes going. And here's Intel right there, $32.
Ooh, Nvidia just bounced big.
Okay, good. So watch out for Nvidia bouncing off there again as well. Google's right into a bottom. So let's just put a bid here at 84 and we just at 84. Hopefully it comes in and fills us. Couple more pennies down and we'll get that bid. Why are we looking to get out of it? Sometimes trading is simple, man, and it's right back to support and resistance. I don't think trading is simple by any stretch of the imagination. I actually think it's quite the opposite.
You want to simplify it, though.
That's the perfect terminology. We want to make simple trades that we can understand. And therefore, when we win on them, we can repeat them. It's not... just to say, oh, I'm going to go short Google, let's go, YOLO. That's not going to be a repeatable offense, So let's just stay tuned on that one. Oh, by the way, do you think there's a chance that Tom Brady can be quarterback again? Because you know what's happening in Vegas, right?
No.
Yeah, Garoppolo is done, they're saying. And that's their only quarterback.
Look.
And he's management.
I'm skeptical.
Ownership.
I'm skeptical of this. What the hell happened to the bull?
What the...
Did you elbow the bull? I know we're short. I know we're short everything.
Get
but
out
you
of
didn't
here
have to
then,
elbow the
man,
bull.
because we're short everything.
So anyway, when I do this, it usually turns, but I don't think Brady's coming back. Just two things very quickly. Some names are coming back. We're going to Brennan in a second. I want AI on the curl-off VWAP here for the reload. We've played it to 38. It's bounced off 38. Tesla, very similar story, as that gets back up to that 198 level. So here's Tesla. It actually, oh my. As I was looking at AI first, and that's what happens. You're trading multiple stocks. I looked over at AI. I thought it would get to that level. I might have missed this curl. Let's go to Brendo, but you saw it there. It gave you that fill at 198 again here on Tesla, although I just missed it.
More on Intel, guys. They're talking about AI chips now at this conference, so just be careful here. Intel with AI chips.
Of course they are. No, it's, again,
Boots with the fur.
There's not a red. Congratulations if you're wrong. Congratulations! But let's be real for a second. Like this stock has been bouncing off 25. It's in the money if you have the 25 long, but compared to what the other chips are doing, it's got a long way to go. If this sucker breaks 33, 34, you could be off to the races. Remember, they don't pay that dividend, that big dividend anymore. They cut that all to hell, so they need some actual growth here. And I like the turnaround story, but hopefully this is a good start. I don't want to chase this move, but what else are you going to do? It's now 6%. If the market continues to bounce here, really, is there a 32 breakout play for this stock? There's just no chance I would have thought I'd be saying that. But that could be it. By the way, Nvidia, watch out for some shorts. Nvidia just held that like a champion underneath 390. Is why I don't like that breakdown. It was way too weak into that on that break level, and 390 wasn't the key level. Now it's starting to hold it and get back to the upside. This could drag the market up with it. So just be careful with some of your shorts and how aggressively you want to reload, because the market is catching a bit of a bid here. So if it can reclaim that previous support area, a lot of these shorts that are if they're at the lows, they become a little bit invalid. Yeah. So just watch out as the NASDAQ makes a little bit of a recovery here. I still think some of these reloads are valid, but make sure you have your O's.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, Neil and I will often think the same way, sometimes good, sometimes bad. But right now, we just took out some Google as it did take back the 200 period. We got some good outs down there. So, happy with it so far, but let's just wait to see and make sure that we're right here on this play. So, that's going to be AI. Oh, that's going to be Google, sorry, as Intel continues to make that move upside. And that's, you know what, like without knowing anything, that's why I mentioned that about watch out for that AI AI play, right? Because there is more talk. If they're going to have a conference and start to drop some knowledge, makes sense why they would continue to do that, trying to boost up their stock price, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. So shout out to Intel. They want to tell everyone.
As long as it works.
Yeah, exactly, what they're working on, and that's all good. So shout out there for anybody that did go long on Intel. Let's check out AMD, see if there's any reaction. I think this is, I mean, I don't have to think this. I think it is pretty company specific here because, again, it's not a sector thing. But there goes AMD trying to get back up to the high side as well of 122 and change right now. So that could be something to look at here today, of course, when we discuss some possible plays. So AMD, possible short up here near 124. Kind of got to get there right now. I don't want to keep stepping on your toes because I know you have Tesla, but that's right there at 198. So
it's right here,
yeah.
man. The pre-market low, which is what I work off of usually for a breakdown trade at key level, that's 198.35. So if it curls here, come to my chart for a second quickly. Yeah, so if it curls here, that's the only place I'd add. We're able to add and kind of scalp out a couple of times, but if it doesn't really hold that previous pre-market low, that's where it kind of dipped here at the open, then I don't want to think it's valid anymore until it gets to 200. That's way too wide of a range. I'm not holding it against me, $2. Inside of that first dollar, with about 75 cents is worth it, but I'm only looking to add as it can get underneath. But this is too strong. It's 3 consecutive green candles. Looks pretty strong to me. If it consolidates underneath here, I can add to that short on the way back, maybe at that 98 level. Otherwise, it's entirely too strong. I look over the corner of my eye. Intel's making a battle here at 32. Okay, sort of seeing some signs here on Tesla as well. At 32 levels, battle zone on Intel, and it looks like it's maybe doing a pullback right now. Oh, this would be interesting fade play, but typically you don't want to fade the strongest stock that you're looking at, quite frankly, so I'm not going to do it, but it is setting up for one. Oh, and by the way, Nvidia is coming back to 390, but I'm looking at this Tesla to get this reversal. 198.5 to 35 is about where I want to have that out, but that could be the next trade for me. But I keep staring at that Intel. I'm getting some FOMO with Intel. I'm talking myself out of fading this stock at 32 because it's like there's so much room. The VWAP's at 30.85 on this thing. I should be short this thing.
yeah, Intel trading higher amid the company's presentation at TD's Cowen's 51st annual technology and media event. So shout out to Brendo for dropping that news, and thanks for watching us as we continue to watch Amazon to the downside right now. Google did retrace a little bit. We talked about getting a piece out on that one. There was something I wanted to mention. Oh, Neil and I sort of, I think you might have mentioned it earlier on in the day, but we kind of glanced by it. It's the end of the month. So we do have,
oh, that's right.
Yeah, we do have rebalancing coming. It's MSCI today rebalance. So again, what that means is they're just going to rebalance some of their portfolio. That's the MSCI, the various indexes and ETFs and whatnot that they're involved with. So that's going to get rebalanced, and they're looking for names to add, to remove from, things like that. So if we have any information about that, we'll try to pass it along right now. I'm just bringing it up because I just saw a note on it, but I don't know of any rebalancing at all. But that's something to look at for tonight when we watch out for that 350 imbalance number. Now, I know that's ways away right now.
It's worth keeping
but
in mind.
yes, good point, Neil. It's always worth keeping in mind. So all that action that we had early, you could just see right here. Amazon, $1.5 million share opening market print. I mean, there's always big prints in every stock, but today there's going to be bigger on open and bigger on close. So something to note as Amazon right now pulling lower. And Brendan is up there with our crypto update.
Back into negative territory here for not only BTC, but also Ethereum in the red so far today as well. Interesting note here for Binance, guys. Downside on some job layoffs as far as the overall market, crypto is concerned. But they said they're going to lay off some non-performers this morning for Binance. As I mentioned, downside for BTC, downside for ETH under pressure as well, to the tune of 3% for Bitcoin right now. 2.5% here for Ethereum, back below 1,900 and then some, 1,857 currently for Ethereum. Ripple having a nice day, 2.3 to the upside. Everything else kind of choppy on this board, but overall negative along with equities right now.
I'm gonna pull up coin and be like, yeah, that was probably
where Apple is.
Oh, of course, coin. Of course, Coinbase. Yeah, Coinbase, every time Coinbase makes this kind of a move, just wait for it, man. You know what's up. And if it's up, it's not going to be up for long. It's a fade every single time until it stops. It did it yesterday. It did it again today. It is what it is. But anyways, I did not short Intel. I did get the reload on Tesla, and then I got to zoom in because of those wicks. So we reloaded that Tesla when it finally made that push into 198. Really, every time. Right.
What now?
No, it was just I was on the bid at, oddly enough, like 25, and then I saw it just bounced off 25, so I put canceled it, put it in the 30s, just got 37, just take that extra 10 cents. So we rinse and repeat that, and it starts to come back into the downside. Intel is still super strong. I know I'm not trading it, but it's moving, guys. I'm still in the 3 shorts. Tesla may be the most active because it went back to 198. I thought C3AI was going to give me a better reload zone. Like I thought we'd get a little bit closer into VWAP here at 40 even. Didn't happen. So while I got a reload on Tesla, there was no reload on C3AI. That kind of sucks, but it's continuing to head down. Rivian has been a hold to short situation. I mean, the last pop, that didn't really give any kind of a reentry. That would have been, it had to go at least another 10 cents higher before I would take that. So we just have the one in there. Well, I got a couple of ins, but yeah, it didn't really get any add to that on the way down. I think it could be headed to 14 even, but before it gets there, it's got to get to 14. Well, through 1440, yesterday's low. So breaks 1440, we'll look for 14 even on Rivian. Oxy on an upward trend, okay. We talked about oil, we didn't look at those, they were weak. Oxy held the bottom as usual. That one's actually headed back to the upside. I haven't really been looking at oil futures, guys. I've been looking at these tech names for some short trades. And Intel, I'll look for an opportunity to go long it somewhere. It's just, I don't want to be trying too hard to get into this trade, because if it doesn't set up, you don't have to take it. 34 is a pretty big level on the daily, 33.5 to 34. Outside of that, I know I kind of like this closer to 30.5. It's right in the middle of that. So you do not have to diddle in the middle.
All right. Yeah. No. Don't. Be specific.
Well, you could. It just
you
doesn't
always.
work.
Yeah. You could always. I think today is the day of kind of risk off a little bit until. It's downside, so there are people taking risk off. But I just feel like we have this debt ceiling talk, and it's just one of those things where there's been talk from McCarthy saying that we're all good and it should pass, and but nothing passes until it passes. And let's just see once there's a commitment, and then there's the vote, and it's got to go to the floor and everything like that. All right, so. In my reddest name, we're only red on, this is the only name we're red on, actually. We've only traded 3 names. And right there, Apple, 179, damn it. Went as high as 179.50. We got stopped out at 25 break. So we got stopped, actually went only 10 cents more than the complete collapse down of $1.50 straight to the downside. So if you're in this and you had a little bit of diamond hands, or you just trusted the sticky note that said short, then you got paid. But look what's happening right now. It just bounced off the 200 period, right where we saw support when we were short. So we take that, we take a quick, we're long at 62. We took a piece at 80, so that's 20 cents. It's now 25 cents in the money. But look what else is happening here. Google back down to the downside, again, after representing and respecting VWAP right there. So I only went as high as 123.40. Let's see a pullback. We are now $1 in the money on Google. We are now $1. Get that money thing out of there. We are now $1.30 in the money on Amazon. And I'm never going to forget it. I'm just kind of saying this because it actually worked. You guys were like, let's get a banger on this one. And I was like, you know what? The trade I like is Amazon. We lost on it early right there, but there it is. Let's go back into this name and see if we can't make something on the sell side here for Amazon. So there it is, 121.40. It's 120.20. So again, from losing, I guess that's 121 at 121.50. That's still too much of a hit. That sucks, Sean. We probably should have. That's probably where VWAP was, but like Neil and I
No, but that's the thing, because you have the out there before, it moves later on.
I got to do like the tick replay to find out. But that's another thing.
Actually, that's another thing.
That's another thing, right? It's funny because we say that and we instantly think about it. It's like you want to back test your stuff, right? Because a lot of the time, like I said, you're sitting there, Neil, and you're like, oh, well, that Tesla trade was good, but why is it good? Or that PDD trade is good, but why? Why did I not reload? Why did I not get out there? Why was I sitting here talking yada, yada, yada? So you got to pay attention to some of these plays. And right now, there goes Amazon. There goes goes Apple right to 178. So thank you. We'll take it. I'll offer 178 clean. Ooh, did we get it? No, we did not. Okay, we're going to get it anyways. There it is, breaking through. Yes, sir. So there it is again.
Oh, my God.
Nice win there on Apple on what Neil likes to call the backside of that trade.
You always got it to the backside. I just tweeted about Nvidia. I mean, I could show you like the things that are working, but Nvidia, I took it on the front side, and that was one I really liked. I didn't get it. I'm showing the Tesla chart because, look, rinse and repeat Tesla, but look, Tesla's putting in some higher lows here. I don't know that going back to the well at this another time is going to make sense. So I'll hold on for some if we get that 195 push, but if this breaks out, then let's let it get to 190, or sorry, 190, 200 before I even think about shorting it again. It looks like it does not want to hold beneath that 198 level. So that 198.35 stop, I'm actually at 36. That's where my stop is going to be. We'll just take it out. We'll risk that 35 to 40 cents, whatever slippage ends up being on the last portion here, and hold out for the bottom. It's been good. It's been a solid ride, but eventually at some point you got to get off of it. And like I said, Nvidia has been a bit of a nasty one. And quite frankly, it is what it is, but look at how strong the bounce was off Nvidia to hold 390, and then it just put in a higher low. If Nvidia picks up steam, you know what can happen. So right now it's got a nice little, maybe it's going to be a double bottom. I saw that in chat, someone saying it's a double bottom. I don't know that it's put in a double bottom just yet, but it is a strong bounce off 390. If it continues to hold that level, I think you want to be at least looking for that long. Intel, not in it. Every short's been good. If you're shorted this stock, unfortunately, it sucked. It's now consolidating all the way up at 3160 or 3170, I should say. So if it does not make any pullback to VWAP, this could be a top breaker because there's room to go on the daily chart. So got to be able to respect it. Rivian just kind of chills out in the money. There's nothing you can do about it. It's a $14 stock. It might not want to break this low. Maybe it's gone too far to break yesterday's low. And that sort of thing. So at this point, either it gets to VWAP for a reload, or I'm holding for the break. You got the short off to 15. All I can do at this point is hold on to it. And it's a similar thing going on with C3AI. And CXAI, which I suppose is a new kid on the block. Bye-bye. High of the day again, making moves again. And if you look at this one on the daily, it's got at least $3 or $4 till you get to a pretty decent level on the daily chart for CXAI. So I suppose AI has been replaced by the new kid on the block, and maybe a 15 break on this, and just give it 50 to 60 cents. I'm pretty sure Mad Max is looking at this one because it's definitely the new kid on the block.
So I'm going to say, Neil,
What's
just
up?
hang tough with that one. I don't know if that's a reference that anybody will get.
Oh.
Yep. Hanging tough.
Yeah, I know that joint.
Yeah, everyone knows the new kids on the block joint right there. So just hang with it, Neil. We'll be right there.
My wife actually, she actually liked New Kids on the Block back in the day, so she'll play. She'll play it. I know all the songs because she plays them.
Is she female?
They all did.
Yeah, I mean, New Kids on the Block. Even Sharif had a poster. All right, over to the big desk.
I did not. Putting my foot down on that.
Come on, man, you did. Over to the desk now with Brendo.
With those boots.
Your mic is off, Sharif, just so you know. The sector board, guys, pretty red, unfortunately, right now. 0.77 for the overall S&P 500. AAP, Advanced Auto Parts, jumping off the board here, 33% off earnings, off a forecast that missed expectations, getting crushed today as a result. So consumer discretionary names red. Banks are leading right now to the downside. Individual banks under significant pressure here, including some of the smaller regional banks. Once again, industrial stocks are lower. Same story for tech outside of, there's Intel now 6% off that guidance coming in top half of expectations if you missed it, presenting at a conference today for INTC. Healthcare stocks are red. Energy to the downside once again today as well. Wanted to note there was, where does it get? Don't actually see it here. Oxy went red. We were talking about it in the pre-market this morning on that Berkshire note, but back to the downside as well. There's Moderna as well having a tough day, 2.5%. But widespread selling, guys, 0.8% right now outside of a few individual names. Pretty ugly here for the market. Did not like that JOLTS number.
Look, if you're squeamish, maybe don't look at the AAP chart. Let's get that one out of the way.
I am pretty squeamish.
Oh, I mean, Advanced Auto Parts.
Squamish, eh? That's a good city.
That's it's not looking good for these. It's nasty, but I was like, why didn't we pay attention to it? Because it was already down so far. It didn't set up. Randy's over there in the jorts, but he's not wearing boots with them, so it's
He wore the jorts on the Jolts number.
on the Jolts number. So what about that Faraday futures there?
I don't know. I'm getting old here. Swamped it.
No, you don't want to have a look.
At what?
Faraday. So two things. One, have you seen that have you seen their vehicle? $305,000 for that? And you like it?
$290.
Okay, so Randy's like, to that one.
If you want to take it, but
If they gave you one? Yeah, well, obviously.
I'll sell you mine for $295.
If they gave you one?
I've got you, Randy.
It's a 30-cent stock, so what are you going to do? 25-cent stock. It's but like for a shot play?
I'm still busy rolling my Nikola down the hill right now.
Yeah, you can do that.
What was that? I wonder what was their truck called or their.
Did Nikola have a name for the truck, or
They
is it
did.
just called
was
a Nikola?
Freedom something? There was something like that. Honestly, no. Yeah, Nikola's the company.
I don't know.
They did obviously have a name of a truck.
Is that
I could probably look it up.
is that True Ace?
Yeah, okay. All right, let's just go here quickly. I just want to talk about this because trading is often about second guessing yourself, but at the same time, and me and Neil talk about this, sticking with things that you believe in. Badger. Perfect, that's what it was for sure. And this is what we're talking about right here. We got hit early on Amazon. Right, we talked about that. It broke the low. It was breaking. I remember what it was. It was VWAP. VWAP was all the way down here when we did that. So it was breaking and the low of the day, and the futures looked like it was going. So we were quite happy with it, and we wound up taking 40, 50 cents on like 20% of it. But then it blew back up to the upside, and we still believed in it. So we went short again right here. This is on Twitter. You can go find this if you want to look at the chart. And there it is right there. But then once we took out some of those levels, 120, 150, we take a 50-cent hit. But look, we get right back in on that same level that breaks, and now we are cruising with a beautiful downside push here. So, sometimes you got to get right back into these names, especially theirs it is, taking VWAP again. It's not always going to work, and being stubborn doesn't work, but again, with the futures falling down, sometimes you do got to represent your trade, right? And that works. So here's the futures going down. Here's Amazon. I mean, look at that time, 10:05. It's right there, 10:05. So it's the same breaking downside movement there on the future, as we like to say. So nice move, or he likes to say to my left over there, Sharif, who's been trading the futures quite well.
He has, actually.
We're getting ready for that coming through in just a matter of 10 minutes right now. All right, an oil name, Oxy, right now hitting VWAP. Let's just see if that means anything at all. Nah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it hit VWAP at 58. So Oxy actually only down 1% today. Beautiful bottom there. Top, ooh. I mean, whatever. I'm just going to talk about this because it just came right into where we closed yesterday. So yesterday's closing price seems to have been the top right off the open before a drop. So I'd look to get short anywhere around 58.30, 58.40 right now, and using that top as the out of 58.60. So let's keep an eye here. Amazon dollar in the money. Everything's cruising, man. Look at this Apple trade as well. Apple now 60 cents in the money and blasting. So that's a nice little trade there to hopefully end the day on this show. I've only have 3 positions right now, Amazon, Apple, and Google, with the latter 2 being short.
Yeah, but I think maybe watch out because this is the first green candle on my 15-minute and the NASDAQ in a while. So it looks like you have a bit of a turn. I have not reloaded AI, which I'm about to show you guys here. So I haven't got into the reload on AI. Last time it was more of a consolidation or on weakness. You're seeing a little bit of strength here. So I want to give it a chance to test VWAP before I think about getting back into that short, show some weakness in there. I mean, Nvidia is all green for the last 15 minutes and about to break. It could break 395 to the upside. I was just about to say Tesla was going to break back out, and then it did this. Maybe I don't need to take a 90. My gut is telling me I should just be taking the 97, and this last reload's only worth underneath the dollar on Tesla. It's just something about this bounce in the market that has me not wanting to be all in. So if we keep bouncing off 97, maybe I just want to get out. I'll give it some room. Oh, by the way, CXAI, I was kind of joking. Just take a 15 break. Well, it would have worked for you if you took it, but I don't know. You guess you put up like 50 cents worth of risk. It only went 50 cents in the money. This one has a couple of dollars of room to set upside. So there's one small capper for you. But my interest right now will be, can we reload that C3AI to the south side? Oh, and Nvidia, of course, at 395. If Nvidia's at VWAP, right? It's a strong move. If this one gives it up, I haven't shorted it since the L. Obviously, it wasn't a good short for me. You had to hold on to it way too far in my estimation. But I would go for a reload here off that 95 area. Just want to see it test VWAP a little bit stronger. And AI showing some weakness. I might be getting that fill above VWAP if it makes that nice little consolidation move. Let's go to Money Talks with Brendo.
Hey guys, dollar strength coming back into play here today, as we've seen with the market downside. We got that JOLTS number at 10 a.m. that came in quite a bit higher than expected today. So obviously still some strength in the underlying economy. If you missed it, JOLTS job listings is essentially a number that says, okay, there was X amount of listings in the economy over the past month. So that's ahead of ADP tomorrow, the private number, and then we get non-farm payrolls on Friday. But that's a daily chart right now of the DXY. 0.25%, it is off the highs. The initial move took this above 104.5, which means obviously if you compare everything else to the dollar, it's going to be pretty much downside. Japanese yen still holding on basically flat on the day, but everything else, including the euro, down more than 0.5%, all the way back to 106 again. Remember, this did go below parity at one point, going back to the middle of last year, end of last year. For the euro. Canadian dollar under pressure here as well, just went red on the day, 73.4, 0.25% for the pound. Lots of red outside of that, including the Russian ruble, 8.5% downside today. 2.5, 2.25, 2.25 for BTC, Ethereum, and Ripple. Guys.
Because the Russian ruble.
There was like something, I don't know, there was like a drone strike. They're blaming on the
that.
Ukraine there. I don't know if that has anything to do with the weakness.
No,
and not so, it's weird and it's horrible, but it's at that point where we don't really follow that as much. So a couple of things here. One, it's getting that test of VWAP on C3AI. So it's above VWAP right now. Let's see how it reacts to it. If it rejects that, I'd look to add to the position. Otherwise, this is not going to be worth the reload here. And thank you for the super chat. Cheeky tax. TVE looks like a government money laundering scheme. So I don't know TVE. Maybe we'll have a look at that one for you guys.
I wonder if that person is short.
I don't know. Maybe. If you are, we appreciate the super chat there, so you're going to get the shout out as always. Trust me, Dave Campbell, I was just looking at SoFi. So sometimes it be like that. Who used to say that? Sometimes
it be like that?
It was Luca. That was a Luca line? Sometimes it be like that. But look at here's the chart. It is what it is. Sometimes you look at the front end and the back end, chase the move a little bit. There's the back end. So when you talk about a big level, and so here's the idea. If a support level, resistance level wants to turn into support, it has to be support. If you just kind of stop out underneath it, you never get the chance. So I'm now out of Tesla. I did not reload that one to the sell side. I think it was the right call. But look at SoFi. The front end or the back end. Which one do you want? You want to get it on the back end of a trade, not the front end of a trade. By the way, there's Tesla. Did not reload it. The 98 was good to the sell side, but it never broke 196. Now you're getting a stronger move into the upside. I think it could get to at least 200. It's a strong bounce in the futures. Nvidia has been leading the charge. Now you have Tesla following suit as well. So you're getting a nice little bit of a rally here. Rivian's still holding on. And yes, I will look at Palantir as well, Mr. Campbell, in the chat. Ooh, it is getting to the upside. Remember I said 1450 could be a bit of a thing? Let's see what happens when it gets there. Maybe we do get our 15. Our 15 break after all.
You just saw Neil chuckle because he saw what's on my screen. Shout out to Euthanasia there on the chat. Just tweeted at me or DM'd me actually this picture. I'm not gonna lie, this is looking familiar. I feel like I either had this or part of a magazine cover, something like that. But there you go. That's Joey. Joe? I guess Joe, I thought it was Joey, but maybe that's Joey Lawrence or something like that. But there it is right there.
Yeah.
Another one for new kids.
What's that guy's name? What's his full name?
I don't know. Okay, so anyways, we just missed a reload on Google up there at 123.40. We did take something at 27 or 28 there, giving us an average price now of 45, but I want that 45 again. So I was waiting at 39. You know where it went to? 38. Can't even make it up. I mean, it doesn't, I don't know why I would. There's the top of 40. So I waited, there's the top of 41. I waited at 39 to get this. It went to 37, 38. 37 bid, 38 offer. So we missed up by about 2 cents there on that. So now we're a little bit lower in the mid 30s to see if we could catch it. Let's just reshort Google right now into that play. Shout out to NKOTB as well. They were just performing in Toronto when Drake stepped on the stage last summer, I believe. All right, so Google first out. You know, because we're starting to barcode a little bit, hopefully the market tanks.
I almost didn't
but, I mean, why are we not even breaking now? So I don't know. We're bidding now 16s. We're short at, well, the fill was 26. So we'll try to take a dime, and then we're waiting much lower down here at 123. And then hopefully just needs to break, right? So once we break, hopefully floodgates can open up a little bit. Go! There. What did I just freaking say? Right there, that if we broke, it just cracked 9 pennies off of that 120. So there it is. Look at that. I cannot, honestly, thank you so much for watching the damn show. But hopefully right there, we just got a little bit of education. We saw 120.30, 123.20 holding numerous times. When it breaks, instant move to the downside right there. Pretty good. So, we didn't really capitalize on it. Obviously, we're short. Let's wait to see if it pulls back. And again, I was bidding 06 there. The move went to 06. So, missed me on that, but doesn't matter. We got the trade. Let's see if we get an 06 now. I may just bid 10s just in case.
Yes, sir. It's all about hitting the home runs, singles, doubles, triples, home runs. Hit for the cycle. Do what you can. But you got to wait for your pitch. I don't know. That's my little baseball analogy. But that's all you can do. You talked about that on the way up. Be patient for it. Get your price level. That's what we're waiting for. I waited for AI. We have VWAP up. I think we all have VWAP up on our charts. I never like to trade VWAP as like, let's get in at VWAP. One of the things that we always talk about, and come to my chart quickly, it's 10:59. Okay, I'm going to say this, and then I got to go join Sharif on the midday. I didn't realize it was this late. But a lot of times when a stock that you like, long or short, gets into VWAP, the entry isn't at that price. It's let it get above that, and then if it's a weak stock, look for the curl above. Like the money fills, and that's definitely a Luca thing, a lot of times are when it gets above VWAP. So C3I got there, it got to the 40.25. Now there was a buyer when it just ticked underneath here, and there was a buyer that stepped up at 39.5, so the $0.50 ends up holding. So I get some out on the south end there, and I still like that 38 out for the rest of it, but allow some time for on the retrace. Let it make a bit of a move above VWAP and then make a bit of a curl. With that said, I decided not to reload Tesla. So we played that level multiple times. I didn't reload it. It broke the top. I got out. If I jump back in, it's still probably working. But you got to pick and choose. You got to have an out. I decided I was not going to reload. Tesla was looking a little bit strong in my estimation. So still holding on to AI and Rivian. But Tesla's now gone for me. That third time, it was okay. We got the buck. But then the rest of it got trailed out there on TSLA. Now I'm going to get out of here. But you'll see me joining Sharif in just a couple of minutes after I go get set up.
Yes, sir. Okay, it is now 11 o'clock. We're getting close to a reload here on Google to the upside. Again, we just, as if, what? I'm at 37. I just saw 37 on the offer. So hopefully we get this, Phil. If this tanks and I didn't get it, that would be a shame. But that's okay. It's right here, right now. That is Google starting to make a move back up to the upside. I like that short. Don't. That's tough. Right there. We were at 37, and that time it didn't print us again right there as it runs away. You scared, bro, of that, Phil? So hopefully that comes in. Look at this. 20 cents, clean. I was on the offer. I thought we got it. All right.
Money.
Either way.
Money.
Look what just happened. Oh, Sharif, man, that is... Google went literally, as my kids say, Dad, literally to the price that we had, and it did not fill. So that's too bad. That right now would be 40 cents in the money, 36 cents now in the money on re-upped shares. So that's, but look at Apple right now. That was not, I'm fine in my intestines. That was just more like sticking the sword in, turning it. But right now, look what's happening with Apple.
Awesome.
Oh my God.
80 cents. 80 cents in the money long Apple. $1.30 in the money Amazon. 20 cents in the money Google and peed off. But let's go over to the midday show. I hope you enjoyed yourself, man. It's been a big show for me. And Neil, we've all done, I think a great job finding some trades for you. Look at the Apple short, look at the Apple long. It's all good. So let's go over now. 90 cents now in the money on this Apple trade. Let's see if it continues to work as we continue to go upside right now. And we'll pass it over to Sharif with the midday show. Thank you so much, Bears versus Bulls.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. Neil will be here in a minute. And the market is flat at 14.3. I'm looking at the NQ and 41.80 on the ES. But guess what's not flat? Apple. Yeah, Sean kind of led into that. And that's what's on my screen. So let's get to that real quick. I've been dancing with this one all morning. Funny enough, very much like Sean. Short, then long. Initially, we had a couple of shorts in here. And then we get out eventually. And then we're looking long. And yeah, I got to say I paper-handed this one a bit. Main reason being the NQ was not complying. I did not want to take it on its own as a secular move. I kind of wanted there to be a general market move. That's not coming. That's not forthcoming, it looks like, as we retrace back into 14.3. So I made some money on it, and I got out of Dodge. I made some money on Stressla as well this morning. Funny enough, it was to the long side. Let's look at that one. Up that bad boy. Where is she? There we go. Top, wick, and out. It was a quick, wham, bam, thank you, Tesla, and got in for a buck quickly there on the opening volatility between 9:30 into 10, and got out of Dodge on Stressla. So 2 for 2. Not going to look to get into anything too quickly or too indecisively here. I want something to set up. I was looking for 14.3 to be a level. We're dancing around it. We held it. We broke above. We got up, to about over 14 and 325. Now we're coming back below 14.3 again. What's up, Neil? Everything good? I just got a Tesla, yeah. Now it is huadunking down. It's near the low of day. 196.24 is the low of day on my chart. Anyway, so Tesla is at that key level, that bottom that we made earlier around 10:30 or so. We'll see what we do at these levels. Microsoft also breaking down below a key level. Let's bring in the chart on that because it had been holding yesterday's close at 331 and a quarter. We danced with that. This is the 5-minute on Microsoft, by the way. We danced with 331 and a quarter for a bit, and now we've given up 331 entirely. We're looking at take lows here, 330.55, the lows on Microsoft. Bit of a flat bottom break after we do a Christmas tree-shaped retracement on that initial 335.
I still say that's not a Christmas tree, but
yeah,
that's okay.
Well,
because it's all, like, nobody designed a Christmas tree
literally
green on one side, red on the other. It would be...
You don't know. You've never seen every Christmas tree possible.
I don't think I'm making a controversial statement.
At 178.5, we're knocking on the door of on Apple, Neil. This one continues to be strong in the face of a weaker market.
Well, it's a flight to safety.
It is a little bit, right?
Intel.
Hold on. What is the top on this? Because we're not far off the tops, are we?
I'm still setting up. I'd have to double check the chart.
Here it is. I'll pull it up right here. And the top, right over here, we go to January 1st.
82. Yeah.
January 3rd, 2022. That goes all the way up to 183.38. 183.38, guys.
Oh
we have a 179.35 high. We are not off all-time highs. Sean out of the Apple long. He was long in the 60s, I believe. So that's a hell of a trade. Where are we at now with our friend Apple? Let's go back into the other chart. Yeah, we're in the 30s. Yeah, this is exactly where I got out last time. I held it from just a break of 178 for a 35, 38 penny winner. But, yeah, I'll keep my eye on this one. The market continuing to test lows, Neil. Here we go, 14.283 we're at now. Technically, the low on the day, 14.274. We hold that quarter area, that quarter point area. 41.75, the low on the ES.
Yeah, it's one of those days. Oh, my goodness. I didn't do this. Okay, well, if you're short, you got this. But I didn't change my Stream Deck from Sean's to mine. So I'll go ahead and do that now, but it doesn't matter. Like if you're short anything, it is working. I have to take a fill. My next fill, it'll pop back in there. So the position board. But when we left you, I did get the reload on AI. It's headed back toward that 38 level. And as you just mentioned, Tesla, sometimes it be like that. We're short this one all the way, and then sometimes it just wicks you out. It did get me out. I had my stop order set in there. Could have jumped back on. The timing's a little bit unfortunate. This is exactly when I was making the move back over, and it did set back up. But that is what it is. You know, ifs and buts can be candy nuts sometimes. But this is a short level that we liked. It still ends up being valid. But the way I kind of see it, you have to have a bit of an out. I took my out. I did not get the reentry, which I would have been willing to get back into this. But I just didn't have a chance coming over here, so it kind of sucks. But yeah, this one's still headed to the downside. A good price level, good entry point, all that kind of good stuff. The market is making another push into the downside.
Yes, sir.
And I still have Rivian, that'll be fine. But Ford, Oscar Amaro, I have not looked at Ford. On a Ford short for today, can you check a Ford short? Like, I know it was good to the long side yesterday because Sean had it, and that's about it. I know it bounced off that 11 because, quite frankly, it always does on the... Oh my goodness, yeah, my 15, I must have crashed. But Ford on the short, I know 11.25 was the previous bottom. So 11.25 and then 11 holds on the daily. So I gotta tell you, where are you entering a short trade here? On a 12 breakdown and thinking it fills the gap a little bit more? Okay, maybe. Does it push back up? Like everything underneath like 12.30 probably looks pretty solid on a bounce. There just hasn't been a bounce. So I'm not sure where I want to be getting that one. Be here, but down 4%. Yeah, you know $11 is good. That much I'm sure about for about a long, but yeah, it probably has to give a pop or flat bottom break at 12 even, and even then you want to see consolidation. I'm just checking the level too.
Yep.
There's not even that much size on the bid at 12.
CXAI, you mentioned this one on the morning show. This one was moving again, up 27.5% on the day. I mean, it's not a lot for a small capper, but it's giving you a good move here. Started the day a little bit above 10. Technically, the close yesterday is 11.20, but pre-market got us near that 10 level. So if you got any of that, well, you did well because we got up to about 15.60. Retracing now quite aggressively. The spread also a concern on this one at times. Where are we at? We're dancing with 14. Looks like we're going to break 14 to the south side. This is the 1 minute on CXAI. I got the marker right there. Good. You know me, I'm going to be looking for something like 13.5. The front one, VWAP on my chart, 13.33. I'm not going to be looking to get in here. There is a good area of support. You have to say we danced around this 14 area for a bit from around 10:30 into 10:45. So there's a good little area here. I'm looking more for VWAP. So that will be my look on CXAI. I won't jump into it. Otherwise, let's move that one out of the way. Apple continuing to show that it has intentions of breaking that $0.50 area. It's accumulating at 178.5 and has been, I want to say, for the better part of 10, 15 minutes or so. So here we go. It's a counter market move, despite the fact that, we really haven't broke decisively that 14.3. If you're looking to watch how we trading at 14.3, we have it, right? We've been dancing around it. Let's see what we do. You're not getting one decision to the high side or the low side. Even when we made a move up on the NQ off 14.3, we didn't even get a VWAP retracement. This 14.331 penetration here didn't quite make it up to VWAP, which on my chart is at 4.3. So the ascents have been weak. Let's see if we hold. No judgment, no bias either way. Looking to play it whichever way it presents itself. Neil.
You don't have to have a bias. I think you could be at a bit of a bounce zone because we were consolidating at the bottom. Speaking of that, I did just ring a register and got to do a little bit of this one. I'll call it the Kincaid spike because I want our tight end to do well for the Buffalo Bills. He's gonna be amazing. I'll probably overdraft him in fantasy, but I just got out of AI on that reload. It has a double bottom at 38. A higher low at 38.50, and then it just put a support at 38.50 again. So I'm out of it. If it puts in more higher lows, remember this is a 28% short float, and it's down over 10%. It's got SSR on that pullback trade. So originally we're shorting underneath that 40. It did get stopped out once, just jumped right back in it when it set back up. and I could see this maybe getting back into VWAP again. So some strength coming in to see through out on another higher low. So I'm out of that trade. We'll hold. It's just Rivian that we have left on for the morning, and that's right, David Finn. Josh Allen's going to be a beast.
He is a beast.
Mr. Impress, the Bills are going to be fantastic this year. See, when everyone believes that they're chokers and they can't do it in the playoffs, and it's like,
Until they
they're
do, and then
disappointing.
you can't say that anymore.
No, I think that's like the expectations were super high the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I think they've backed off a bit since he's gotten better and KC does KC things.
Sure.
And so there's a little bit less pressure on them. You get Von Miller back, they'll be fine. I want to get to Intel, which is another.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about
today,
this one. Yeah.
Today
good.
it's a beast of a stock. Let's
Yeah.
get that out of the way because that has
Good,
not
good.
been a beast of a stock.
Perfect
recently.
segue.
But start bouncing off VWAP here. I think when you look at the guidance, good. They keep talking about the. Oh my goodness, what's that? Oh, my 15-minute. I thought I just had
Want me
it
to pull
fixed.
it up?
Oh, my 15 just kind of
You
keeps
need
crashing on me.
Intel on the 15. We got
No, I
you.
can.
I got
I'll
you.
just move my 3 to a 15, and that'll work.
Come to my chart, guys. There you go.
Here we go. So like you've gotten a ways away from any of the key levels in there. And on the daily, that 30-50 that you see, like that's the 50 period on the daily. So you're really flying well away from anything significant. But like the first consolidation happens to be VWAP right here. So like this 31 quarter, it's setting up. Mine's not working. I just moved mine to a 15-minute manually
go back to
here.
his,
But you
yeah.
can come back to my chart. Sort of the same idea. I think you could be bouncing off VWAP a little bit here. But I want to see it make another test. The market is trying to test those lows, and at some point, if the market continues going down, this story might not be enough to hold Intel up that 5%, and 30-50 is the much more key level. So I might give it a pot shot in here as it tests VWAP, but you've seen what I've said about the front end and the back end. It's a couple of red candles in here. I want to see strength before I buy into it.
All right, let's talk a little bit about this. Because, I mean, it's great that they want to get into AI. I know that's all the hype. But these are the kings of CPUs. CPUs. What's their pedigree in the GPU game?
I'm skeptical here. Let's be honest about it. Because the entire story for Intel and this turnaround has been that they're coming at Samsung.
Okay.
Right?
I see.
And that is going to be chip fabrication, and this is where the next end is going to be. And now you're going to be throwing around all the right buzzwords that you want to take a run at Nvidia. I don't know, man. Like I want to see you focused on landing Nvidia as a contractor and pulling them and pull away the fab business from TSM, from Samsung, and get a client like Nvidia. And
That's what they're doing,
chips. That's what you need to land for Intel. Because that's what excites me. I understand everyone
Okay.
just wants to hear AI,
Yeah.
and that's great, but I want that to happen. Let's see them fabricate some Apple
Chat's
chips.
saying they make
that's what-
GPUs.
No, I'm not saying.
I
look,
reckon
no,
that they are a very small percentage of the market.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
it can't. Look, I'm not saying it can't, but let's just see what happens. Like that's for me, that's what the shot play was. That they could take. That's where they would build. So I'm long the stock for that reason.
Foundry purpose,
and
underline.
It's a foundry play. Like that's what I like, and that's what I'm hoping
Feel you.
that they can be the shot play because I think there's upside potential for them there. So that's why I happen to like it. Quite frankly, it is on a bit of a pullback here. This is kind of a one and whatever. We'll see what happens. I know it gets divisive because everyone's like, oh, I like AMD, I like Intel. It doesn't matter. Dan Mineta making a good point. Largest GPU manufacturing world because they're integrated GPUs. That's great. And ultimately, I'll give you my reason for liking the shot play on the long side of it. I think there's potential. And the other side too is just from like a national defense and sort of that side of it too. Like there's a strong push to want to have more production be in the U.S. anyway. So who's going to be able to benefit from that? Like if they, to the extent they can take business away, that's why the bill, whatever the chips bill or whatever the hell they called it. I think that's definitely benefiting them. Just going back to the market for a quick second here because I don't want to get too far away. The market is trying to make a bounce here off these lows. So if there are some longs I think are going to set up as you get that consolidation. Get this Intel out of here for a quick little second. I want to get to GFAI in a second, but it's not the only thing out there moving. You've already
Meta
mentioned,
is at day's highs.
I was going
Leo.
to say like two names. One, I was going to start with Apple and then get to Meta because Apple's still giving you my 15s. This is so slow. Oh, there we go. Now it's loading back up. It's still giving you a shot at these like higher lows. It's made a breakout and now holds the breakout and could be putting in a higher low right here. Still 77 looks like the long, but Meta, and I know Meta because this is the short that I fought, and it'll be my, there we go. It is my most read stock on the day. Look at the 15-minute and look at the 264. I wicked out a Meta, and then it pulled right back in. Sometimes that's what happens to you. So you get out, you have a stop, and it doesn't want to respect it. You just jump right back in it with a 1. It bounces higher low. You could be looking at a top end break here. Market holds the low and Meta wants to take the top. I need to see volume above 264. That happens, and I think Meta's going to be like, that's that name that you want to the long side today.
The chart is quite ugly
chart
here.
Yeah, but it's one of the
on
strongest
the future.
charts.
No, I'm not talking about Meta.
The Meta
is
chart looks strong.
Fantastic chart. Yeah, Apple looks strong, flush. We'll get to that one in a second. But when I look at the market, you know, if you're trying to develop a bias as to whether we're going to hold, wow, look at a series of lower highs and lower lows. You're getting bought up in the 80s, but for how long? I mean, we'll see. I don't know. I'm starting to feel more that the shorts are in. Anyway, Apple made a move. We talked about this one. It ended up retracing. Now has it found its legs again? This is the move down on Apple. Held 178 though, right? So if we have a higher low here, if we hold 178, and then if we break above 178.5, maybe get into the 60s, we'll have a higher high, and then you'll have maybe a nice little trend there to contend with today with the day's highs, which is our 179.35. Microsoft breaking down though, so each one kind of doing its own thing. Amazon breaking down, Tesla sideways, Google sideways. Bit of a secular day. These plays are kind of doing their own thing. I know you like that.
I love when you say that.
There you go.
I love it.
IDA, I'm just looking up at my scanner above here. IDAI, surprised, there's an AI in there. It's moving. Let's go to the 1-minute chart on IDAI. I'll even put the, all right, hold on. Let me put that in for you there. Is it an NQ? It is an NQ name, IDAI.NQ. Put that there for you. All right, so where are we here technically? So we're very light volume on the day till about 10:45 or so. It starts coming in. You can start seeing the candles develop more maturely. You're getting bigger moves as well. So where are we here? Get a 225 retracement nearer to VWAP. What's the move? Let's see if we hold the $0.50. That's the peak here. Let's see if it's the trough. You know, light volume. 3.14 million shares on a $2.50 stock. Not going to definitely not jump into this one. 3.3 million share float. Obviously micro float. Don't know what the short float on that is. I don't have my trade ideas loaded. I'll have to give me a minute to load that up to find out. But also, alert. Nvidia. Southward. Amazon broke 120. We mentioned Amazon was weak in addition to Microsoft. Add Nvidia to that list, Neil. I got to get short and just stay short.
No, it's one of those types of days. You got to hold on to something to the south side. CXAI also pulled back, by the way. That's at VWAP. So that's one we got to look for off this like VWAP hold. Nice upward trend. If it gives you the consolidation, I think that can be nice. But we were just talking about Meta 264. Meta 264, it cannot. It just doesn't want to break above that level. So 64 is just an area. It's nice, but the round number doesn't matter. It keeps on getting above it and then rejecting. So it's a short until it's not. That's just how it is. Even Intel, man. Intel's making another tested VWAP. I don't want to jump into this like I said, don't want to jump into this one on the front end. I think you're just way too aggressive here if you take that. Oh, and by the way, we talk about Palantir every day.
Where is it at?
Palantir pulls back
15 levels.
for 2 days in a row. Snowflake. Snow is the one that holds and continues its move to the upside. Snowflake is on one right now. That's the last couple of days. My daily still hates me. It's almost filled in the entire gap. Spoiler alert. This is the gap. That's 173. I think that's a fade zone if it gets another push to the upside on Snowflake. But the consolidation, that gives you 165. It's still valid on the long side of that trade. So shout out to anybody that's in Snowflake. I think it's been a fantastic one the last couple of days. And thank you guys for making sure we shout that out. I want the 60. I'd go long 65. I'm looking for the fade up here if we get up to that pre-market. Whatever. It was a flush zone last week. I wasn't here to trade it, but I mean, you guys, it speaks for itself on the chart. It's almost filled the entire gap now.
SoFi, shout out to Renata for this one. I saw her write this in the chat earlier. She called SoFi long 660. I don't know if you ended up taking it 10 pennies. That's good on what are we, $6 name, which is not bad, especially if you load it up there. So nice dip trade at a very identifiable level there on SoFi. Up again. This one's been a great swing, man. Now, if you're wondering why this one's moving, well, here's the whole thing. So in the negotiations with Kevin McCarthy and the crew with respect to the debt ceiling, it looks as if there may have been some concessions with how long these debt forgiveness repayments that Biden has done for students, how long it's going to be instituted for. It looks like after a certain amount of time it's going to lapse. And well,
that's a big deal.
SoFi stands to benefit from that because they were refining all those at lower rates. That's the whole pitch here with SoFi, is that they take in people with high credit card debt, whatever student loans, and they refi them at lower rates, and that's the pitch.
Everybody's got. So here's the thing. In addition to that, everybody's got student loans.
Yeah.
So if you think about, like, if all of a sudden if you're starting to have to pay back again earlier than you were expecting, then what's happening to your discretionary income? Like, you think if we're already talking about retail getting hit, that's just another bad leg for them. So Intel looking a little bit stronger right here. I'm going to get into this long in this consolidation, but yeah, I feel like it's good news for SoFi, but another jab at the retailers and maybe the overall economy there.
Nice bounce,
and that could be the kind of compromise that could be the reason the market continues to pull back in here.
Yes, sir.
So nice little bounce there on, well, we were just talking about SoFi on Intel. I still like this one for the long side. I don't want to fade it. 33, 34 would have been it. But I'm not trying to get long in this consolidation, showing a little bit of strength here on Intel for the first time. C3AI, the out was, I felt like it was right, but it's only starting to prove right here as it's putting in a higher low. I want to give it a chance to run VWAP again and give me that same short that we had before. So patience is a virtue. That has worked as far as I'm concerned. So I don't want to rush into anything right now. And there's so much more to SoFi, B Fanatic. I don't think you weren't saying that. Yeah, there's more to SoFi than just.
Oh, way more. Yeah, they have a subscription service. They're a paper, like there's some sort of
I mean, their loan business. There's a lot they got going on.
It's a recurring revenue model, which is good, right, from one end. Anyway, yeah, I'm not trying to claim I painted the full picture there of SoFi. Okay, Apple showing strength again, curling back into VWAP 178.30. You got to say, though, it's within a range now. And even though it's made a higher low, holding that 178, we'll really have to break through 178.60-ish area to really show us any decisiveness. I keep looking to the futures to kind of give me a direction as to what we're going to do. It looks like more of a bottom has formed on the ES than on the NQ. It looks like we've been dancing near these lows here on the ES while we're kind of slanted downward on the NQ.
Are we, though?
Yeah, we are, sadly. I'd rather us rip off these levels so we can take some nice longs. Yeah, this is the look on the ES, 41.75, 41.77. We've been kind of dancing with these levels all morning. And we're down 0.87 on the ES, down 0.78 on the NQ. So the NQ a little bit more relatively strong. That's percentage-wise, though. Chart-wise, I don't know. We'll see. We're below 14.3 for the moment. Haven't reclaimed it for a little bit now. Where are we here? Microsoft continuing to go down, man. This key level break on Microsoft was a missed opportunity for me, especially since I had identified it. Come on, you stupid charts. All right, I'm going to have to move this. It's so frustrating. Here's the look on Microsoft. This is the 331.25. That was yesterday's close. It kind of danced with it all morning. Then you had that decisive break and close below downward, and we've kind of been stair-stepping off that level now. We've broken 330 badly now. 329.51. We're at lows. Microsoft looking weak. It actually started off quite strong, making a 335, almost a 336 touch there. 94s with a high. Microsoft down and to the right, baby. Half a point down, Neil. The AI play not good today for Microsoft.
Oh, I want to get something up for Palantir for a second because I just talked about Snowflake. We talked about a couple of other names there. CRM reports tonight. That's another one that should be interesting on our watch. But 14.20 on Palantir. I set my stop for a breakout. Thank you, daily chart. But here's 14.20 on the 15. You can see it previous resistance into support. It already broke down today, so the short off that level, great if you got it. But now I'm just looking for a break back above. It's held 14 even. Here's that stop. It's got underneath 14 a couple of times. It's now making a strong break back up. It has to break out 14.20 for me to like that long. I like it breaking that level. I'm going to go for it. It's about 8 cents away. I'm now into Intel. Give it to like 31.20. If it bounces off that, we're going to go for it. Jameson, Barno, yeah, oh my goodness. Jameson, you think the short side on C3AI looks juicy? I agree with you. There's a huge gap still to be filled. But look at 38. If it breaks 38, I think it's got $2 in it, but it cannot seem to break the 38 level. So I'm out of that short. I'll look for a breakdown of that price, but I'm going to be shorting pops in it. Got to be a little bit patient with it. But this market does want to head to that downside, baby. So we are looking for the short here in C3I. But that's a 38 break as far as I'm concerned. Meta 264. Congratulations if you got it. I'm still on that offer. I'll look to join the party to this on the next available pop. And Marvel Javi is taking a huge hit. Sorry, Marvel. It's not Marvel.
It's all good. We know.
No, you guys know what I'm talking about. Marvel underneath 60 again. You want to talk about flat bottom breaks and gap fills? It's just breaking it right now, and it's not on a heck of a lot of volume. But oh yeah, this is just as big of a gap fill, if not one of the better gap fills out there. I like this, but I don't want to jump into it on light volume at this time of day. I want to see it test back under, maybe hold 60 underneath for a bit, or retest just above and get a nice little consolidation. But yeah, Marvel's taking a hit, Javi. It's got to be on that ish list. But the last trade I put on was actually a long on Intel. It's starting to bounce a bit here.
Yeah, I looked over to Sean. I'm like, are you long or short this market? He's like, look, I'm short everything. And then he kind of, restricted that comment. He's like, but Apple may be a long. And I'm looking at Apple. It's holding up, dancing with VWAP. Not ready to take a trade on it, but holding above 178. You know what isn't holding, though? Microsoft, another low, 328.91. Microsoft down and to the right. Yeah, continuing to head down here with no green candles here for the last little while on my 5-minute chart on Microsoft. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 in a row there as it breaks at 331.25. Where is this one going to find its bottom? Is there anything here on Microsoft? Let's check the news blotter real quick. Is anything coming up?
Oh, it comes down to
not really.
that's a big, 330 is a big level.
Yeah, it is.
AI stocks retracing. Marvell, Nvidia, what else? Like, throw them all out there. They're all going down. 330 level breaks. I think that's enough sometimes, and that's all it takes. Marvell's not really. When a stock breaks a key level like that, if it doesn't go right away, sometimes you're a bit cautious, but it's not really testing that much back above. Like, I'm not really seeing any buyers above that 60 level, and I'm looking to make that fade above 60. But you know what? The previous high, 60.20, I'm going to wet the beak. But a lot of times if you don't take the breakdown and you want to give it to the previous low, like the support level that it bounced off of, a lot of times I'll just say I'll get it all in above 60 even.
Yep.
This time I'll take a fill underneath just in case it never gets back above 60. And if it comes back in the consolidation zone, then you can add to it. So just maybe take 2 entries instead of 1. That'll be the way to go here.
Shoot the J.
And Twilio, shoot it. Shoot the J.
Do you say that a lot? Because that's a good reference.
You don't say that a lot?
No. I don't say that a lot. Do I?
No,
I'm talking about the
saying
Prince
that
one. I'm talking about Chappelle reference.
You got to shoot the J.
Shoot the J.
Shoot it. No, it just means if you have the open shot, just take it. And then if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You got to be able to miss some shots, and that's the way you want to do sometimes. We were just talking about the market as well, but I wanted to get back over to, it was Palantir. Palantir is 3 cents away now. Oh my goodness. So Palantir 14.20, that's 14.20. I'm taking a break of that level. I don't think this is invalid till it's back underneath 14. I wanted to be looking long Palantir. Today, it was tricky. It just helped me to avoid whatever.
Wow,
Nvidia. You avoided losses, but it was never really a great setup. I think 14.20, we're taking that breakout here.
Microsoft and Nvidia are super weak. So is Amazon. They're all headed downside, baby. Apple holding up, though. Let's look at the chart on Apple. Continuing to hold now above VWAP, but very slow going as the NQ and the ES continue to print lower. Apple continues to hold these levels. So for how long? For how long is this the case? Yeah. On the day, I'm not talking about forever. So nothing brewing on that front. But Nvidia now at day's low. Let's bring in Nvidia here.
I mean, they're all at day's low. Those names are all at day's low.
There's Nvidia one. There we go. Down 3.6%. 32 million shares done on the day. 10-minute here on Nvidia. Let's go to the 5. What's the level here to the south side on Nvidia? Okay, so yeah, you know, we were at this level not that long ago, May 29th, I believe, May 26th. Sorry, we were at this level, so we've had incremental moves up on this name. So we're gonna have support, except this is the gap. This 315 to whatever bottom of this end, 380. 315 to 380, the gap. We're not there yet, guys, obviously, so we'll have to look for something a little bit more close. Go back to the 5. Yeah, so we'll see if we hold up at these levels here. 382, there's a bit of a top on May 26th. 382, 383 level, excuse me. We'll see if we get some support in and around there, but the market looks like it's headed south. The NQ continuing to print lows, 14,257 now, the low of the day. Microsoft coming down, but surprise, surprise, Apple's not.
Apple's got some strength to it, man. It's got some game. Tesla 195 is about to come into play. As I said, I just got into that Marvell. It's like 10 cents in the money. It's really not doing a heck of a lot just now. I want to see it make a bigger move than that. If we're going to risk 30 to 40 cents and we want to get 30 to 40 cents out of it, if I see a big bid line up at 195 on Tesla, I probably take a shot going with that long off that level. I just don't know if it's going to be an obvious one. Eric Navidad, Intel has been a monster. It's in a bit of a consolidation zone right now. I took the first entry here at 40s, 31.42. Bounces off VWAP, I'll take another one if it confirms that strength. But this is a strong move to the downside. That's why I like joining into that Marvell for the gap fill. Not everything's giving it to you. Palantir doesn't want to make this break. Whatever, it's got to break 14.20. It feels like this is going to be like a 15 level where it just doesn't want to go. So if we get a nice long consolidation, I'll like it even better. But I'm wetting the beak on that 14.20 break to be sure. Netflix is holding up. Matt Riley, Netflix was a bit of a dog yesterday. You're right. Netflix is holding up. How are we doing on the higher time frame? It hasn't really broken the range here, but yeah, good look here on Netflix. That's relatively strong, still green on the day for Netflix. Higher lows all day, higher lows from yesterday as well. I'd put that in the bucket of prefer it to the long, but unless it breaks 94 or gives you the long at 90, off 92, I wouldn't be chasing it up here. Your risk to reward, if you're long, great, congratulations. But 94 break if the market can get back above the long, that makes a little bit more sense to me. I kind of like what I'm in right now. I think Apple is relatively strong in there. I think Meta, Meta can hold VWAP. It's a strong name, although I think it's a short at 64 with a tight stop.
Yeah, again, another rejection at 64.
It's got higher lows as well. I mean, if this holds VWAP, I can see a long in Meta down here
for a top break,
for a scalp trade. Yeah,
and a top break. Yeah, you get an accumulation top with higher low, higher low. You're getting constant rejections off 50 here on Apple. It's definitely not being aided by the NQ. That's continuing to print lower. 14,253 now. Down into the right goes the NQ. Not so for the ES as it continues to only slightly make lower and then retrace back up. But Apple, man, I'm trying to figure a way into this, right? I'm definitely not taking the breakout.
You don't want the break.
I don't want to take Apple
long you want 178.
when the NQ is going south.
You want 178.
And that's a problem for me.
So you wait for 178.
Well, I don't want 178 if the market's going to completely flush.
Fair
and you
enough.
know what I mean?
But are we flushing right now?
No, we're not. We're just stepping down. Just shake it. Yeah.
Oh, I did that thing. That didn't work. Oh my goodness.
There you go.
Now
there you go.
So I was gonna pull over my NQ
It's like
chart.
a very empty feeling, right? Like, no, I gotta load everything up
I just shook the window I moved my black chart over so I could do this quickly.
Beat Fanatic talking about INTC flush.
But here, so two things. One, Intel might run my stop. That'll be good for. I mean, obviously I'm short Marvell. So Marvell might move a little more than Intel. So that was the futures, and we are coming and breaking that low as you're talking about. That was more to make the point of, for Shreve not wanting to rush into Apple. So there's Intel. It doesn't hold that 31.20 previous low. So I take an entry in there. Doesn't want to hold it, fine. If it wants to be stronger, make a consolidation there. I'm not going to fight anything to the long side. First available out, I'm just going to take it. I'm all about the paper cut if you're fighting the trend. And then get into something we were just talking about, like from Marvel with its breakdown. Oh, goodness. Really? Did it just bounce off my... whatever. So it looks like it just bounced a little bit shy of the order, so I'll kind of get in front of where it just bounced. But we got that 60, then wick the top, we jump back into it. So Intel, you take like a 15 to 20 cent hit, and then immediately you get that Marvell. It gives you about the same, more expensive stock, but I think you can move a heck of a lot more than that. Palantir just broke, finally, 14.20. So I'm long here at 21, obviously. I think this one has room. 14.50, 15, but the market's probably going to have to help us out here.
Yeah.
Because it's in that AI bucket, but
Yes.
that was a key price from before. It made that nice little consolidation there. It tried to go. I think it's got some room to 14.50, but I'm going to have offers out on the way up here. So a bit of a breakout on Palantir. Snowflake was already a bit of a beast going into this, and CRM was a beast earlier, but now participating down 3%, but nice little double bottom here and breakout on Palantir so far.
All right, I'm getting an Apple. I'm going long on Apple.
Let's go.
Right, and it is what it is. We're going to go with this. It's a counter market move, but it's shown its strength, and we're dancing with 50s as we have been the past, I want to say, 20 minutes or so. We'll see if we end up on the right side of this. You're looking for a 60 break. 60 gives us a higher high through the break of this peak here. So what's the plan? Out 78. So I'm going to have to give this 50 pennies, okay? And we're going to be looking for 179.50. We'll try to ride it through the high of day, I guess. I mean, the market's going to have to obviously cooperate with that. So this is dependent on, I wouldn't say Apple moving secularly, but the market finding some sort of bottom here. So we'll see what we get on Apple. Be looking to add in at a quarter, and then ultimate out will be 78. So that's the plan on Apple. Microsoft, first green candle on the 5-minute in a while. Hello, Microsoft. Microsoft decided to slow its very aggressive descent down to, you were talking about that 330 level, and looks like we're looking to test it again, Neil. Looks like we came up 329.90s and then slowed down a little bit there. So we shall see what happens here, but...
in Microsoft? Okay, so you're into Apple.
Into Apple. Where am I? 49s.
Okay, so you're into Apple. I'm just gonna. I got that first out there on Marvell. I'll get to that, and then I'll just quickly show you. As we said, it bounced in front of my order, so I just kind of moved it up a little bit. So we got our first out there, ring and register on that one. But it's more what's going on in Meta that gets intriguing to me, because it's just it's just holding the line here at VWAP. Usually this time I want to see it test underneath, but it's. Maybe you wet the beak here. I don't know. I know I want this one for a long if it holds this level, and I know I like it short at 264. I'm not at the point where I'm jumping into it just yet, but it's getting pretty darn close. Like any kind of dip underneath 62 that can hold, I'd probably jump into it on the way back to the upside. You're not really screaming anymore in the NASDAQ, but you're still all red. The ES is trying to make a bit of a bottom, but the NASDAQ is still sort of solidly red and still kind of filling that gap in there. You don't have any obvious support levels. I mean, 14.22 would be like a weak one. So I don't think you got to rush into anything to the long side. Palantir showed me some momentum. That's why we got into it. But mostly it's going to be about working those shorts. And Tesla 195. Still hasn't gotten to 195. If I see big size in the level, I suppose there's a scalp trade there. But that would be a pure, let's see if you can make either like an 01 or 02 work, or if it breaks, holds like 194.70 or 80 or something like that, then you're long back above at 95.5 or something, and give it to the low of the day, risk 30 cents. That'd be the plan. So if I go long Tesla, I want to risk like less than 25, 30 cents or less than 50 cents on a trade.
So it has to be a great level.
Yeah, it's got to be. Well, 95 could be. That's kind of why I'm looking at that, because every $5 on Tesla tends to be good.
I was going to say something here, but I forgot what I was going to say. I had something to say. But all good. Microsoft retracing. So I've got my dip trade set up there at the $0.25, and I've got my out through the break of the whole dollar. So that trade ready to execute. Shout out to the person who took Sofi at 660, now at 675. Looking good. 683 the high day. looking to take 12% out on the day. It's at 11.75 right now. So good trade so far. INT short puts printing, says Beat Fanatic. So shout out to you. Yeah, INTC looking like it's stepping down after getting that big boost from the AI news. What are they doing? Some conference or something like that?
Oh, Intel has a conference.
Oh, they do have a conference, okay.
So I don't know the timing of that because I don't think I heard Brendan say when that's over.
Yeah.
So I'd have to double check to see how long. They were doing they were presenting at a conference.
Okay.
And whether or not that's over, I'm actually not sure, to be honest with you. There was just a comment in the chat. I actually have not, Dimitri, maybe the fundamentals are good on advanced auto parts. I can't tell you whether they are or not because it's not a stock I look at. But clearly they don't like the report here today. It's down 34%. It's just SSR. There has been no bounce in this.
Whoa, Sofi. Whoa,
it's ugly,
Sofi.
man. It's ugly on AAP. It is slowing down. I'll give you that much. This stock is slowing down at 74. So maybe it's trying to form a bit of a bottom on volume. But yes, wow, Sofi is right. I made that cardinal mistake on Sofi of liking a level for a bounce and then not letting it work. I did not let the level work, and you can like a price area all you want. It's my style of trade to sort of adhere to very hard stops and then look for re-entry into the stock if I like it. Take a bunch of paper cuts, so you keep your losses small relative to your wins.
Sir.
And that's a way to stay green. However, you still got to find a way back into it. And that's here at 50. That's there at 60. Shout out to Renata and congratulations.
Shout out to that was a good trade.
Because now it looks like it wants to break the high of the day, and I'm looking for a way back into it myself. I would have thought VWAP. Maybe we're looking for a false break here that doesn't break 7, and then a nice consolidation off that to look for that long. Because I don't want to take a top break into a weak market.
No, not in this
poopy
poopy market. Yeah, still hanging out at 50s here on our friend Apple, as that is a rinse and repeat type level with no ability for the stock to break it decisively. Again, I want to reiterate, we're looking for that 60 break to give us that new high. We've got that higher low. What we don't have is that higher high. We're still waiting on that bad boy as the market curls up, but very anemic right now. I'm not looking for anything decisive from the NQ quite yet. If we get it, great. We're seeing Microsoft curling here, second 5-minute green candle in a row now, taking 330. It was beat up below that 331.25 low break. That was yesterday's close. So Microsoft curling back up nice. Apple still having a lot of trouble with the $0.50. Nothing doing there. You break above it, you break below it, you break above it. So we're going to have to give this one time and look at something else. Nvidia, 385.
That could be something. I got into Meta.
What did you?
Here.
Okay, go.
So remember we talked about Meta, that VWAP hold. So it kind of crept above, gave you a nice little consolidation there. I'm into it. The market's starting to bounce here. This is a relatively strong name. I still feel like if it gets to 64, it's worth a shot shorting that level. But if it's going to hold above VWAP and above 262, then I'm into that one and taking my shot with Meta. Marvel, sorry, apologies. It's just, I'm a bit of a nerd, so I always think about the comic book first. That's back like 30 cents in the money. Again, we've already taken that out of it. I'd like to see a little bit more there. But this market, if it were to bounce, that's a big and gigantic if. I think you've got like 30, 40 points worth of room. If something is relatively strong, I want to take a shot at it. And Meta showed to me that it was relatively strong when it's my worst name, shorting this one 3 times. And then, the first time was the only good one.
The VWAP thing there, it's clutch.
We'll see.
I think that's a good move. You have a higher low. It doesn't have to work, but I like how you wait for the backside.
Yeah.
Right? You didn't get on the front side.
It's all about the backside.
I talked about...
all about that backside. What?
We talked about the backside in your absence, and not in the way that you're so tacitly referring to. Oh, we like that.
Well, no, but I'm pulling it tacitly referring to. I'll show this chart all day long, and I don't care.
Yeah.
Because this is exactly the point I'm getting at. I wanted to short the pop. Nvidia rejected the $1 trillion valuation, so I wanted to short a pop into that $1 trillion valuation.
Yes, sir.
Well,
you said that to me yesterday.
Yeah, okay, well, this is what happened. So I took it in the midst of a big, massive green candle, get run over, and then miss the shot at it on the way back down. That's what I mean. That's the learning experience for you, because what'll end up happening is you want to make sure you take your shot at it, but this is probably worth a couple of swings at it. Now, 385 has come back on the bid here, and this is what the gap looks like on Nvidia. This is 376. If you go back to Friday, I chuckle when I say that because it's $10 away. It could still be holding this breakout. $10 away. It's insane. Like this could go another $10 and before it finds the support zone.
Right.
Easy. Easy.
You know, any other time here we accumulate this much with higher lows and looking to make a higher high, I'd say this is a fantastic long, but usually you're not making this type of move on a big tech name with the index, the main index here, the NQ, so weak. So I have mixed feelings about this accumulation that we have here at the $0.50 on Apple, but I'm long, and I'm going to continue to think the exact same way. Dip trade is in, out is in, profit targets are identified. Let's see if we get the market move. Google curling above 123, looking to touch VWAP at 123.25. Microsoft looking to take back 330 as it knocks on the door at 329 and a bit. Let's see what else is moving here. Not much. Nvidia holding 385 for now. Don't know how I feel about this Nvidia trade though. I'll keep my eye on Nvidia, but 385 has been a level. Apple breaking now into the higher 50s. Can we see 60s? We haven't seen 60s there. We were seeing 61s. Can we see 2s and 3s? I'm seeing 3s. Some good buying coming here on our friend Apple as the NQ also retraces a little bit to the high side. Could we get continuation here? The trade is identified. I'm not taking profits over 10 pennies. We're holding for the targets. Let's see what we get. And yeah, okay. Well, the ES dancing with 41.80 as well. Not quite able to take that level. It's been almost an hour since the ES has been above 41.80. I'm viewing any of these bounces with suspicion, Neil. I got to tell you the truth.
You should be suspicious.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with you there. Find a strong stock. Apple's a strong stock. You know, if Meta holds VWAP, it is, but it's even struggling to do that. Sofi just wicked the high of the day. When I say it wicked the high, that means it touched it, broke it by 1 cent, and it started to pull back. So maybe this is the shot at VWAP, or you get like a test of that high in the tight little consolidation to jump in to a consolidation long week and risk a couple of pennies, or maybe you take the new breakout to that previous high. This is now starting to set up for me. I'm in Meta. I just put another bid on Marvell because it got close to that $0.50 mark, but it didn't fill. Palantir's not really doing a heck of a lot on this breakout except for consolidate, which can work.
Okay.
I don't have an issue with that. Like if it wants to consolidate above VWAP or in it up on the trigger, I should have orders all the way to 50, 1450. I'm just getting a couple more out there. So still in Palantir, kind of more of a sideways action, as we said. You know, the market trying to make a bounce here.
Oh, baby.
So let's let it work. If we break this range of Meta, I think I want to add instead of subtracting on the range break, and that'll be 260, 270. I think once it goes like 25 cents in the money, I might be looking for a place to add and then wait till it gets to 63 to take profits.
We just got 80 breaks here, Neil, on our friend Apple, but it's not time to take profits. So if it comes back down, it comes back down. That's just the way it is. Bless you. We're going to have to see if we can get some continuation. We'll be looking to take a baby out at 79s. So let's go ahead and set that up because old man hands can't handle the speed. And by old man hands, I'm talking about myself.
You're saying you're old man?
Yes, I am. Yes. And there we go. I'm sitting at 95s here to get filled on our friend Apple. We'll have to break through 90 first as we do that dance with the 10-cent level. Apple showing good strength. The NQ also curling up here.
Yes.
The NQ is looking to reclaim that 14.3 or so it seems at the moment as we curl up here into the high 80s. No fill here on Apple. Looks like we got missed by a couple of pennies as we retrace, sadly, back down into the 70s. Yeah, we're going to have to really look, again, with suspicion at market bounces. But I'm going to stick with the trade. The trade is the trade, and I'm not...
Like Marlo Stanfield said, my name is my name. The trade is the trade.
Yes,
but
sir.
watch out because if Nvidia sustains a bid here.
Oh my God, the 385 on Nvidia, wow.
I was just going to tell you. I know you were looking at that one and you didn't put it on, but it does. Like if Nvidia catches a bid, this could be a little bit gangbusters. However, the last time it did, it got to VWAP and retraced. So I have to watch that closely. Why? Because clearly, if you're in Marvell short, then Nvidia is going to matter to this one. MRVL. So that one just came right back in. I was just on the bid, and this is what happened. I just put in the 59.50 bid, and it's right back up testing 60. However, for now, it's kind of filling that 60. I can zoom in so you can see this a little bit better. So looking like it wants to fail that 60 again. That's been the entry point. It's been off the 60, whether it's the wick or the consolidation. So I'm looking for a turn, but I got to watch out for Nvidia because the last thing I want to do is add to a short in Marvell and then have Nvidia continue.
Yeah, well, because it's going to be in sympathy with it, because Nvidia is an absolute monster, and it does what it wants at any time that it wants. It looks like anyway. Shout out to Jensen Huang and his leather jacket. Yeah, apparently there's hold on. You know there's Moore's Law. Obviously, you're familiar.
Yes.
We all heard about Moore's Law. Apparently, there's Huang's Law referenced on the All In podcast. They talked about it. So he has his own things with respect to computing and mathematics, with computing and GPUs. Because kind of. Yeah, and I shouted him out. I wore the jacket at the big desk.
There you go, man.
Jensen Huang.
I'm glad that's cool that you did that. You know what's interesting? There was a comment, AMD and Intel, there was a disagreement about Moore's Law. Because Intel still believes in it.
Okay.
AMD is not a believer that it's going to hold true. And
right.
That, you're not going to get the same kind of growth, yada, yada, yada. And to be honest, AMD's been right about that for a little bit. Anyways,
see.
Quickly, shoot. Palantir just gave me a fill. For the first fill on the way upside here in Palantir. Now this is a little skewed there, guys. So we've ring the register on Palantir first time, just in front of that 30 level. It ends up holding VWAP. I guess I could have maybe made a reload here. Now we're starting to take some out. I guess we'll start reloading this in front of VWAP every time it bounced. Let's see what happens here. But Palantir was a fantastic trade, short off 15. But today, it's trying to catch a little bit of a bid. I wanted to be long. I waited around for it to break this level. Let's see if we can get this one to the upside there. And yes, Alan likes.
Baby.
Take a second, hit the like, hit the subscribe. You got the Apple trade. Hey, somebody's got to have Nvidia down there at 385. I think that was a good shot play for you if you like it. Meta's starting to go. Thank you very much. I'm going to give an assist to Apple for Meta holding VWAP, and now. Did I jinx it? I said I'd wait for 263 for the fill, and I said I was looking to add to it instead of subtract at the top of the consolidation. That's what we did, and now let's see what can happen as this goes arrows up. The market's trying to catch a bid.
And Dan Emmons making a very good point here, and I want to agree with this. He says ES bottomed earlier, and that's a point I want to make. The bottom seemed like it was already in on the ES earlier than it was on the NQ. The NQ kind of had a lower right, the W, so it had a lower right side V than whereas the
ain't lagging now.
Huh?
It ain't
lagging now. Here comes 14.3, baby. Alert! We're out a little bit here on Apple. I don't know why I did that. Having fun doing weird things today, Neil. Because what's life without whimsy, right? We're printing here on Apple. We're over 50 pennies in the money here. 179 goes a break. I took some out at 90s, Neil, but here we go. Yeah, right? 60 pennies in the money on Apple. Let Apple go to the top side. The NQ is through 14.3. I took out some there at 90, and now we're breaking through 179. So let's see if we get that high of day test on our friend Apple, 179.35 HOD on AAPL.
You down with HOD? Yeah, you know me. If you don't like the high of the, the only time you don't like high of the day is if you're short, although it could be a good entry at that price. But so I like that one. Apple, definite relative strength. There's no question about it. As we said, Nvidia makes a bit of a bottom. I was just showing Meta there. That was that last little out there. If it bounces off VWAP again, I'll probably add to it. But Nvidia starting a bit of a curl. It gets right back up to the previous drop zone, 388.5, and it starts dropping again. This time on Marvell. Oh my goodness. There you go, Marvell. This time on Marvell, if it gets back into that low, I want to make sure I take something out there. But I wanted to see Nvidia curl before I added back in underneath 60 on Marvell. So I'm going to put that one on. I just wanted to show you, NVIDIA is like the futures of the AI chip names, or for lack of a better word. So now that I see it start to come back in, I jump back in on the backside of the trade, so let it get to 60 and curl, and then we get some more Marvell. I'm going to get right on the bid in front of the low of the day. Rinse and repeat until it stops working is going to be the name of the game for me there. And where is SoFi? SoFi doesn't want to break the 683 area. Yeah, it doesn't seem to want to dip for us either. I don't know, man. Like it didn't break. I'm looking for that VWAP retracement. It's not really doing it. It couldn't seem to make a fresh high. I want to give it a chance to bounce off VWAP and continue, but let's let it get down there first.
Yeah, that 6.8, I think it broke it by 1 penny.
Yeah, 1 cent. Yeah, 1 cent.
All right, Apple breaking below 179 again, to be expected, as we got simultaneously to 14.3 on the NQ. 14.3 likely to be a level of resistance, former area of support, now area of resistance. You know, these 100-point levels are always targets for me. We talked to Rune about that, and, you know, he looks at them too. So, you know, I'll continue to identify them. I also looking at VWAP on the NQ. VWAP here is 14.333, 14.333. The reason I care about the NQ is because I'm in an Apple long, and my theory is there's a good degree of correlation between them, even though Apple up on the day almost 1%, while the NQ down 0.7. But if we can get some NQ action here to the high side, I like my chances with this Apple long. We're looking for continuation, 179.35 the high. That's the only trade I have on at the moment. I am eyeballing Nvidia and very disappointed at my inaction here at 385. It makes a bottom of 385.01, and it wasn't once, twice, or 3 times. It was multiple times at that level. Let's go to our friend Nvidia here. Here's the 5-minute on Nvidia. And yeah, that gave you a $3 plus trade, because that broke through 88. How high did it get there? It got to 88 and a third, Neil. So that's a nice little, 3 green candles here on the 5. Retracing now, VWAP 392.5 on my chart. To go green on Nvidia, we're going to really have to get back up there. 401 on my chart. Shout out to the highway. Anybody who's from Toronto, actually anybody from Southern Ontario,
you know the 401.
You know the 401, because it's a big boy. It goes all the way from Montreal to Windsor. What is that corridor called? The Montreal-Windsor corridor?
I don't remember.
You know what I'm talking about,
I know
though,
what you're
right?
talking
Yeah.
about. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Southern Ontario. A lot of people live here. We're not talking about baby amounts of people. There's like 18 million people that live in that corridor, maybe more.
It's absolutely gigantic. I mean, the GTA is obviously huge, but I mean, Ontario, it pales in comparison to the U.S. I don't know you guys in the U.S. and you're like, whatever,
yeah, we feel good about
but New York, all that stuff. I'm not trying to feel good about how big Canada is. It isn't.
Up?
We ain't that big. We ain't that big.
We're not.
Overall, we're like
10%.
We're less than 10% the size, I think, of the U.S., or maybe around 10%. But we are starting to come back into the downside here. So a couple of things. If we bounce VWAP, I'm looking for another re-entry onto Meta after Palantir after getting a piece out there. But it's a similar story for Meta. We got that piece waiting for 263, looking for another bounce off of VWAP, and then I'll make that re-entry, just that reload. And then while that was happening, the short that we're in, we reloaded Marvell, took some out as it got toward that low of the day. Again, just going to rinse and repeat while maintaining. I'm kind of holding 2/3 every single time here, making sure that we have that net short on. If Nvidia is going to continue to make lower highs, then I want to be sticking with this Marvell. Now, why am I in Marvell? Because it was rightfully pointed out that it was a good flat bottom break. And I saw that, and I'm like, okay, why am I trying to force where I can find a trade in Nvidia? But Marvell's given you, it's already broken flat bottom, then takes out the 60. There's room down to 57 even, just pretty clean moves. You can short the 60 level. I think even if it goes higher, you can short the 61 area. So there's just some entry points that I like here on that. Oh, don't give me a break. I guess Meta didn't really want to go far enough there. I thought Meta would come into VWAP. It didn't, so I guess I'm not even going to get that reload.
It's floating above it. I mean,
it's floating above.
Yeah.
It doesn't want to give you. It doesn't want to give you VWAP or under. Like this was the shot, and it was very, it wasn't there very long. You could have had it under VWAP. It didn't hold very long. I'm going to get some more Palantir though out in front of VWAP, as it's starting to make a bit of a bounce as well.
Okay, so here's the deal. What's going on with this Apple trade? The deal is, I like this Apple trade so long as it holds above the $0.50, 178.5. Why? Because we saw the multiple rejections and the earlier failed failed claim of that $0.50 than the eventual claim. So this is an obvious level for me, 178.5. In fact, so much so is the case that I will be adding should it come down here. Now, the caveat on that is we can't be flushing aggressively below key levels on the market. So if we're below, for example, 4174 or 14252, the respective levels on the ES and the NQ, I'm going to have to make that decision. But if it's just on, relative retracement, nothing to do with the market, I'll be looking to add in front of the $0.50. But it may not give me that chance because now it looks like the $0.50, we're starting to form a bit of a top here at 79s. So now 79s is kind of becoming the level, the top that we're looking to break through. So we'll see if we get continuation through 14.3 on the NQ. We're continuing to dance below it, not reclaiming that level quite yet. Neil on the NQ on 14.3. What else is going on? Let's have a look at Nvidia because that's the other trade that I have been eyeballing. That 388 level rejects. Looks like we're poised maybe to make another touch at 385. What will the decision be, though, should Nvidia make a second touch or not? I don't want to say a second, I touched it multiple times.
I hope it breaks
but
down.
Another bottom, another trough at 385. You're looking for a break.
I'm looking for a breakdown because I'm short Marvel.
Got it.
It's just that simple. Like if Nvidia breaks that to the bottom as the market's trying to rally, then I think it's going to get pretty ugly for a stock like Marvell filling in that gap. So you're right, double Ds. Bounce here back under that 14.2, but guess what it did? It bounced off VWAP. I waited for it to make that bounce, started to go green. I got some off the low. Oh, I just threw some offers in there to get some scalping done inside of the top end of the range and rinse and repeat. And it just kind of turned on me. So looking for it to reclaim that 14.2 and then I get some more out. But I'm playing the dip buy, rinse and repeat there. Renata, what about Ford long at 12? Is there size on that bid? I'm going to double check the level too. But like Ford long at 12, like this would be two trading sessions ago on Friday. I was about to say this was a pullback bid, but unless it already ran this level, it broke by 1 cent and reestablished. That's usually a long setup, like a wick underneath support by 1 cent, and then it reclaims the level. Renata, that's a good catch. Because that's a little bit of a break. It's held it. If you've been watching the stock all day, you don't miss something like that.
Exactly.
But I've been looking at Ford, so I mean it's like the first real good look I've had. Yeah, it's coming back in here again. I don't see a ton of size on the bid, but as we just said, it broke the level already, right? So there's not going to be size back at 12 because it was already broken and it's held. So if you go long back at 01 and risk the low of the day, it's 99. That's 2 or 3 cents worth of risk if it's made a bottom. And VWAP is at 12.20. That's easy R&R there. I like it. I mean, I'm taking Palantir to the long side. I actually just got one fill there. Oh, and Meta, sorry, just to answer your question, I like the R&R on that trade. It does set up. I would be curious how much size was on there maybe the first time when it broke to see how many people maybe are already in the long and didn't get stopped out that are looking for the scalp trade. That could sway me there because if a ton of people went long, then if it breaks that low, it could get ugly again. Meta didn't get the reload. Palantir touched VWAP. Meta did not. I'm looking for a break at 63, and then let's get closer to that 264 high before we're taking things out here. So that one is continuing to go arrows up. Just unlike Palantir, there was no reloaded VWAP lines.
179 dance on Apple re-engaged. Here we go again. We break above, a couple of pennies above. We break a couple of pennies below. We do this dance. The NQ does the 14.3 dance. We're back below it. We're back above it. Key levels, we'll see what the resolution is, whether it resolves to the high side or the downside. We're long, so we're hoping high side resolution. So we'll see on that. There's no more, there's really nothing else for me other than how this resolves, but I'm keeping my eye on Nvidia to see whether it makes a test at the low or whether we break above that 388 area again. If we do, then you're liking your odds for a possible 392.50 retracement because that would be VWAP, and that would be my target on Nvidia. What's going on over there? Someone's printing. So Sean, who's going to be on momentarily, is short Google at 123.50s, and he just got a quarter dollar move because we are now at the quarter dollar below the quarter dollar on our friend Google as we retrace below 14.3 on the NQ, come back down into those 8s. So again, view the view the pops with suspicion.
There you go.
Here we go. Again, nothing changes for me on my outlook here on Apple. I'm looking at that $0.50. I liked where the support, I liked where the resistance level was initially there. So if we come back into that level, I'll be looking to add. We got one out here at 90s, but we'll be looking to get some more.
So
You're almost done though.
I am.
Yeah.
I'll let Sean revolve. If I hear him hitting a bunch of keys, and I know he's in something, right? So
Okay.
you don't want to.
I like that. You know that.
Move.
Yeah, you
no,
know.
I know. It happened the same time. Like yesterday, like Palantir was at $15, and we're both staring at that break. It's like it needed to move away from that price before we made the switch because it's just stupid not to. But there's been 10 I'm not going to count how many green candles on PDD, but thank you for Aldrin Giller for shouting this out. Pinduoduo down 5%, just caught a $1.80 bid from the bottom, and it's been all green. It's getting into a zone. This was the stock that I really wanted to short off the open. I didn't take the flat bottom break thinking I could do the short the pop. It sucks. I should have been short the stock. I'm an idiot. All that good stuff. But if you look at this and go to the 15-minute, it's at a previous zone. Sometimes these levels don't matter because it's already come and gone. This 24 level, little something before, and then if you look at this earlier, 64 to 65 was a big decision zone. So in this range is where I'd be looking for a curl. So anywhere from 64 to 65, the second I see a couple of red bars or some weakness, I would want to enter this short with a 65 stop. I don't know that it's there yet. It's all green. It's shown no weakness. But look at PDD.
Ridiculous amount of money that's flown out of the Chinese ADRs.
Oh, it's been insane.
Which is hilarious because they said January of this year was the most amount of money that flew into ADR since 2018. How things quickly change.
And I know everyone talks about how cheap these names are, and I think the
value aspect.
I mean, like I think they're like, these guys are 20 times or something, Pinduoduo.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. Sometimes I just look at the chart. You know, the chart's the chart's telling me a huge rejection after making that earnings move, and then you're just filling in the gap. It hasn't filled in the entire gap. If it had already bounced off 60, I don't think I'd be looking for this play. But given the fact that it hasn't even gotten to the bottom end of that range, 62 to 60, I think there's a little bit of room to at least test the waters on a short. And I think that'll be around that 65 level. So that's what I'm looking for on PDD. As we mentioned, did I even get the refill on Palantir? Palantir, by the way, coming back into VWAP. And C3AI, that was one I wanted to get into the short on. We'll try the short, obviously, here on PDD if it sets up, but I missed C3AI VWAP again because it didn't quite make as strong a move through VWAP. Now you're getting a nice consolidation off 39. So I want to wet the old beak a little bit here underneath in this consolidation lower. I think at some point you could run 38. I'm not sure this one is done yet. The better short has been either at or above VWAP, so I want to take two shots at this. One with a tight stop, which I'll put on here, but then I'll shoot the J if it gets above VWAP for the rinse and repeat trade. So that was C3AI. I just want to make sure I pointed that one out as well.
Apple retraced, and I have a resting order hanging out at 55. Didn't quite make it down there as the market retraced back into 14,275, finding a bit of a bounce now, looking to touch again 14.3. Sadly, I didn't get my dip fill there. It did come into the mid to low 60s. I don't get the print. All good. We'll continue to watch how the trade develops. Again, I feel looking at how Apple is trading now relative to the NQ, we are very market dependent. So we're going to have to actually rally, I believe, above that 14 and stay above 14.3 for Apple to have, that high of day break above 35s, 179, 35, and then the eventual level 179.50. That's what I'm looking for. Another one that's getting going here, that's just, it's a relatively, what's one of the only other green names other than Intel in the microchip semiconductor world, AVGO Broadcom. Remember this crazy stock from yesterday? Yeah, in case you didn't catch this one, let's show you. Yeah, hold on. So we started the day yesterday in the pre-market at $835. This is a 15-minute chart. So look how quickly it made its way up to, yeah, you guessed it, $920. It moved to like $100. and then it gave back everything and closed out at, yes, the 26th close. So AVGO Broadcom was an absolute monster yesterday to the high side and the downside. It moved $100+ and now it's actually up, one of the lone green names in addition to Intel in micro cap semiconductor world. Where are we at here with our friend Apple? Is still below 179 here in the 80s, hanging out there. We're not really breaking through 14.3 on the NQ. Not much doing at the moment as, Meta is holding that 262 level at 262, I want to say 50, 60. I know Neil's in that one. He's looking for that 63 break. What else? Nvidia still above 385. I'll be definitely looking at Nvidia at 385. I've got the man next to me. He's setting up. I heard an uh-oh. I hope everything's okay. Are you remoting?
I'm only remoting, so.
You're only remoting, that's right.
If I cannot remote, then I will just be sitting here talking useless garbage, and you can handle everything else.
Yeah. Well, I don't think the stuff that you say is useless garbage, but
Thank you very much for that.
Long.
have to-
I am
you don't have
long,
to-
by
you
the
don't
way.
have
I
to
don't
suck
know
up or
why it says that I'm not long anything there, but I am long. I'm long at
I'm just saying.
178.49 on our friend Apple, and so that.
I'm glad that you took that because we had talked about it, and remember you asked me what am I trading and everything, and we were like Apple was strong. So
Yes.
So yeah, that's
Thank you for
that's great. I mean,
It was very obvious today too that it kept holding up.
Yep.
Was positive. The market wasn't positive. The market was negative. Apple wasn't, so it was obvious in that regard. Then it kept creating a series of higher lows while the market was creating a series of lower lows. So you
Yes, sir.
clearly see that it was the outlier on the name. But how long, Sean, is it going to be the outlier? How long is it going to continue to buck the trend? If we don't get that 14.3 break on the NQ and stay above, can Apple actually continue to print? Well, we'll have to find out. My trade on it.
You want to make a bet about something?
Well, let me know what we're going to make a bet about, and then I'll tell you.
Okay. What do you think? Apple hits all-time highs.
Yeah.
or-
Buy.
No, I'm the one doing the bet. Apple hits all-time highs, or
Or.
it breaks 170. What happens first?
Yeah. So how far are we from sort of like $5, $5, $6 max off that? What do we got coming up? What kind of numbers we got? We got jobs coming up. When do we have the Fed meeting? When's the Fed meeting? June
Who
something.
cares?
Oh, that makes a
The
difference
question
to me.
is what do you think is going to
That
hit
makes a
first?
difference to me.
Why?
Because it's more macro
I didn't
related.
give you a time. Okay, so then what's going to happen when the Fed comes June 14th then?
Because what if we
Higher or lower than where we are today? June 14th.
we bump 25 basis points, we print below one. We touch 170 on Apple. If we go up 25 bips, I think we'll have some volatility.
You're just not answering the question still.
Yeah, I said if we get
No, it's not
25
if. No ifs. That's
Yeah.
ridiculous to say
Why
if.
is that ridiculous?
Well, fine then. If Apple hits 182, then I think it'll hit 182.50.
binary.
Which one comes first? This is not. I'm not saying.
Well,
You don't
because
have
there
to- if
are
you don't know, you don't
factors
know.
at play.
Right. So what do you think?
So it would be contingent upon
You know,
what
it's
happens
like saying,
in those
okay,
factors.
your favorite football team will win the premiership if they get Messi. It's
No,
like, I
that's
wanna
not the
know-
same thing.
Yes, it is.
No. It's
Your-
like about
your-
what happens with another team. That would be the equivalent.
Right. Well,
Does
you're saying
City
what happens
tie
with the
or
market. Right. So I mean, if we're talking about that, then I'm going to say if the market continues to rip up,
I think
then
you know
Nvidia
if
will
you
take out all-time highs.
I couldn't consider anything else in isolation, I'd say it touches all-time highs.
So your call is all-time highs.
If I couldn't touch anything
instead
else,
of-
like in terms of all-time highs, baby.
I'll take
it
the
seems
other
to
way.
keep.
I'll take the other way.
You're taking the other way. Okay. Okay.
I think it's. Oh, there's a poll.
Proudly put it up.
This is what I do. Bringing
Create the
content,
controversy, baby.
Bringing content regardless of which way we go. But yeah, no, you know what? I only say that because I
You got to
just-
take the other way.
No.
Oh,
no,
you
I was
actually
always
feel
going
that?
under.
Okay,
I was
okay.
always going under. I was just trying to see what you were going to do. But
just so strong.
No, I don't know. I mean, I think that what you were saying, of course, is right? I mean, the more data we get, the more we can base what we think is going to happen in the near future, right? And I just think that first of all, we're short Google right now. I hope you guys that's a good trade. Oh, right now all my things are loading up here again, all my charts. But see, this is my e-signal layout. We got a 20-minute here. I'm just moving it off the screen. We got a 1 minute. On there, and then because we're using Day Trade the World charts, there's a 3 minute here. Here's a 5 minute. This is the 200 period. This is VWAP. This is the 50 period. So the exact same stuff that I have on all this. And then here's just a little scanner telling us what stocks are at VWAP or whatever. So that is that. And then we have the NQ 5 minute I like to look at, obviously, and then the NQ 30 minute, and that's it. So pretty simple, man. A 20, a 1, a 5, and a 3, and we roll with that. Now. So that's what we're doing. And yeah, no, I look at Apple and sure, I been shorting it. I just think as long as we can stay under that 180, and you know, today's a little funny because it's actually going the other way. So I just
unknown news, really.
That's the strange
The
part.
China
about it.
news, maybe
We're
I don't
in
know
Meta,
the
by the
easing
way.
of relations with China. I mean, that's the only thing I can kind of think that would benefit.
You took my main reason there.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't mean to take that.
I was going to drop that after.
I didn't mean to do that, but yeah, you know what I mean, though,
No,
right?
I mean,
I'm
with
you
you
get
on
your
that.
friend Jeremy going over there, and he's talking, he's smoothing it out with people.
Oh no, no, Jeremy's not my friend. His brother Jimmy Diamond is my friend.
Got it.
Jimmy Diamond. Okay, let's go over some trades right now.
Yep.
Of course, we're long right now, so we'll go on that one. We're long Meta. Let's just see what that has to do off of. We got a pretty good fill here at VWAP. I don't know. It went up into the money about. We're long at 20s. It only went to 30s. So we'll see if we can take a piece out right there on Meta, just trying to buy some of these bottoms. You can see the positions at the board at the bottom right there. The Google one is a very, very slippery slope because actually Google's the #1 name today on the show. I have the #1 winner in Google, P&L wise, and the #1 loser at Apple.
Okay.
#1 loser because we shorted that early. Again, bias probably coming into play. But I mean, look at this. We wrote down on our sticky note that we wanted Google short. That was an amazing short up there at 124. Every single position today is a short. You don't see a red tick on here because that would be a sell of a long. So there's another short. We've just kept rinsing and repeating it. And there it is. Holy.
Oh my God.
Sometimes it's not that hard. There it is, 123.50, a couple candles there, short, boom, right there, 40 cents. I mean, we want to get more than that. We may get dipped out here on Meta. Flattened price a little below 262. So this name is about to go, oh my God, the other way as a sell right now. So watch out for Meta trying to break. The highest we got in this position was 10 pennies. So there it is. So we just lost 20. That's okay. Just breaks back down below 262. I mean, our Meta is flashy down the toilet, but
Nvidia 385, Sean. Right at 385 on the dot, Nvidia. We haven't broken below, so there's a lot of buying in around. Now we're at 07s. Okay, so we pop up above. So here's that 385 level again. Here we go. Okay, so what's the move here?
We missed that trade because that was.
I mean, this is a good one. We're only like 5 pennies.
Are you in
over.
it?
No, I'm
Okay.
thinking about getting in it right now. Here, let's see how much we dance with this level. What's the NQ doing here? Okay, so what's your thought on this? Any thoughts?
what?
Nvidia 385. Any thoughts on this one?
I'm just looking at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's below right now.
Below 14.3,
Not
right?
really
Yeah.
too much news. I am sure. No, Meta's all the way back. We just took a quick break on that. Let's look at Nvidia then.
Okay.
Okay, so 385 right now for Nvidia.
Here comes that level again. Lots of size. They're on the book at the whole dollar level.
You wrote the word indecisive there.
Yeah, so because I'm not going to say who it was, but someone kept saying undecisive, so I had to
Max.
write. No.
Neil.
Sean, you're going to put him on the spot live. I want to call him out.
Okay, so let's slow down a little bit here because there's only 2 people that sit here.
I know they're
I'm
going to
not
do a
mispronouncing that.
Yeah, it's not
I
you.
asked you,
obviously.
Max.
You know I wouldn't. Yeah, obviously.
And I'm very undecisive with my trades. No, but let's get decisive right now.
Let's
about
go,
something
baby.
here. And that is going to be Nvidia. So you want to talk about it? Let's have a quick look. Wow. I mean, 388 is pretty hot fire, obviously, but we don't need to understand. I mean, that's not rocket science right there, if you can get anything like that. What I always look for is accumulation, right? We have some right here. I think this is a long.
There it is.
I was
There
gonna
goes
say,
the break.
okay, so that was the thing. And I was
there it
just
is.
about to say it's a
Wow.
long until we break. And there's the break. So it's not.
Sorry, get excited.
One more time. One more time. Yeah, I mean, 385
Wow.
was there, and now it's not, and there goes another 4% to the downside. So there goes Nvidia. It's still making that move lower.
Yep.
I know that we've sort of pulled the book out before and seen what's going on the 5-minute chart. We don't have anything here. I mean, maybe if I can. What are these levels here? So that's still 370. I know that's a level that we've talked about. 377, 375. I mean, we're so far away. See, now it's right. I mean, it's only down 90 cents from where that punch was. You should be short, yeah. Yeah, we should be short there. But you know what?
That wasn't my play. I mean, that's not how I was looking. I was looking for a hold.
You were indecisive.
No, I was
see how you spell
decisive.
that?
I was looking for. I was decisive. I was looking for a long. Didn't even think about the short there. Got to be telling you. Even though it looks like a great flat bottom break, ex post facto though, always looks good. Apple also showing relative weakness, not able to take.
Ex post facto.
Not able to take the 179. I've got my dip trade at 55. So far, it hasn't made it down there, but you see the NQ curling a little bit back down, coming back into the 275 area. Here we go. So weakness coming in. Could we see a mid-50s print here on Apple? If we do, we get filled. So far, you know, the 70 dips, the mid-60 dips, they've all been getting bought up, and then it's been kind of a test of 80s and 90s, and that's been kind of like a rinse and repeat type thing. We shall see where this resolves. What else is going on? Let's keep looking. Maybe we'll have a look at a little bit of small caps. IDAI. We talked a little bit about our friend IDAI earlier. Here it is. Now it's up 35 points on the day, and it rejected 3. 298 was a top, kind of curls back down into the $0.75, 275. Trying to find support now for a possible retest of that 3. In case you're wondering, IDAI probably running off that headline, the AI headline, that's benefiting a lot of these ones, CXAI, BBAI, GFAI. Take your AI pick. A lot of them have been running today. Palantir was also running earlier, I believe, as well. That's benefited off AI headlines as of late, as well as they expand into the commercial field, Sean.
I love Palantir. I mean, I think there's a lot of opportunity for Palantir.
I agree with that.
Moving forward, I mean, Snowflake's another one of those names. I mean, sometimes you save yourself. If we could, whoopsies, Pradley. There we go. There we go. What's up? Oh, it's Pratt on the board. Okay. There it is right there. I just want to say, sometimes you save yourself, right? Like, we're not going to, especially during lunchtime, I think the biggest advice is, it's only 12:25 right now. I think sometimes the good advice is to just sort of lower your shares, maybe look for a bigger trend trade, and that's kind of why I'm holding on to this Google, although we didn't really lower our shares for this one, but we have less right now. And try to hold on to something for a much bigger move. Like, you know, we just been scalping everything out. It hit all of our lines, man. It hit VWAP, it hit the 50, it hit the 200, and now we're looking for some support down here at 80. But like, you gotta let these things breathe a little bit, especially at lunchtime. I don't want to over trade anything right now. And so that's why, you know, I look at this meta, and sure, it's probably going to come back up. But look what we did. By getting out there on a 262 break, we didn't have to worry when it touched 50s. We didn't have to lower our stop, so that when it drifts down here, we don't have to say, okay, well, now this is our stop, so I'm going to lose $1 for no reason. Not for no reason, but we like the long. But how much are you actually getting out of this long? I'm going long at 20. The high is 80. Not even. Maybe 75 maybe I'd get out, right? 70. That's 50 cents. So that means, am I willing to take a 50-cent hit right now? No. I just don't think it's the right amount at the right time, or the right, you know, moment in time as the NASDAQ tries to figure itself out. Plus, you also have what's happening today with the debt ceiling, and a lot coming through. We've been keeping our ear to the ground here with Brendan sitting at his desk still, waiting to hear if there's anything coming through on all that. So, yeah, you and I want to wait.
Big day,
Yeah, I just feel like
you've been hearing a lot of rumblings, Sean, from both sides of the parties, the more left and the more right sides of both parties not happy with the deal. It's going to be mathematics at this point. Do they have the votes? to get
Do
it
they
through.
understand math? Sorry, was that off
No, I don't think you're off base at all. Yeah, no.
I'm
yeah,
not
and
trying to
if they
insult either
don't-
side. It's just
if
the
they-
math that each party
yeah,
uses.
if
Sometimes
they don't have the votes, I think we'll get a market flush very nicely.
I'm
big quadunk.
I'm predicting a quadunk regardless said
Of said
deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think the market's just a little overheated here because thing is that we've already had earnings. They're all done now, right?
$1
Who do we have
trillion,
tonight?
yeah.
We have Salesforce. They're going to blow the numbers out. Right? I'm pretty sure we already know about that. By the way, I'm going short Meta right now. Meta broke down. The market's below. I'm not short yet. I am waiting. Ooh, I'm waiting at 90. You know what? 90 is good enough. This is good enough to that. Oopsies. Now we're short too many shares because we just punched 89s and got 90s at the same time. So right now, short Meta 90s, that's fine. And let's just wait to see. I want to give this up to VWAP again. And this could be really silly. Look at that. This could be really silly because we could have gone long and lost, and now we're going to go short and lose at the same level. And this just sort of goes to prove almost what I was saying and about how being in this might not be the right decision right now. As we sit here on the bid and try to get filled, and someone sits in front of us right now to get that fill, we're sitting there at 76, yet cannot catch a fill right there. So short 90, just trying to take 15 cents like we said. And there we go, we can't even get it. So yeah, our stop out's gonna be 20s. So that's about 30 cents. We'll try to go 2 to 1. Well, 1 to 2 right now on the risk to reward. If we can get out of about 10 or 15% right there, then we'll hold for this bottom, and that gives us a little bit better than 1 to 1. We'll see if we can get something out here in the 60s, but it just didn't fill us at 76. So I don't know if we're gonna get any love any lower than this. So we'll wait. I'm actually gonna cancel my 76. We'll wait a little bit lower.
All right. Yeah, I mean, we're at a really, we're doing nothing here on the future, man. I mean, like 14,275 holding on the NQ. The NQ is the one that I'm trying to focus on. The ES looks a bit more bullish, to be honest with you. Hanging out at 4180, looking like it's created a bottom and creating higher lows, but you don't really see that with the NQ. I know the position board doesn't reflect it, but I'm actually long Apple 178.49. It doesn't show it there, and I've got a dip trade set up here at 178.55. I want to defend that $0.50. That's the $0.50 level that I took for the breakout. What's up, Sean?
Ooh.
Big flush on what?
Ooh.
Google. Google?
Ooh, we are in the building. One more
Very
time.
nice.
Nah, not much happened.
What
You know, we're trying to. No, we got Meta.
You got Meta. There we go. I was looking. I saw
mean,
Google and I was looking above. That's
sometimes
probably why. Yeah.
we might wait around for 40-cent winners. Some
Right.
people might be like, wow, this 40 cents is what we've been waiting for all day. We're brushing this off our shoulder, this 40 cents right now. There it is. We're just playing around. I mean, we hope to get a lot lower than that. We just got a 60 fill, which was 30 cents.
Okay.
It just bounced off 50. It came right into the level that we thought it would. But there it is, man. We make it back some of that cash right now. And I don't do. Do I not have a bid in the 50s? Okay, let's put a bid in the 50s right now. And then here we go. So there it is again. Nice little take here on Meta. Nice take on Google. Let's see if we can find some other names. Let's let Meta cook. You know, let's see what's going on.
Bad boy simmer.
Let's pretend. Yeah, let's let it simmer. Yeah, exactly. Let's go some Breaking Bad on this name.
Okay.
Where we're gonna go in the trailer. We're gonna cook it up. We're gonna come out with that blue shit stuff. And we're going to sell it. And we're going to make
I
a lot
only
of
watched
money.
the first episode of that.
Oh, the first episode?
That was it. I never
Was
watched
it really
it.
great, the first episode?
I was watching it with somebody.
Rewatched, you said?
No, I've only watched the first episode of Breaking Bad. I'm gonna have to
What
find
can
a new
I
job.
throw?
I know.
Where's my, I can't take off my shoes.
I don't know, man.
Throw
I haven't been
them at
able to
you.
get into it.
Google.
Here we go. What? At 123. Oh, baby.
50 cents in the money. We just grabbed a fill down there on Google. 97s. Oh, no. Now Meta going to the downside. We're just having fun here. I mean, let's be perfectly
we're
honest.
just joking around.
I mean, yeah, we just made 40 cents there on that right now. Yeah, Dan Emmons. Yeah, that's why I wanted to throw something.
Why? What did he say? What did Dan say?
No, not what Dan said.
Breaking Bad
What-
is really
what you
good.
said.
Yeah. I'm sorry,
Didn't
guys.
see Breaking Bad yet.
Yeah.
Here, what,
Thanks,
this is
Neil.
my mom right now.
Okay.
Hi, Mom. Hello? Hi, how's it going? No, I'm live on the show. Yeah, I work.
Okay.
I work in the afternoon now as well. Everything all right? Okay, ciao.
Okay.
I think something must be up because she doesn't normally phone me. So I'm going to message her after.
yeah,
No,
do you want-
everything's probably
I can
fine.
take
I'm just going
over.
to message her. No, that's okay.
Okay.
I was hoping there'll be a little bit more dramatic there, but
Thanks
well,
for that, Neil.
The other thing is my kids are also they have a concert and this and that coming up. So I
Cool.
wonder, she could have just been confirming that.
Probably, yeah, looking for the dates and
I'm
times.
going to ask her. Now she's going to feel really bad that I answered that.
Why? Oh.
No, she'll feel bad, like, oh, I'm sorry to
Oh,
interrupt you.
yeah, yeah. You
Because
just
I was like,
tell
hey, what's
her
going
that
on?
you
She
were-
said, oh, are you in a meeting now?
Okay. That's cute. Mama's got a special place in my heart anyway.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the one thing is, look, I don't know how people deal with it, but like, I don't really use my phone as a phone. So like, most of the time, if someone calls me, it's like, nah.
Bradley says you use it as a betting app.
Of course, obviously.
I love Bradley's got the best quirks.
No, but I
when
mean,
he's
what
up
I use
there.
it as anything app.
Yeah, sure. It's an
I mean, I use
everything
it to
device,
go on
isn't it?
Instagram,
Oh, yeah.
Twitter. I mean, but
That's the catch,
how? I
baby.
mean, look at your phone. I mean, some people
Yeah,
in
yeah.
sales and everything like that
It's your
will
everything.
obviously have a different relationship with their phone. But I mean, honestly, most people nowadays are either getting texts from their friends or something.
Absolutely.
But I will definitely. I mean, close friends, you answer the phone. I mean, what I'm saying is there's a pocket of people that you probably answer the phone for.
Yes.
And then others, you'd rather just be like, nah, just pass
Text
the
me,
message.
bro.
Yeah. So most of the time, it would be like close
100%,
family and
yeah.
friends, and then other than that, so obviously if my mother's ever calling,
You're picking up.
that's an instant pickup. It doesn't matter if I'm on the show or whatever. My kids are calling, obviously, and well, the wife, yes, but she's either always watching or something, so she kind of knows.
Shout out,
She'll always,
Marissa.
the wife will always message me for sure. So
Okay.
but yeah, there it is. There we go. What's up to Terra Engineering? His
Here
or
we
her
go,
phone gets
baby.
used once a week.
Who?
There we go. Always answer. No, there's people in the chat just saying that they
They're
rarely
good.
use said
Okay,
phone.
so now I asked Neil about. No, I asked you about this yesterday, right? About the screen time on the phone.
Yes.
That was a conversation between you and I. Neil doesn't have an iPhone. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So then there's no point
Yeah.
getting back into that. Yeah, we got to set that up for you. But here we go on Apple again, Sean. 179 incoming. Last time we danced with this level, didn't end so well. And that could lead to some action here leading up to that conference. But 179 back in focus. Not too much size here on the book as I look at the whole dollar level, but I suspect that whole dollar level doesn't paint the full picture, doesn't tell the full story. I bet you there's more icebergs in and around there as we get renewed selling every time we come into 179. It is not time for me to take profits. I am looking for a high of day break, especially if we can get above 14.3 on the NQ. A high day break on Apple comes by way of a break of 179.35. That's what I'll be looking for, holding the rest for that top break, but 179 not breaking yet on Apple. Sean.
My mother's just telling me that my father, he's golfing today, may stop by after his round.
Okay. Is he local? Like in this area here?
No, they live in Oakville. But,
Oh, okay.
he works in Mississauga. I don't think that there's any
Nice.
problem. Yeah, that's nice.
Always
just want to know
welcome.
if anyone was going to be home because, as you know, a lot of the time we're quite busy
Yes,
and
of course.
yada.
And yada. Do
Reload. Meta.
you remember this episode? Yada, yada, yada.
That's what
I'm
we
still
said.
single.
The Eileen.
And like the one that she ended with, I'm still single.
Right.
And he's like, you're not going to leave me there. What are you talking about? My ex came over, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
like, what? I'm really
That's
tired
right.
today.
That's the one.
One of the better episodes. Shout out to the.
Some people don't like Seinfeld.
Can I ask you
don't-
a touchy question here? Now, do
touchy
you
question.
believe, and
miracles?
Seinfeld, like a fanatic, you'll have both of them take either side here. Who's the real success behind that show? Is it Seinfeld or David?
Larry David?
Because when he
I don't
left,
know.
the writing really went. It went poompy.
I think
The last 2 years, when Seinfeld was writing with the other dudes, it became super gimmicky.
Yeah.
And there was no substance and depth to the storyline. When David was there, it was
Okay.
a lot better. That's just my feel.
I'd have
How do
to-
you guys feel in the chat?
Some people are agreeing
Mm-hmm.
with that. I'm going to agree with a lot of other people there in the chat. I just saw my kids went to the dentist today, $480 later. Not bad. I wanted to say, I like Seinfeld just for, I mean, I like it for a lot of stuff, but just the characters, like George and
They're
Kramer.
so well developed.
It's just, you know, it's just some of those, every week, like you can watch it and they just build it and build it.
Yes,
and
sir.
It's a great show.
I like
but
that.
I understand that some people may think it's boring. I can get
I
all
don't.
that.
I don't
You
think
have
it's
to sort of understand that, not understand it, but enjoy
Yeah.
that sort of comedy, right?
It might be out of some people's
What
age
was?
groups.
Why is this? Pardon the no, not pardon the interruption. Larry David show. Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah,
Thanks,
yeah, Curb.
the guys behind us right there. That, I mean, that's pretty
Machine
great
Gun.
too. I haven't watched every episode.
Yeah, it's
of
very
that,
similar.
But that's a pretty good show.
Yeah,
too,
I
so.
got into some of that, and I watched Curb because they had like the finale of Seinfeld on Curb Your Enthusiasm,
Yep.
where they all get together. George is like a millionaire off an app for bathrooms or whatever, because he was always obsessed with finding the best toilet in Manhattan, so he made that into an app, the iToilet.
That's part of the show, right?
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
These funny rando things that kick off. Okay. Just quickly, so we got a meta reload, and we talked about that as we were going there, and we got it loaded up at 10s there, and look at these outs, 80s, 90s, back to the downside. So that fill is 9. So there's a short at 10, right? There's a fill at 90, and then there's a fill at 85. So again, shorts, we have a couple shorts in there. We took it twice by accident, actually. Had it back down, made that 40, 50 cents. Then we just took 20 cents. My out is right here. This is 10 cents worth of risk, in my opinion. A little bit more than that, 15 cents worth of risk. And we just took 20 twice. So let's see if it pulls back down in. I like the trade. We're still below we're still below VWAP, but we're also still below the 50 period. But this is midday trading. So you take what you get, and as we say to our kids, you don't get upset. But there it is again. I mean, I'm just going to spin this. We're not making, we have no LFT. We're up more today than we were yesterday already. It's 1240. We've only been short today, yes. So same as yesterday, short meta. Well, we were long. I shouldn't say that. We've only won on our shorts. This was a long there in meta temporarily before losing 20 cents. And now we just made, again, another 80 fill there. So that's another 20 cents. It's the same trade. It's just we're rinsing and repeating it, obviously, as you guys can see here. So that is so far so good. All right. SoFi calls, Intel puts. Yeah, you guys are printing on that. A big shout out to you, Beat Fanatic. A big shout out to Jacob here. Anybody that's in the chat. What is this poll? Break all-time highs. So I've already voted for that. For some reason, I can vote now, by the way. That's great. I never used to be able to. So we'll check out that. Thank you for all that as well. As what is going on with Meta? And yeah, I'm just going to punch some out there. Okay. Dark pools there, 93s, or sorry, 93 shares. 69 fill there on Meta. But nice just got filled again. Oh my God, I have too many bids out right now. Oh, I don't want to be too light on this. We just got double the fill again. And why did we get that? Look at this trade. This trade already, guys, 5-to-1 risk to reward. Like, why would I trade Intel? Why would I trade any of these other names? Like I'm going to sit here and look at Intel? I mean, it's a great trade, but really? Like where am I getting 5-to-1 here? You know, you got to trade the right names. Like, we're short Meta now, 70 cents in the money, and we just put this on as we were talking about Curb Your Enthusiasm, as we were talking to my mom, as we were doing all this kind of stuff, we put this trade on. And there it is right there into the depths of this bottom. And let's just wait to see where it goes from here. We're getting some good fills, looking for lower on this. Not only that, Google, so this is 45 cents in the money. Google, 55 cents in the money now. And we just got a fill on Google as well down here on the low side of things. So shout out to everybody, and let's just keep on going there. Shout out to Nightbot for mentioning me. What's up to Beat Fanatic and everyone. Intel paid because CEO Nvidia is talking. Yep, okay, so I guess there is something happening. We have that conference. If we do see anything come through, BlackRock's Fink is talking a little bit right now. Okay, come on, Baba. Yeah, you're right about that. Shout out to Jacob. Who else wants a shout out here? What's up to Ron Miller? What's up to Addy Stacks? Keep on stacking it. Going long Nvidia. Let's have a look at Nvidia right now. Only 20 minutes till max coming through here today, so that should be exciting. Thank you so much for all the nice chat. Yo, what's up, Vin? Yo, what's up, Dan McIsaac? And everybody there in the chat. Nvidia wick bottom. Let's have a quick look. NVDA. I mean, we love those wick bottoms. There's no doubt about that. You want to look for trades that are making that fill. So if you do get anything like that, that is something that you want to look out at. Oh, by the way, dude, Meta right now 70 cents in the money. And what I said was we could sit here and talk about Intel. We could sit here and talk about Sofi, all that. This is 6-to-1 risk to reward right now.
You risk what?
I risk 10
pennies
cents
to make 60?
Yeah, well, now we're in the money 60. So that's 6-to-1 right now, looking for lower. And not only that, man, and what we talked about was we were sitting here, both you and I, talking about Breaking Bad. Like trading, and Neil and I talked about this, it can be simple. It doesn't, like my stop order. Look at this. Look at this. Come on, Doug.
Sinking?
Come on.
It's just ship sinking.
No, it's not. Nothing's sinking here.
Is the Meta ship sinking?
No. Meta's still fine. Man. Meta's down 0.4.
Oh, by the way, Zuckerberg posted a story, of him doing something, hiding it with a countdown, saying release in 23 hours. So apparently he's going to release something new.
Well, they have that Twitter competitor.
Oh, interesting. It looked like he was doing something physical. That's why I thought it was the VR.
We already have the Oculus.
I thought maybe an upgrade because, Apple's coming out with one. We got that 179 rejection really clearly here on Apple. Come to my chart again. This time around, it wasn't as obvious. We actually broke through 179 bottom. This time, we couldn't break through. We didn't actually print anything above 179. And the size there, before I left, it wasn't enough to justify not breaking. So clearly, hidden seller, iceberg at 179. To note, should we ascent back up there and try to break that peak? I'm starting to rethink my dip at 55. It's too far because here's the established range now. As much as I'd like 55 to be the fill, I don't get to decide where the range is, and I think the range is above 60. So I'm going to have to move my dip trade above 60 if I'm going to look to secure a fill at the bottom end of this 25 penny range here between 75 to the whole dollar. So that's my look. I'm still looking for the move up through 179 on Apple. That will be the look there. I'm looking at the NQ.
I took the fill on Meta there.
You got a, what'd you do?
I took the 50 fill.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. I'm still happy with it, but it seems like I already had one.
You had one?
I
Okay.
snuck one away from you. Because yesterday there was question marks whether or not you would eat them all before I got them.
Oh, yeah, I would. And I wouldn't do it purposely. I want you to know that.
These are the best ones.
Yeah. Here, bro. Let's go.
Neil,
I get hungry.
Neil,
I get hungry when he comes on. That's really the only reason.
Neil, worry about your teriyaki chicken, okay? You don't worry.
Neil, for real, I got you tomorrow. Here's the thing, Sean.
I'm coming back on tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. Well, there'll be enough for both of you then. Here's the thing. There's a new additives to this little mix here.
This is the best one.
Well, here comes the heat. It is now
If you can't handle the
French
heat.
vanilla protein, not chocolate protein. And instead of that, I'm throwing in the cacao powder.
Gotta love that cacao powder.
Throwing in cacao, baby. Here we go. Back into the
I want to send one to Bears
60s.
versus Bulls. I don't know how well they travel. This guy's Jones.
They got to be in the fridge. So we got to send it to him in a cold box or something.
You want Neil to rap the Rocking Robin song? I don't know if that's a rap.
Rockin' Robin.
possibility.
Rockin' Robin.
Tweedledee,
Rockin' Robin. Dun, dun, rockin'
Oh, Rockin' Robin, gonna really have you rockin' tonight.
Wow.
Tweedledee.
We are really dating ourselves
Thing
there.
is,
But it's okay, good, baby.
I am never quitting my day job. Based on that singing ability.
Baba Green now. Any news? Asks Renata. Let me have a look. But I have to tell you that my news blotter hasn't been as good. Renata, you know that Elon Musk and Jamie Dimon are in China. So these Chinese stocks, they may have some volatility coming from something specific to them. I'm not seeing anything here. The last news item I got on Baba was at 10:27. We're 12:45 now, so definitely not on my news blotter. Here we go on Apple. We're forming a bit of a bottom. And could Aquadunk be incoming here on Apple? I'm about to get filled, it looks like, at 55. It's the first time we've been down here. What happens here on our friend Apple? We've been strong on the day, but when does the ghost get given up, if at all?
Ghost
So
gets got.
we'll continue to watch that, Sean. And I'm long 49s. So we're stair-stepping down here. I'm seeing 58s come in on the bid. So here we go. We could get the fill anytime. The NQ, not really printing lows at the moment. Kind of dormant. So is the ES. Has to be said, very sideways are both the ES and the NQ.
Who would have thought the market was going to tank?
Who would have thought? I don't know. Some guy named Shankina.
I don't know.
I got the fill.
I
got the fill.
Oh.
I got the fill, and we're bouncing back up. So here, I got the fill at 55s. So now my cost basis moves up from 49 to 53 as we curl back up. So I'm going to be looking for the hold here. One eye on the equity, the other eye on the future. Where's my out? It's going to be the break of, I'm going to give this 10 pennies. So it's going to be the break of 50. The break of 40. So I'll have to print 39s for me to get out. That will be my risk on this one. Already very green on it. So anything else here is cake. And we're going to see if we can kind of time this the right way. Get a nice dip fill. Maybe I get blessed with a bottom wick. Who knows? And we do another test at 179. What's going on over there?
Fun with my mom's.
Cool.
Amazon. I wanted to quickly talk about that trade here because this is something that I tweeted out earlier, right? And we are going to make mistakes. Obviously, as traders, I feel like Neil and
Go
I,
Apple.
Downside?
Upside, baby. 20 pennies in the money on that off that dip. There we go.
We're almost out of everything right now. We talked about going short, those names. We can quickly talk about Apple. Well, we'll talk about Apple in a minute. Let me just talk about this real quick.
Sorry.
So, no, don't store anything. I want you to celebrate the trades and let people know what's happening. That's what the point of the show is. But right here, we were short earlier. We talked about why we went short. We thought Amazon was weak today. It is. It's down 1.79. The market's only down 0.7. So definitely relative weakness. So ding, the checks that box. That's fine. We saw Amazon break down below, took down the pre-market level, and then started to build a little bit here at 930. So immediately at 936, I felt like we had a level here. So we went short into that level, right? So that's all good. Pretty happy with that. No problems there. All right, averaged it in, but then it ripped up and we wound up getting out. So right there, that's a 121, and that's a 121.10. I don't know why we took a 10 fill, to be honest with you. Probably should have waited for up here a bit. Either way, get stopped out. That's fine. We lose 50 cents. It goes another 50 cents. So we get stopped out right in the middle. This, we could have reshorted it, but again, not convinced that. All right, let's go over to your trade.
Oh
Let's
my
go.
God.
There we go. 30 pennies right off the dip. That's in addition to what we printed on before. So right there, that's what I want. So I'm going to take a little bit out here, and then I'm going to run. What's going on? How come I'm not able to type?
Haha! What's up with your keyboard now, Sharif?
Why, Sean? What's happening? Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yeah, you got to be
Now I'm
clicked
good.
on it, dude.
All right, so we get a little bit a tight. I know, right? I was in the wrong field, hence the problem. Get a little bit out there. Now we're going to ride a little bit more through 179. That's going to be the play. We take 30 pennies on that one, on that dip trade. Then the idea is to run the same amount that we had initially through that same 179. So I de-risk, immediately take 30 pennies. Let's let
Yo,
the
that
other
old man hands is real for you.
It is.
You're getting older, dude.
But can I tell you something?
You don't look a day over.
Can I tell you something, though? The truth?
Yeah.
The truth.
Well, that's all I want to hear ever, always.
Is I'm still PRing at, which is
yes.
PB, personal best or personal
yes,
record.
I heard you talk about that.
In some respects, like I personal best on my squat this past winter. Yeah, man, I hit 415. I've never hit 415 in my life. It's always been 405.
And what would you be today? Same, 405-ish? Or you're not doing squats right now?
No, I am. But in the summer, you're not as strong because you're cutting your diet, your calories are less.
I heard you all say
right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What are you doing now?
Yeah.
So 415 was your peak.
415 was my best this past winter.
Exactly.
The best before that was 405. 10 pounds, but I'm a lot older.
What I'm trying to get at is, what would you do today?
Right now? Oh, I could do probably 315. Yeah, but for 5 reps, not one. Yeah,
no, that's hey.
Yeah, right now, no. The strength goes down, man.
I only
in the
mentioned
summer.
that. So right now you were celebrating 30 cents in the money. It's a great trade. 70 cents in the money Meta. 50 cents in the
Nice.
money Google right now. And the only reason I bring that up is because Meta right now is flushing. I don't want to get out of anything. And I don't mean to be saying that just like because, but I'm here for the short. Where's my sticky note? This is not it because there's nothing written on here. But we wanted to do shorts. We've been short all last week, all this week. We're doing quite well. Like I said, man, we're hitting PBs trading.
Yes, personal best,
We're
baby.
we're not, but we will hopefully soon. And we're doing quite well.
It's hard to do a PB against 2020 and 2021, Sean, because those were monster years, right? Like,
depends on your style of trading, right?
Fair. I mean, like, if you're momentum, I feel like 2020, 2021 were like, were they golden years? Do you look at those as golden years?
405 kilos?
No, pounds. We go by pounds, guys.
I
didn't
say
touch
kilos. So what kind of an animal are you, dude?
No,
right
absolutely
now.
not.
What kind of an animal are you?
We're gonna risk 5 pennies on this Apple thing. So I have a new cost basis of 178.55 as a result of the add-in. So it's gonna be 5 penny risk through the break of the $0.50. That's 178.50. If we get a break of that, end of the trade for me. It's been we just got some action there, and I'm gonna get out of that. I'm getting out of that. So I get right out at 178.50. By the way, whoa, who's speaking? What did the Republicans or the Dems say? We got
I don't see
some
anything.
nice action. Do we have anything set up today for this time slot?
Yes,
Let me have a look. We do, don't we?
That is what it is.
What
on
is
our
it?
sticky note.
Okay.
On our on our
Okay,
watch
we're going to
list
have a
right
look
now.
here.
Yes, no, it is
FOMC Harker speaking at
Collins,
12:30.
Collins
And then
Harker.
and then we got Jefferson speaking at 1:30.
So not Jefferson.
We got Harker. So Harker, technically, probably speaking, already 23 minutes deep. Don't know if they're saying anything.
Don't. So, like, we were just like, oh my God, what happened, right? I mean, the futures just touched. This has to be what it was. If you come over to the screen here, you'll be able to see hopefully a little bit better. I don't know if this will be in the. Yeah, so it's kind of, there it is right there. We're just right now at the bottom of the day. So I wonder if that was just a bottom test. So we came back into 14,250 right there. We tested it. Now you can see the bump back up. So there we go. You got out of Apple. That's why they're doing.
did. Yep.
But that's why they're doing this. Is to scare people out of their positions. Like
Quadunkum out.
Meta just went down to 261.10. That was 10 to 1 R to R there on that trade, and we didn't take it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have
So
got out
that's silly. No, just like you should not have got out, I should have got out. And that's what it is, right? As this market goes back and forth, we are going to be in some big winners. We're going to be in some hopefully small losers. I actually heard Neil say that as well. Is like, he'll do certain things every time, and it's just like you gotta make sure that you're waiting for trades to come through.
Yeah.
And then when they do, you have the risk and the reward to handle that. And that's what it's about. Like, I just put a bid down here on Meta in the 20s and 30s, but I know what my risk to reward is on this trade. So I've already talked about, like, as soon as I got in, I put the stop. Let's check out. We're talking about the same names. I'm interested in CRM today. I think that's
Earnings, aftermarket.
that's another big bubble. Obviously, CRM's done really well. HubSpot is also at all-time highs, I believe. CRM's not at all-time highs, but that's because it was so jacked up during 2020.
Yeah.
As everyone was stuck at home and everyone was using CRM, customer relations management software and whatnot, to go over there. I really love Mark Benioff. Intel not doing. This is why I don't trade. Like, where's the 10 to 1 R to R on Intel right now? Here's CRM. Might still be a good trade. CRM, New York name, 220. So let me call this up on
310 essentially all-time high.
Yeah, I was gonna look this up right now on Google. You already know it's 310.
Yeah, 310. It's ish. It's like 11, 311, 311.75. 311.75.
Oh, you already have the big chart.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so right there. So, again, perfectly done. This looks a lot like Tesla, in my opinion, where we bottomed almost to the dollar of past levels down there.
Honestly.
Tesla bottomed at 105. This guy bottoms at 126, and it happens at the very same day. A lot of these high-flying names bottomed June 3rd, 4th, 5th. Huge move back up to 220. And look, you're running right into some levels here again. 220. I'd be surprised if we hold 230 tomorrow, even if it's a huge number, can we go up? I don't think this has an Nvidia behind it where you go up 20%, because if you did, then you'd be up here 260, 270. Then this is within an earshot. I feel like we run into some problems right around here, 230, 240. If you're lucky enough to get 250 tomorrow, that's about 15%, maybe a little bit. We did have that Options AI website that Prad brought to our attention. Options AI. Have you heard of this website before?
Interesting.
Yeah, so here it is right now.
Okay.
All right,
Options without the legwork.
Yeah.
Nice.
You put in here, I mean, there is a paid aspect to this.
I got it. Okay.
But then you basically just drop in here. Oh, see? All right, I probably have to get off of this because it's probably just going to show this all the time. But if you go learn earnings, expectations right here, and then you can go up here and you type in the symbol Fox. Nope. Okay. All right. Now I'm really screwing this up. CRM. Nope.
Okay.
I've screwed
Is
this
that
up.
their
I'll
new
have to find out where it is.
Bradley is right there. He's ready to help.
Where is it again on this? Right here, maybe. Oh, I typed it in over there on the other side.
Ah.
Oh, it's tools. I should have in here tools there. No, that's
All right.
all right. Anyways, okay, we'll figure it out.
I can take over while you guys figure that out. Okay,
gonna
let's
type
have
it
a look
in.
at my screen here because Apple still doing that dance at 178 and
There it is.
2/3.
Perfect.
You
Yeah,
know,
I got
I'm
it.
out of this trade. I probably, you know, as much as I was very happy with this bottom and top wick here, as much as I am disappointed with this bottom out here, this was just on market news, and I wasn't sure which direction we were going, so I had to take evasive action there and get out. But we still don't even really know what that was about. Some people saying here in the chat it was something that Fed Collins said. Fed is intent on reducing inflation. Fed Collins giving closing remarks at Fed Listens event. I don't know.
The only Collins I'm worried about is Tom Collins.
Ooh, that
All
the
right.
drink Tom Collins?
There's a drink, yeah. Tom Collins.
That's what I said.
Okay, so good one, Sharif. Right there. So here it is right now. It's tools.optionsai. I was in the learning side of things. Probably because I should learn about how to use the website. Right there, 9.6%. So what they do is, again, Options AI, right? So calculating.
Is that the expected move?
Yes.
Market Chameleon shows you the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
I told you about that.
I actually bookmarked that
Yeah,
page. Market Chameleon. So yes.
Yes.
So that's much cleaner because it shows you every single one that's reporting. But that's a good one. So 9.6%. So sorry, I closed it. But 9.6% on CRM.
Okay.
You know, gives this thing up to $22, right? So that's that 250 mark that we talked about. So I think 250 in play tomorrow for CRM, and then I still think 230, 240 is if we get to 250, I'd probably fade that. So let's just wait to see what's going on. Yes, Dan McIsaac, there it is, the Tom Collins. So I like Tanqueray, but I like Tang 10. So go with Tang 10. My parents, that was their drink of choice, gin and tonic.
We got Darwin in the chat spitting hot facts here. He's like, Sharif,
Yeah.
ES couldn't get past opening anchored VWAP. Shout out Brian Shannon. So I'm assuming you anchored your VWAP to the bottom of the opening print. Explain that a little bit more. I want to know how you're anchoring it and what are you using trade ideas to anchor it.
You can. Is Trade Ideas have anchored?
I know that Michael Noss said to reach out to him for that specifically, but Bradley's yelling yes in the background, so I'm going to go with that.
System.
Yeah. I know Michael Noss was talking about that. So yeah, interesting look.
Yeah, so what you could do is basically just, if you guys want to come over here, I mean, I can explain sort of what anchored VWAP is for some of you. So you just want to anchor it and basically start. So this is VWAP here, which is just this blue line, as you can see. So that's not anchored to anything. This goes all the way back, and there's nothing about it other than it's just a data point for volume-weighted average price. Now, what you could do is you could say, okay, well, I'm going to anchor it to this day's low.
Yes.
So I'm going to start it right here. So then it starts the AVWAP calculation from this point.
Exactly.
So instead of starting it, taking consideration all the, I mean, this is nothing because again, it's very, very low volume down here. But what you want to do is sort of set it to that, and then it will give you a daily anchor, and or if you want to use, I mean, any time frame. So if you're finding out something and maybe you want to anchor it to earnings, you go back to Nvidia and you anchor it to an earnings point. Or you'd say, okay, this low on CRM right there is a good support bottom. It's at 204. Start it right now. Then it just goes bang and draws, and it'll give you a much better VWAP than, well, not much better, but an anchored one to a spot.
And I love the fact that you use CRM there because it has earnings after market.
Right.
And Michael Moss was saying this specifically. Wait for the earnings move, anchor it off the bottom or the gap
Yes,
up after
yeah,
earnings, anchor it there, wait for the retracement after earnings to the anchored VWAP, and then get in continuous. And that was one of his plays. If you want to look at his explanation, go back to the Fridays, 8:45. Usually he's on the morning show, 8:45, and have a listen for yourself with respect to, and he had a series. He was doing like one every week.
Michael Noss?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he was talking about that weekly.
We also have the test drive going on right now for $11. You get all of trade ideas, everything that they have for a measly $11, and you can test yourself with a VWAP. Okay, so here comes Meta. Again, you know, all these outs, man, we have 20% left, so we're stone cold chilling on Meta.
Stone cold.
Yeah, and we'll just wait to see what happens here into the close. So that's Meta. That's 102 right now. So this guy is going to say bye to everybody for, and then I'm going to get an amazing 45-minute break and then come right back with more heat.
For the close,
afternoon
baby.
Show, and we'll still be in Meta and Google, I hope, because that means we're going to the downside. Debt ceiling vote set for tonight.
There you go. You read my mind. Stay tuned on the close because there could be more tidbits coming out with respect to how that vote is going to go later tonight. Slated for later tonight. Don't know what time they are set, but you're overtime,
Wouldn't that be
so let
hilarious
you.
if it doesn't get passed, though?
I think we could do big boy.
I mean, I don't think we'd do anything other than, well, we would go down, but I think it would just be for the lack of ability to get something done. I don't think it's because they're going to be in trouble. I just think it just shows again just a lack of understanding how severe
Credit
maybe that it is.
ratings and
Yeah,
all
and it's
this
just
stuff
like
that they've
everyone
been
just
talking
politics. Like, I'm not voting for this unless you do this. I don't know. I'm all over that. So whatever. I'm over all the dramatics of it because I think that something gets done. Just a matter of how long do we have to wait for that. So, all right, I'm taking this off. That's the only way I can shut up. So I will mute my own mic and get out of here. Thanks, guys.
All right, Mad
and
Max
good luck.
is going to set up. So let's look at what we're doing now on the market. We have been sideways, I want to say, on the ES since about 10:30. Let's have a look at this chart on the ES June contract. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. So we make that big move down, right, on the ES. That's well documented. We get down to around 41.75, 41.80 area. Yes, and we have been at that range all day. It should be noted, though, at around 11 o'clock, we had a big bump up here on the ES, and we kind of jumped above that 41.80 being the low end of the range, or the high end of the range, and now 41.80 being the low end of the range, with 83, 85 being the high end. Looking for a possible VWAP retracement into 87. That's on the ES. It kind of, like Dan was saying earlier, it kind of formed a bottom a little earlier than the NQ, even though the NQ is now actually more red than the ES on the day. It didn't actually start that way. Let's look at the NQ because we were in this Apple long, kind of depending on the NQ to break above and hold above 14.3. It didn't turn out that way, but it also didn't turn out that Apple needed the NQ at all because we got that 50 penny plus move on Apple, irrespective of the fact that the NQ has printed higher lows all the way through ever since about 11:30 this morning. It has been higher low after higher low. You got that lower low, but now we got a higher low here. So we're kind of in an area of indecision, holding below 14.3, around 14.280. Yeah, Meta, what's Meta doing? Bit of a double bottom possibly here on Amazon 119.25. We had a couple of touches on our friend Amazon at 119.25, and we've held it. Let's look at that real quick here. Oops, is this connected? No, it's not. Okay, let me connect it, go green. There we go, Amazon. This is what I'm talking about, 119.25. Couple of touches here now, looking to break the neckline at 119.80. Looking obviously probably for that 120 resistance should it come in. You had support off there earlier. But Amazon finding a bit of a bottom at the moment. Not much else going on in large cap world. Even Nvidia sideways at 382 and change. Not much happening at all, but what you are getting is good downside movement here on AI. We're talking about the stock AI, which trades on the New York. This
AI
one,
doing?
it's down, Max, 12.75%, near lows. $38.01 the low. We're at 38.30s right now. So stair stepping down on our friend AI.
Yeah, I was
welcome
thinking
back.
we could get that nice rally today on AI. I was long a bunch of times.
happened to
but,
that?
you know, never happened. I don't know. Am I up on AI today? Let's see.
You traded. Okay, so why don't you take
I'm
us
up
through the trending?
$2 on AI.
You're up $2.
Like $2
net. Sean
Two
hitting
whole
the
dollars.
$2
Oh,
net,
yeah, buddy.
baby.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
time to retire.
It's a big day. It's a big day. We're up $2 on AI. No, I
were
tried
you
it like a
looking at all
bunch
day?
of times, man. I was looking for. So I had 39.50 as a level, and obviously that 40 level, but 40 looked like it was going to hold here. I missed the 39.50 initially, and then it just like was exploding to the upside, and I'm like, all right, I'll get long here. Didn't work. Tried again for that 39.50 hold. Didn't
CRM
work.
curling.
And then we ended up getting it off the bottom here. I should have been just like, bidding lower off these even levels. I didn't realize that it was SSR, so it was going like really nuts. Yeah, it's up so much recently. I didn't realize it got down 10%. So I think that was probably, I would have been able to execute a lot better if I had have known that it was SSR. Because you can get a little bit cheekier with your entries and get in a little lower usually by seeing some things on the level 2, seeing size stack up and then get filled. But yeah, I mean, I took a lot of fills on this one today, and obviously I got nowhere because I'm up $2 on it. But at least we're not down. That's good.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to let you know that CRM, Salesforce, now has reclaimed 220 after kind of consolidating sideways at it. Now it's looking to take out that $0.50 area at 220.5. The high of day, Max, you want to take a gander at what that is? 222.22.
222.22.
The HOD on CRM up 0.71. It has earnings after the bell, slated to be a good one, as some of the cloud names have suffered, but the cloud names with security as a focus seem to be faring better than some of the just cloud-only plays. Also, a lot of activist investors on the board here. I think they have like 5 different groups, so a lot of opinions are covered, and they're doing well. Man, that Benioff dude, he's been killing it. He's a founder, CEO. You don't usually see that well into company development, but you're seeing it here.
Yeah, Salesforce has been around forever. Usually they get rid of that. Founder by then. But no, obviously that guy's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I haven't really done too much digging on Salesforce particularly, but a good company has been for quite some time, and obviously pumping up into earnings. You saw that like HP missed pretty badly today.
And they missed on cloud.
Yeah, which was
Some of
like
their cloud was poop.
that's kind of concerning for a Salesforce, but I don't know. I guess people are still bullish on this one. Obviously, all the other cloud names have been pretty good so far. Are you watching anything at the moment?
Look, the two things. S-Bucks, our friend Sean says S-Bucks is breaking some sort of level. SBUX, let's have a look at S-Bucks. Is it on New York? No, it's on NASDAQ. So let's go ahead here and have a look at what Starbucks is doing.
Bit of a quadunk off the open there, right?
Yeah, let's zoom out a little bit. Let's have a look at the 5-minute. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, so interesting. Let's see what there is anything to substantiate this move off the open here. Let's look for S-Bucks. Maintains outperform. TD Cowen maintains outperform on Starbucks. Lowers price target to 117 from what, 120? Okay, that's not going to move that much. Not really seeing a the 97 is the bottom, Sean is saying, and look, we kind of bounced off that with 97.10 there. We're in a bit of a range, it has to be said, though, that 97.40 to 97. Ever since that big drop off 98.30, we've been kind of range bound.
97 holding like a champ.
It is. You got to get down there. We haven't been down there since about 11:30. That 97.10 held well on S-Bucks. Technically down only half a point. So big move down, but percentage-wise, not that bad. CRM is really moving here. So that's the one I want to focus on. CRM is really going. Let's get back to that one. CRM is on New York. That breaking through that 220.50. We have a 222 top, Max. 222.22 top. We could see that the ES is also moving here. What the hell is this? All of these things here. Can you take over for 1 second? Because I'm just having trouble over here. Why does
One thing that I did just spot is Nvidia just took out the 50 period, so makes a higher low here at 381 approximately. I think it wicked 99 there, 380.99, and then we're making this move back up. Yeah, I was thinking that we would probably get like a 380 test today after this move down. However, I was talking with Obi back there, and like, look at this high volume candle. You don't see this at 12:30 very often. Basically, other than the opening candle, that's the highest volume candle of the day, which is right here at 380.50, and then we can't even get down there one more time. That is a green candle, though, like kind of an indecision candle there on the 1 minute, but highest volume of the day, right at low of day. You got to be pretty convicted there, I think, on a long if you're anywhere near that 380.50 on the long side. And then we just go and hold 381 again. So like this was like the fail break that you could have taken there, the 381 fail break, and now it holds 381 again. That's exactly what happened at 390 here, which is that 390? Where's 390? Right here. So it does the fail break of 390 initially. You can take it back through, and then it tests it again, right, like basically to the penny, and then does a big move. So if that is the pattern right now, which is looking very similar to, you'd expect like a maybe $4 move off the bottom. I feel like we test like 385, 386 if we're gonna go up on Nvidia, given like how many bets are being placed on this stock right now. Like,
All right.
Volume is crazy on it.
I'm in CRM. I'm long 58. I'm looking for continuation. I'm looking forward to a higher day test. If I have to stay into this to the end, we'll stay into it to the end. But I like the strength on it. We're getting a curl on the market, so the market's supporting the move. I'm going in. Nick Dubb, $5 super chat. Thanks very much for that. Nick says, Upstart about to make a move. This one has been squeezing lately with its friend Affirm. They've both been making moves. Let's look at Upstart. Heavily shorted name. This is the daily on Upstart. What we're looking at here is a reclaim of the 200 EMA on the daily. That's an important level. You have the initial reclaim of the 50, a bounce off the 50. The 50 is the red, and now you have a reclaim and a close above the 200. So an interesting level there. Maybe wait, if you're looking for a mechanical entry into this, maybe wait for a golden cross where the 50 crosses above the 200, so the red would cross above the blue. But $12 bottom, that 12 held multiple times back in December and again into May. On the day, though, what are we seeing here? We're seeing a series of higher lows curling up to a top break here at 28. Upstart, you could be right, may get going here. 29.10. That's yesterday's close. You could have that as a profit-taking level. 29.25, the day's high off that opening print, Max. There. We curl back down below the $0.50 on CRM. The idea here is to give it 50 pennies. 220, that's going to be the defend level. Otherwise, I don't think I can justify the trade. I'm going to keep an eye on the futures. It's a 50 penny risk to make about $1.50, almost $2 with that 222 high. So that's my look on CRM Max.
Yeah, this Upstart is looking kind of interesting going through that 28. I mean, there's no velocity to this tape at all, though. So, if this was a really key level, we would have seen size there, and we would have seen some, some volume going into it. And really, it's kind of muted. So, I was thinking of potentially like taking the break through that 28 just now, or that 28.03, I guess, is what the high was here. But based on what I'm seeing out of this tape, I don't think I can take that. That doesn't really. It's not, the volume could come in either way on this, and I don't want to be stuck on the wrong side of that. So I'm going to hold off on Upstart. I really like the idea of the 30 break. That was basically the high yesterday and the high, let's get these crosshairs on. The high yesterday was like 29.75, and then the high previously, like 4 days ago, was 299.99. So that 30 break still in play. Short interest, pretty high on this one. What is the short interest? I think it's 30%.
It was high. Brendo was checking this morning. The guys also checked. It was quite high. It was in the high 20s or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's over 30. Yeah,
Yeah,
here we go.
over
so
30?
35% short interest
Jeez.
on Upstart. The float's kind of tiny, like 67 million shares, which I thought it was quite a bit more than that, but I guess not. So, I mean, that's like over 20 million shares short, right? So, lots of potential for this one.
Potential.
Getting to some new levels, and now we are trading over that 28. Still, like, no speed for me. So, I if you wanted to punch 1,000 shares right now, how are you getting them? Basically, you got to cross up to this 06. So, like, you got to think that there's always bigger fish than you that are trading these stocks. And if somebody has to cross down and cross out of this, they have to cross to 93s just to get, like, 2,000 shares or whatever.
Preach.
So, yeah, I mean, you're probably getting pretty smoked if you're wrong at the moment. But if the volume picks up and we start to see some more size popping up, then then you can kind of get in and out of jump in and out of the stream a little bit easier. But you end up being kind of offside pretty quick when there's no volume going.
Offside.
However,
Defense.
if we go through 30,
Ooh.
I will be there.
Caveat.
I will be there.
So there's a caveat in there.
There
All right,
is
we're
always a
long,
caveat.
man. We're long CRM. We're looking for a 14.3 take. We had an initial 14.3 break, and it was rejected upon at around noon. We danced with 14.3, rejected it, came back down to 14.262. And here we're making another break for it. Again, Max, 14.3. The reason I care about that, I'm embroiled in a CRM long. This one reports after the bell. I keep repeating myself, but for those just joining, wondering why I'm in this name, that is the reason. AI finding a bit of a bottom at 38.50, looking to maybe take 39.5. I see VWAP here a little above 39.5.
Yeah, that 39.5 has been kind of inflection all day. So every time it trades above, it tends to trade above for a bit. And for the most part, it's just been holding below that level. But yeah, this is a pretty big move off the bottom, like 38.25 down there. We're $1 off the bottom already. We haven't been able to hold above VWAP for more than about 5 minutes all day. So I think that if we can break through this 39.50, hold above VWAP for a bit, that could be pretty bullish for a move up into those highs. Like, we know the short interest on AI is high. They have earnings tonight. If it's squeezing on earnings day and you're short, you're probably pretty scared and not wanting to hold that overnight. Yesterday's move was awesome into the close. I don't know if you were watching that, but it was like pure squeeze action.
Jeez.
The kind of thing that we don't see that often anymore. That was like some 2021 stuff. The way that tape was flying, and we were just like hitting the offer. It was crazy.
I was like asking Sean, I'm like, where's 2020 and 2021 like the golden age? Like when you look back at it, was like that the... And he's like, it really depends on what time or like what kind of your trading style is. I mean, to me, I would have looked back at that.
Yeah.
And thought that, those are the good old days. Anyway, we reject momentarily again, 14.3, consolidating below it. CRM rejects that level, retraces into 220.30s. So we'll have to wait for that breakout if it materializes, but we shall see. We got some bamboozlement earlier, some weird movements here on the future. I wasn't sure what it was. It looked like it was a Fed speaker, so possibly more Fed speak. I think, yeah, they're probably done. They started at 12:30. It's almost 1:20. Figure they're done by now. So, what else with respect to the economic calendar do we have? Oh, we have Fed Governor Jefferson speaking at 1:30, so in 10 minutes. And then we have the Beige Book.
Oh, yes, there's a Beige
The
Book.
Beige Book at 2 o'clock. So we got the Beige Book, and then we got Jefferson. Not sure if Jefferson's a voting member. Governor Philip N. Jefferson. Doesn't say what area they are responsible for, but they'll be on at 1:30, and then the Beige Book at 2. So put your notifications in for that. Dan McIsaac, Sharif, SPY, struggling VWAP, not looking at the SPY, but looking at the ES. I see the ES with a sequence of higher highs and higher lows, looking to touch 41.87 where VWAP is at. The ES actually kind of looks more bullish than the NQ to me, to be honest with you, even though I'd ideally like the NQ to be strong because I'm in more of an NQ name. So. But what was I going to say here? No, NQ is not, CRM can't be in the NQ. Trades on the New York. If something trades on the New York, it can't be in the NASDAQ composite. It's not possible.
I would say no. I mean, I haven't considered that possibility
Yeah,
before,
there's some
but
like
I
basic
think that
stuff
there's
that
no
I think
way.
I should know
think
here. Yeah.
I think that.
Yeah, no, this is probably not
NASDAQ is
related.
purely
So-
NASDAQ stocks.
Yeah. Adobe apparently is moving.
It's the
Says
same
CW.
field though. So like it's
Yeah,
like a
I
tech
see what you're
field.
saying,
So
but I
I
shouldn't
feel
be
like
looking at the-
you know NASDAQ might impact the price of CRM more than ES might. But
That's the thinking is that you're looking for the tech name.
you're
The
looking
tech
for the
name, usually the NQ, whether or not that's accurate. All right, Adobe, ADBE, being brought to my attention. Looks like it got to 410 there, 410.70 the low. It's been strong since that time, 418.52 the high. Very much near highs above 418 at the moment, 418.16. When you zoom out yesterday, that 422 area staring at you in the face. So if you're looking long, 422 would be an area I'd be targeting for profits. There's that area here, 422 on Adobe. Then above that, 432. That was the area where we huadunked yesterday. Have you heard about this AI plugin that they have now in Adobe Photoshop?
yeah, my friend was actually
Yeah,
using
Prodley was showing me how to use it, and I saw a bunch of videos on social media of how to use it. Like, you got to play around with it, but basically, you highlight an area, and you're like, oh, insert this or remove that, and it kind of, you got to play around with it, though.
My friend needed a new LinkedIn profile picture.
Oh, my goodness.
And
Okay,
he didn't
let's
have
hear
any
this.
business photos.
Okay.
So he just took a photo of himself from vacation and then
Brilliant.
got it to put a suit on him.
Brilliant.
It's so smart.
Your friend must be brought on the show. No, I'm kidding. But that is brilliant. That is brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, it's a good look. I mean, you can do a bunch of different things in that. The sky is the limit, you have to assume. So I haven't played with it myself, but Pradley, it's called Firefly, I believe. Pradley has it there at the front. He was showing me, he was like, we were trying to change, I'm not going to say the person's name, but we were trying to change them to a clown. we had to play with it a bit more because it was kind of like, it was a side profile of the individual and it kept making the clown look forward. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah? Prodley says he was playing around with it and it was primo. So, I mean, I think it's one of those things where you have to play around, get the hang of it type thing. There comes 14.3 on the NQ Max. It's there, and our CRM back in the money on this one, looking to take highs, but 14.3 is going to have to hold on the NQ. 14.325 is where VWAP is at. We haven't made a newer high yet, though. So, nothing too crazy to celebrate at the moment.
Yeah, we got to get over that 14.310 kind of area, right, to make a new high.
Oh.
But I mean, nice double bottom there at 250. Elon 2024 asking about SoFi.
His name is Brother Ma, okay?
Brother
It's Brother Ma.
Okay.
That's what they called him there. Brother Ma.
All right.
That's his name, and they want him to be president. They've been showering him with feasts and festivals, and he's being revered over there. So he's probably having a hell of a time.
Anyway, asking about SoFi in the chat. Huge run up here from the $5 area. This was earnings, I believe. We do this wick up to $7. Can't even touch it.
Intel.
All the way down and then blast through this consolidation zone. We're right back to the 7. Obviously, we have the news today. I mean, I like what it looks like on the day today, and I think that we can get into this 7, not necessarily today, but in the next few days. Then probably into these $7.50, $8 kind of ranges. I'll be watching tomorrow for a 7 break. But yeah, I mean, you look at it today, it's just higher lows, higher lows, higher lows all day, pushing into that 685 high. I tried it once here on the 650 break. I probably should have looked a little bit harder on the daily chart and seen that 655 was the level, not 650, and taken that breakout. But, sometimes you just kind of assume things and you lose. And Nvidia as we were saying, is off the bottom now.
Your friend Intel, though, is making moves as well.
I did see Intel as well.
It's squeezing up. It's at, I believe, local highs, 31.90. What's the day high? 32.20.
Yeah, 32.20 day high. Nvidia, you can see, so it did make that bottom there at 381. It tries it again, can't even get to 381.50, and now we're up. I think we got past 384 there. Let me just double check. Where's my chart? Yeah, we did get past 384. Got to 384.50. So it almost gives you that $4 that I was talking about. I think it can keep going. Obviously, buying it here is a bit of a risky proposition. You know, you're risking basically down to 381. So I don't think that's the way to trade. But if you think this is going back to 390, maybe that makes sense. I don't think that's happening. But yeah, I think we can get into some of these areas, like maybe 386. I think 385 could be an interesting breakout candidate. It's been too long since it's been there for me to take that breakout, but I did initially, when I was short here, I covered it into that 385 break, thinking that I could get a break back up and then scalp like $1 or $2 back to the upside, but that never came. And yeah, the short ends up being quite amazing off that 385. It never touched it, never went back through. And, you know, we got all the way down. But
are we going to get a
let's
market
see.
curl here?
Let's see. The market is definitely curling.
Here comes 14.3. We go through it. I had a resting order on CRM right in front of 221. The spread was too wide. I didn't get filled. I wanted to take 50 pennies on that through the break of the whole dollar. I'll have to wait around for another test of the whole dollar if that one should materialize. But the ES is going and the NQ is going. They're both going here. So here we're going to get 41.87 maybe touch here on the ES VWAP. And I'd like to see us stay above 14.3 and maybe test some highs. CRM, very frustrating. I wasn't able to get that fill. I really want to de-risk in front of that level, but maybe I was a little too ambitious with where I placed my resting order too close to the whole dollar and not getting filled as the spread opened up as we reached that whole dollar area. Just a little tidbit there for you guys. And about 4 cents, 3 cents spread at the moment on CRM. What else is going here? I talked about Intel. Intel was an interesting one.
Yeah, Intel's going. That's,
knocking on 30 door at 32 here.
You know, I think I'm going to take this Nvidia 385 break and just try to get like $1 out of it. See what happens. We're coming up to it now. There's a little bit of size on the offer. I'm thinking like, you know, this could provide like a little micro short squeeze. Nvidia's got so many eyes on it. Done 50 mil today, so the volume was kind of muted earlier, but it's kept up to the same level kind of all day and is just continuing to pour on. So yeah, let's see if some people FOMO in above 385 with me or if this is just the wrong call here.
And smash that like button. Now, I think we got to speed up that hammer. That hammer, it's got to go a little bit faster. And make sure to subscribe. Proudly chirping me. He's displeased that I'm criticizing the animation. Make sure to like, subscribe, and share with your family and friends. Guys, it's the only way we grow. And if we grow, you benefit because we'll keep reinvesting back into the show. No question about that. 14.3 has come and gone, Max. It's now a level in the rear view mirror. And here comes CRM to my profit taker. Do I get filled? No. I'm gonna see blue again showing up on my tape, which usually means below the bid. So I'm gonna have to wait for that one as we dance with that 221 level. My ambition getting the better of me here, trying to get too close of a fill to the $0.50 for the liking here of this stock. So 14.310 is where we're at now, and then we're close to 41.87 VWAP retracement on the ES. A VWAP retracement on the NQ would come at 14.325, so we're about 12 points or so away from that at the moment. What's that? There you go. I see the fill there.
Yeah, we're filled here on this Nvidia. Let's see where it goes. We're filled at 07s. Yeah, I mean, gets to 20s right away. So looking for that 50 break, I think will be the kind of trigger for the next move up. But definitely need to get through these 30s. Seeing the volume pick up. Now all these offers are getting crushed. NASDAQ's still kind of ripping.
Flying.
So, there we go. All right, we're into the 50s. I got an offer out at 80 right now to take 20% off, and I'm really looking for 386.50. That's kind of my price target here. I think we can get into these levels. I think we can get to 387, so I'm going to try to take it off in front of 387. But we'll see what happens here. Not going to let this go against me at all again. This is a breakout, so you know, you don't want to let breakouts go against you. That's not the play. But yeah, here we are into the 60s, looking for this to pump. There's 78, there's 80. Get my profit taker. Let's see 386 break. This Nvidia has been awesome today. Loving these Nvidia trades since their earnings. This is feeling like vintage Tesla. And here goes Sharif.
CRM, we get the 221 break. There we go, man. Let's go. That's 4 for 4 today, baby. 4 for 4. I'm batting 100 on the day. CRM comes and goes, baby. There goes the 221. I'm still holding the piece for the dream. We're going to continue to hold 222.22. The high of day. I'm not making that up on CRM. We're only at 221.08, so we're going to let this one fly. And my out, simple, break of the half dollar. So I'm in at 58. Anything below 50s, I will be gone. I don't need to hold on to this trade. And let's see what is up with that. Back into the 70s, so momentary break. Thankfully, old man hands didn't have to come into play here. The resting order was in effect, and we were able to get the print on that. Meta curling, I'm looking here, 263 is the level on Meta. 179 rejects again, but for how long? On Apple, 198 now in focus on Tesla as we get to that level. We're 330 back in focus here on Microsoft as we break above there, 330.33. The market showing its intent to curl. The ES is strong now, man. Here we go, up to 41.90. The NQ up to 40, up to VWAP, yeah, 41.325. Do we get continuation on these markets?
I certainly hope so. Putting an offer there out at 386.50. I got another piece out at 386.20. Is that what it was?
Pump
yeah.
it.
So we've gotten about $1 so far on the first two. Let's see where it goes after this. I'm looking for continuation right now. I have it trail stopped, so we break like 385.20s. I'm basically out of this. Not looking to hold it against me at all. Not looking to lose. It's a nice little scalp, but I think we can go a little bit further. Yeah, gonna get another 20% out, and then, you know, maybe we get into 388. I don't, actually, honestly, I think we could get there. I mean, Nvidia's got so many eyes on it, and it, like, the range has been so insane the last few days. I feel like, you know, this could really go anywhere. So I'm not saying 390, but I think, you know, if we get to these highs, I wouldn't be surprised right now. What was this? Yeah, 387.70. I think that could be the ultimate target there. So maybe I'll throw an offer out there. And here we go, still pumping up.
We're still moving, man. Here we go. Do we see 4,200 on the ES? We're 10 points away from that. Do we see 14.4 on the NQ? We're like 70 points away from that. So good moves up on these indexes. We're taking CRM long. We're still holding that one out a little bit on the other side of 221. Where did I get out there? Not bad. I got out 7s. Okay. 7's not bad. A little bit above 221. Below 221 again. So that's the trade I'm looking at the moment. Not much else to report on other than that one. Wow. Did you take that 385? Oh, somebody's printing on Nvidia there.
Yeah. We're feeling pretty good. Got 40% left on this trade. Probably should have taken more size on that 385. That was a bit of a banger.
That's a nice trade.
Yeah, but I mean, we came like $5 off the bottom, so it's hard to take these breakouts.
Can I tell you? I was going to tell you
yesterday.
that was risky trade because I'll tell you why. I'm not saying it is. I think I'm actually wrong. But 385 was a level I was looking to take the dip off, so it was a level of, you know, clearly a level of resistance, former area support, and I thought it would be resistance now. Clearly, no, it didn't even slow down at that level. Just went right through it.
Yeah, like, as you know, I like to get in at levels where I think, like, that a lot of people have placed bets and that they're going to be offside. So based on like all this action around that 385 and these bottoms here and the fact that the 385 break was clean to the downside and never came back, that's why I liked the idea of it coming back through. But, you know, obviously the risk is high on this, and Nvidia is like very spready and whippy today. So I wasn't taking like crazy size on that break. But, you know, you're risking maybe 50 cents, worst case scenario there, and it's almost $1.50 in the money now. So
the indexes.
It's a risk-reward play.
All right. The indexes are all the rave right now, man, because they're up and to the right. on the ES, up and to the right on the NQ, very much curling up, taking a lot of these big tech names with them. But I got to tell you the truth, the indexes look better than the names themselves. They're curling up quite aggressively above key levels here, while our friend CRM has kind of just stalled out at 21. Doesn't seem to want to take this level, but I feel it's a bit of a slow mover. So I'm going to try to give this one space, see if we can continue into that 220, 222 area. Not getting that kind of continuation yet, though, sadly, on it. Meta curling above 263. That's back in focus. On Meta, above 330, like I mentioned, on Microsoft. And, yeah, that's the look there. Where are we here?
Yeah, that Intel
SoFi,
did end up taking
quickly.
out.
I just want to mention SoFi,
Okay,
one
yeah.
last
Talk about SoFi.
one last one here. We're back near day's high on SoFi as we get to the 680 area again, 684, the high of day on SoFi. So that one up 12.75%.
Yeah, that AI. Okay, so Intel took 32, but it's kind of turning around. AI, though, we were talking about this one holding VWAP. AI got above that 39.50, and like looks like that breakout was kind of nice and clean there. Gives you 25 cents. Now pulling back, so there's some size on the bid. We know that this one's SSR, which we talked about earlier today. So if this 50 holds right here, this could be actually a nice move back up. You want it to get over these 40 highs here. I feel like the 40 breakout could be in play for SoFi or AI later today. That's interesting. I'm going to have to consider that for myself. But yeah, I think like, technically or mechanically, I guess you could say, you could get an entry off this 39.50, off this size here, knowing that this stock is SSR. That means they can't hit the bid to get short. So if they can't fill that size, if like genuine sellers can't fill this size, then this stock can only really go up. So we'll see what happens here. This is actually kind of interesting right now. And it breaks it. Do we get right back above 39.50? Because we know a bunch of people have just gotten short here likely. It doesn't look like it. So maybe this one is dead for now. But I don't know. I think that 40 break for later on today, based on this little high here where it couldn't break that 40, could be something. And we do get back above 50 here. This 39.50 is a very, very interesting price today on AI. Have we made a new high yet?
Actually.
I'm looking to get some out in front of 387 on Nvidia. So then I'll only have 20% left. Why did it not save Nvidia? That's the one that I was just trading. All right. Yeah, so looking to get some out at 386.90 exactly. We'll see if we can get it out there, and then the rest out 387.80-ish. I don't think it's getting to all the way to 388, but maybe. This is a pretty decent bottom that we put in on Nvidia. And what's the ATR on Nvidia now? I'd like to see that. I'm going to look that up on the old Trade Ideas.
Yeah, someone is
ATR
asking
is
in the
now
chat.
$16.60 on Nvidia.
Oh, yeah.
Since the earnings.
Fed Governor Philip N. Jefferson speaking now, was slated to speak at the half hour. It's now 39s. So incoming comments possibly. Someone was asking in the chat who was commenting and if they can get the comments on that. No, can't do two things at one time. But if you want to follow Financial Juice, I believe their Instagram, they tweet the important statements being made by those speakers. So if you want to stay abreast of those comments, go on there. And yeah, check it out. Here comes CRM again at 221, and there goes 221. Lots of strength in this market now as we possibly curl our way into a 42 touch here on the ES and maybe even a 14.4 touch on the NQ, showing good strength going into the afternoon. I wonder if we get, one of those big squeezes on the day. We had that big sell-off initially at the bell, and it was met with, some consolidation at the low end of the day, and then now it looks like we're getting off that, and we're headed to the high side. So CRM headed to the high side, baby. Long 58s. Wow. We're in the 31s. Okay, baby. There we go. Good trades all around. Meta looking to touch day's high as well. 264.07. We're at 263.70. Google getting to yesterday's close, 123.67. It's about to go green. Microsoft looking to go green as well with that 331.21 touch, and Apple, that 179 came and went, and it is now up all the way near day's high, 179.30, lamenting not having held Apple for that eventual 179 break max. That sucks.
Grief.
What a move on CRM, baby.
Huge move. Big move on Nvidia. We just tapped on the door of 388 there. Usually, I cannot be criticized for my vision on trades like this. But
excellent
on this
trade,
one,
bro. What is that, $3 winner?
On this one, my vision was not good enough. I did not think that we would actually get to 388. Clearly, I should have been eyeing 390 on this because I got most of the size out now. I got the last one, 387.15.
Someone said max vision in the chat.
Usually I'm making the craziest calls and then they end up actually going there. This time I'm like, I'll take $2, whatever.
I like it.
Clearly a bad call there. Could have been a excellent trade there.
I don't
kind
think
of
it's a
rolling
bad
over
call.
off of that 388. I think I'm going to
388
trail
touch,
stop
yeah.
this now at 386 so that we just lock in kind of a 90-cent winner there if it does come back in. But I mean, that could be the bottom for Nvidia. Maybe that's the post-earnings bottom, that 380. That was a crazy price. 380.50 on earnings day was a crazy price that kept rebidding until we did end up making that move all the way up to 395. So, like, is this the level now on Nvidia? Like, is this the post-earnings low? And, you know,
see.
we end up getting back up to those highs? Like, I mean, it kind of feels like we've rejected 400 pretty decisively for now.
Wanted to mention our sponsor, Search Trader. They're a hell of a sponsor. Go to searchtrader.com and type in the code TTV for 10% off. Search Trader, they allow you to trade with their money. They're basically an online prop firm, and you can keep up to 90% of the profits there. So go and check them out. Shout out to our sponsor, Surge Trader. Thanks for that. Where does CRM stop? 221.65, the local high there, Max. But 222.22, high of day. I like that. I keep repeating that number because it's fun.
You know how
Why
like
not?
11-11 you get to make a wish? Like 22-22-22, that's kind of like, what do you get to make on that one?
Did you ever make a wish on train tracks? Was that just kind of me? My thing?
No.
Yeah.
I don't know
There was
about
like a
that
thing in my school where you had to lift your feet when you drive, when you're in a car and you pass over train tracks, you lift up your feet and you make a wish. I don't know where I got that from, but growing up, yeah, that's one of those things I did as a kid. Below the $50 now on CRM. What's your friend Nvidia doing? 850.
It's chilling. So they bought up that dip. Nvidia like consolidates in $1.50 ranges, so you kind of got to give it some room.
I made a wish in a tunnel once and it came true. All right, euthanasia. All right. Troll Central. Last time I'm sharing anything with you guys. I'm kidding, of course. Mara's moving apparently. Let's have a look at what Mara is up to.
Right.
Up 1.5% on the day. You know, done 16 million shares. Crypto's down. I mean, Bitcoin's down 2.9%. ETH down 2.2. What's Mara up to? Okay, Mara's near day's highs. So Mara curling here, up 1.6%. 959 the high on day. It's at 956 right now, so I don't know what the catalyst is here for Mara. Nothing on my blotter, but it is decent move. Decent move. I don't have any play on this name, but what are the levels here?
Trade those Bitcoin stocks. It's just too
Haven't
much
done
for
it in a
me.
while. This 960 level is interesting. This goes back to the pre-market high yesterday at that 960, but if you're looking for a real high, during intraday action, you're looking at that 10.15 and then maybe that 10. Probably that 10, right? You have a bit of a double top there. Let's zoom back a bit. Bit of a double top with the right V kind of slanted a little lower, right? Bit of a double top. Then you have a break of the neckline around here. You have a consolidation at the neckline and then eventual break. Tomorrow, not having a good day yesterday. Bit of bamboozlement, 9.59 the high. Oh, I'm up on it on my sim account here, up 24 bucks on the day. This is my IBKR sim, so I guess I'm bag holding that from a ways away. Is there news? No, there isn't, Urin. Not that I see on my blotter. If you can tell me what you see, I don't see anything in specific for Mara. In fact, it's kind of counterintuitive because you're not seeing any of the other mining names like Riot. Riot's down the day 0.8%. Trending upside, you don't have, actually Coin's up 0.75. So Coin's getting going here. Coin's actually up 3.75% since the bell. It's only up 0.82 on the day, but it's up a lot since the bell. So Coin making a move. Looks like it's curling a little bit around. As, where are we here? With
These futures are looking a lot like yesterday. Like we do the dip down and then kind of a V-shaped recovery back into the pre-market levels. Interesting action. I mean, this debt deal is getting done, right? So why are we down on, like that's what people are saying we're down on, is like fears that it's not getting done?
Yeah, because there were like talks about them maybe not having the votes. Believe that?
Know, man. I'm betting it gets done. AI.
What's up with AI? Rejecting.
Huge rejection there on AI.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, it does hold that 39.50 and takes you right back to the high, but makes a new high by 4 cents, and then absolute quadunk action there. So some real sellers on AI today. For whatever reason, I mean, I'd be taking profit into earnings. I feel like this run up has been more of a short squeeze than it has been, genuine buying. But we'll see. The AI narrative still huge. Maybe C3 AI has found some new customers this quarter.
They report.
They did the pre-report thing like
a
week ago.
They front ran it.
Yeah.
Me and Brenda were laughing about that. I want to see what their demand is, because with the Nvidia, it wasn't about Q1. It was about their guide on Q2, right?
Yeah.
It was a wild guide, almost more than 50% of what the street was expecting. So I'm not expecting that same thing from AI, but I'm looking for a strong guide. I guess that's what I'm trying to say here. What was I going to ask? Someone just asked something in the chat here. Oh, it was a super chat. That's what it was. Vadzim, 10 euros. Thank you very much, Vadzim. But you didn't. He put the flying thing, so the market headed to the green. Little, what is that? What is that character there?
I have no idea, but
Like
nice
potato or something? Like, I don't know.
Potato? Oh, it looks like a pear, actually.
It looks like, yeah, a pear.
Oh, I just got stopped
The
at
green
Nvidia,
pear. Good call. Flying to the high side. Shout out to Vadzim. Thank you very much for the 10 euros. 387.50, looking like the top a little bit there on our friend Nvidia as it finds some resistance. The market in general, curling back. I'm talking about the NQ and the ES. 14,350, the kind of the pivot point here on the NQ, and not really a specific level here on the ES, but it's also curling back down.
We have another super chat.
Ooh, I didn't see that.
Please make a button that says quadunk.
Oh, we'll
from
be on
Rory
that, baby.
Alderton, I believe. That must be in progress.
Yeah, well, we need a lot. We need a bunch of different ones. SoFi high of day, 686 high.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Sean hitting that. Shout out to Renata, who had that, I know for a fact, off VWAP. And I believe she got in at 60s. So she's 26 pennies in the mama money on that, which is a good move, obviously, for a $6 name, and given the notional move that it's had on the day. I mean, open up the day 630 with a 686 high, so good trade on that. It's been moving on news that the Biden student loan suspension may be coming to an end. That whole program may be winding down.
I think that's really good news for them, too.
Of course, they make money on that. And the chat, fact-checked me and Neil this morning, Neil and I, with respect to the fact that SoFi does offer more services than that. But, that is a big money maker for them, right?
And that's like part of the reason why they're down from, those crazy highs that they were at. Is this,
right?
The student loan thing has been holding them down, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah. And there was
huge
no
losses,
question about the fact that there was a lot of student debt out there with the millennials who, were borrowing and this and that. Anyway, you guys know the story. They were standing to make some moolah off it, and it worked out that way. So,
yeah,
Where
I'll be
are we at
watching that 7 level on SoFi for sure. The even dollars, they can kind of, they gather a lot of eyes around them. So that's where I want to be involved in all stocks, is where there's the most eyes, the most liquidity, the most decisions being made. I don't like to diddle in the middle too much, but you can always get caught diddling in the middle sometimes. Nvidia's holding that 386 as well. And AI, by the way, holding 39 on the bid. There is a bid there, and it cannot get filled. So there's not enough natural selling. to get this back through that 39. I considered punching, but I mean, I don't know. This looks like it wants to break down. It doesn't really look on the chart like it wants to go up, but you know, you could get a 25-cent scalp out of it clearly right here off that 39, and now that's 30 cents. So AI is making moves. It's definitely making moves. I don't know that it's making any kind of clean move that you can, you know, get an actual trade off of. Maybe you try to short here at 39.75, giving it that 40 break, and you're looking. I mean, that'd be a good, you know, 3-to-1 risk reward here. But yeah, Nvidia stopped me out there on the last 20% at the teal, broke that 386. Now it's holding 386 pretty nicely, but again, as I said, I don't want to be in the middle. I don't think there's that many bets being placed right now. I think this is more just people covering shorts, selling longs, you know. Unless we're breaking this 388, I don't think any decisions are getting made. And unless we are testing this 385 or lower, I don't think decisions are really being made so much. So I'm not going to be involved, but it is holding the teal there for potentially another move up. And I mean, basically exactly what I said was going to happen.
Hey. Hey, baby. I mean, if it's a fact, it's a fact. I want to mention Neil is now short Intel. He put that in the chat. Here's the chart on Intel, a bit of a double top, possibly brewing near that 32-ish level, 32.20 the high. This is the 5-minute on Intel. VWAP, if you're looking for possible retracement into there, is at 31.25, so about 75 pennies from where we're at now. Carvana was another name, CVNA, that we talked about this morning. The squeezing stock down 6.71%, but finding a bit of a bottom there at 12.20, 12.15-ish area. You can see not many of the candles close below that 12.20 area. Now finding its local high above VWAP at 12.80 at the moment, 13.25 the high on the day. To go green, we got to get all the way up to that 72, 73 area. We're almost $1 away from that at the moment. Don't see this going green, but maybe into those pre-market levels at 13.25, 12.80 where we're at right now. On Carvana, some of these squeeze names we talked about this morning, Carvana, Upstart, heavily shorted and have been squeezing on that kind of thing. What's the poll look like? Sean brought up the poll this morning. Breaks all-time high, 53. Breaks 171st, 47. So we're basically at a 50-50 on the vote there, guys. Get in your vote on the poll if you already have it. Where are we here on, oh wow, there goes Sofi, 690 high. Sofi going to the top, baby. It's now up 14.6% on the day with a 691 high. Sofi getting that boost, poised to maybe take 7, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, who knows. When's the last time we were up here, Max? Let's have a look at the daily. Okay, I mean, not that long ago, May 1st, we were around $7. We didn't quite break it. Also back on March 6th, we got around to $7, didn't break it. So this $7, this is a level going back a few months. We're going to have to really respect the $7 level. Beyond that, we're looking at $7.50 and then $8, really. But $7, a level going back to about mid-Feb on Sofi. We haven't been up at these levels, Max.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be watching at that 7. I don't know if I want the breakout in the afternoon with potential Fed speak happening.
Inside buyer? Is he the Sofi CEO? Okay, so inside buying on Sofi. That's always something you want to keep an eye on. CEO Anthony Nodo, I believe his name is. That's hilarious. He's got no dough. Anthony no dough, but he's probably got a lot of dough. That's the thing, right? Like he's a CEO, it's SoFi, this and that. But his name indicates otherwise, Max. Anthony no dough, baby. It's freaking hilarious. I love that name. That's a great name. All right, where are we at?
Somebody was
Anyone
asking
speaking
for my
at
thoughts
2?
On Tesla. 2 is the beige book.
Beige book.
Yeah.
We talked about that. Beige book coming out at 2, guys. Brendel will be at the big desk, and we will have an immediate reaction to that. 5 minutes away from that, guys. Carvana looking to take 13. It's curling up Where are we here on some of these other names? SoFi at day's highs, 693, still hanging out at that level, Max.
Someone was asking for my thoughts on Tesla. So 197.50, and these wicks are all kind of nasty, but you'll just have to believe me. 197.50 held all day yesterday on the bid, never actually got there. 53, I believe, was the low right here. And then it holds in the afternoon again and gives you this, what is that? $5 almost move off the bottom, $4.50 move off the bottom. No, that's $5.50 at 202. All right. No, it's not. 450.
Okay.
450. All right. So what happens today? We break that 197.50, so I don't care about it anymore. And then we consolidate below it, break above. Like, we consolidated for, what is this? This is a 15-minute chart. So a good 2 hours, basically, below that 197.50. And then we break it and go straight up to 199. I probably should have been watching this and not written it off like that, because that is clearly a key level at 197.50. Obviously, 200 would be the next look there if the market can keep going. We'll see what happens with this beige book. But holding VWAP for now. Tesla looking kind of strong. Maybe wanting to make another move up.
Has 2 horns out of 3 in importance. So make it out what you will.
Yeah. It was one time or maybe twice.
3 horns?
There was like a some kind of surprise in there that sent the market going crazy. But I don't remember exactly what that was. It was something to do with,
I don't remember that.
I think it was to do with interest rate projections early on in the hiking process. And like people were up at like 5% or something, and the market was like, oh my God, there's no way we could ever go there. And look at where we are now.
All right, man. Let's talk a little bit about Apple, because this one has just been an absolute monster on the day. Let's fix a level 2 here, as it's, oh my goodness, the level 2. All right, let's bring that down. What was I going to get to? Yeah, so this one broke 179 decisively, got up to 179.30, wasn't really able to take that high of daybreak at 35s, fell 5 pennies shy, but it comes back to 179 and it gets bought up again. So if you're looking for something long here, Apple may be the one, and it's back up to 1% on the day, definitely bucking the trend compared to its friends like Tesla, which is down, 1%. You got Amazon down 1.43%, Microsoft down 0.2%, and Google down 0.28%. So Apple definitely bucking the trend here, holding 195. If you get, 179, if you get continuation on these futures back above 14,362, which is the high wick on the NQ there, I think you could see some good moves to the upside on Apple. So Apple holding up above VWAP and very much above that important 179 level. And we saw why it was important earlier when we saw multiple rejections off that level when we were trading it. So shout out whoever's still holding Apple. You may have more left in store, especially if this market can continue to the high side. 2 minutes to the end of the show. Euthanasia saying, who's going to the hero and to go all in on the slot poll? Yes, because you know how they all vote and stuff like that on there. 1,500 votes on the poll there with respect to whether Apple hits all-time high or hits 170. What's your take on that?
Which one it hits first?
So do you know where all-time highs are?
Yeah,
183 and change.
182-ish,
Yeah, 183 and change. We're at 179 and change now. Do we hit 170 or do we hit 183 and change first?
Well, I was thinking that we might hit 183 and change today when I took the
That would be
179
nice.
break this morning, but that didn't work out so well. But yeah, no, I mean, do we know why Apple's going up today?
We were thinking maybe it has something to do with the decent news out of China. You have Jamie Dimon over there. You have Elon over there. They're being, they're making good, conciliatory statements, if you want to call them that.
Okay.
Trying to keep the two nations trading and working together.
All right.
And so Apple, obviously a lot of China exposure, no question about that.
Yeah.
It's a stretch.
Yeah, but like lots of consolidation on Apple after their earnings, and then kind of did nothing after that, and then we do the breakout, and now we're holding this, if I can pull up this 15-minute chart, now we're holding this like 176.50 and kind of accelerating up, so maybe it's just like some natural buying, some option covering and all that, just going into the highs. I think Apple hits the high before it goes back to 170 for sure.
All right. Well, it's been real, guys. Happy hump day to everybody. We are now overtime. It is 2 o'clock, and we will see you tomorrow at the same time, same bat channel. Brando's of the Big Desk.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock. Welcome back in. A couple hours left on Wednesday afternoon here as we head towards a very important afternoon as far as this vote is concerned that's going to come up later this evening, 7 o'clock. We'll get the committee anyways voting on whether or not they like this deal, whether it will be sent to the Senate and then to the House, obviously, to get passed. Essentially, everyone's kind of banking on that, but this is the major headline that we're watching this afternoon anyways as far as debt ceiling concerns are concerned.